Good afternoon. It's October 10th, 2023, and welcome to our regular board meeting of the Citrus County Commissioners, the Commission. At this time, we're going to have the invocation, and our invocation today is by Pastor Andy Ayer. Is it Ayer?
Hair.
Yeah. Of Hernando Church of the Nazarene. And after that, our own Doug Wright will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're willing and able, please stand with us. Remove your caps, please. And make sure all your cell phones are silenced. Thank you.
Let's begin with just a moment of silence as we remember the tragic events in the Middle East, in particular Israel, the loss of life there. Almighty God and our Father, we come before you with grateful hearts as we count it such an incredible privilege and blessing to live in this nation, surrounded with all the material blessings that you have poured out upon us and the freedoms that we have. We pray that as we've gathered in this place, that we would continue to be mindful and respectful of one another. We pray that you might give guidance and direction to each of our leaders, each of our civil servants, from the law enforcement to firefighters to each of the administrators. We pray for our county commissioners. We pray that you might give them wisdom and direction as they serve us and to do what's best for the people of Citrus County. So we pray that your will would be done here in this community as we seek to find what is best, what is good and flourishing, a part of your plans, as a good God and good Father that you are to us. We ask these things in the strong name of our Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and thank you, Pastor. At this time, if Madam Deputy Clerk could call roll call.
Yes, ma'am. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 10th day of October, 2023. In attendance are Chair Ruthie Schleybaugh, First Vice Chair Holly Davis, Second Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Diana Finnegan, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Line.
Thank you. A4, approval of our agenda. I'm going to ask Mr. Howard, our County Administrator, if there are any deletions or additions to the agenda.
There are additional information, only E13, the Miles Partnership Reasons for Attending the World Travel Market. There's additional item E16, the Teamster wage increase. Additional item H2 was going to be a presentation from Amy Bidwell from the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Committee concerning disaster relief and mitigation funding. Additional information K1 was a correspondence from a citizen for discussion and vote on the Board of Security resolution. Additional item number N2, discussion and vote on Inverness Village, the moratorium on continuation on permitting for Inverness Village 4. Additional information T3, correspondence from citizen, public hearing at 5:10 p.m. And we're also asked to pull item E1C. That's ITB 23-052 Fort Island Trail Septic Remediation Project. It's a price adjusting that's being negotiated currently. And that's it, please.
Thank you. And before we approve the agenda, I ask that if it would please the board, we could move G1 before our time certains. So we add a public defender, Michael Graves, here and let him get on back to work. So I'm looking for a motion to approve agenda with these additions.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I would also like to pull K1, but I would like to give an explanation.
Sure. Okay, so
Do you want me to do
Would
that
she
now?
give we do the approval and then she would give her explanation?
At the chair's discretion.
Well, go ahead,
Okay,
Commissioner
thank
Finnegan.
Some people are here probably to hear K1, and K1 is the resolution. We've heard a little bit about it, not a lot. It's very important, and I want to bring it back. But this thing has grown legs. I'm sure we all got some email, some for and some not for. But it really has grown legs. I've probably got even more emails thanking me for bringing this up. I think in Citrus County and in the state of Florida and the United States, we can't come out and speak loud enough against illegal immigration in this community and the United States. Taxpayers are paying about $151 billion a year, and that averages out close to $1,000 per taxpayer. So it's very, very important. The only reason I'm pulling it today is it's really grown legs, and I'm hearing so much from people in the community that I want to make sure our language is absolutely spot on. I was quoted in the newspaper saying this is a way that we can support our governor in the state of Florida in his efforts. The wording may not exactly bring that forward. It may be ordering instead of supporting. So I know it's important to us all. Other people, other leaders want to be involved. I also want to say this is not a partisan issue. I've heard a little bit about that. Everyone in this community, not everyone, a lot of people, most people in this community are concerned about illegal immigration, and I want to be a voice for those people. So we'll bring something back. I want to make sure that it is conveying exactly what you all want to say in support of the state of Florida, asking President Joe Biden and Congress to take a hard stand against illegal immigration. So I wanted to pull it for now, and let's bring that back at a later date.
Okay, is board, do you have any discussion on this? Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
can I please request clarification on the M item that was added? I don't see any information added for that.
I do not either.
Was N?
N,
N is in
N-
Nancy,
N is Nancy.
N2.
was
Two.
that adding item or additional?
It was just
information?
additional discussion and vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board, I have some additions and deletions and moving G1 before the time certain. I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Motion to approve the agenda with the addition of E13, E16, H2, K1, N2, T3, and we are pulling E1C and K1.
I'll second it, and
Moving G1.
also bringing
Oh, and moving
G1
G1
forward.
forward, sorry, yes, I'm in my motion.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kennard, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I was seconding the motion and bringing G1 forward.
Thank you,
I
sir.
thought I stuck that landing, I missed one, sorry.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The agenda passes 5-0. B, consent. Board, would you like to approve the consent agenda in its entirety, or would you like to go?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan. Second by Commissioner Kennard. I think I marked something for discussion, which. Okay. So, is there any, I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Okay. Moving right along, we have a proclamations and awards and presentation. C1's proclamation for Friends of the Library Month, and C2 Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Motion to approve C1 and C2.
Commissioner Davis, I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Heard Commissioner Bays. Okay, is there any further board discussion? I would like to thank staff for the little goodies that they've given us today for breast cancer awareness. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. And if the audience will excuse my shoes, I think I really damaged my toe, so I can't get regular shoes on, so don't tell anybody. So board, oh, we had a vote on that. I'm so sorry. That was board discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. 5-0. Please come forward now.
Would those individuals representing the Friends of the Library Month please come forward? Whereas the work of the Friends of the Library promotes libraries as a cornerstone of community education, providing opportunities for everyone to engage in lifelong learning and connect with the thoughts and ideas of the world. Whereas the Friends of the Library understand the critical importance of well-funded libraries and advocate to ensure that our libraries get the resources needed to provide a wide variety of services to all ages. And whereas the Friends of the Library provide outstanding fundraising to enhance the Citrus County library system, collectively contributing over $1.4 million since 2001. And whereas the time and commitment given by the Friends of the Library sets an example for how volunteerism leads the positive civic engagement and betterment of our community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, extends appreciation to the Friends of the Library and proclaim October 2023 as Friends of the Library Month in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 10th day of October 2023.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Genova. I am the president of the Friends of the Citrus County Library System. Thank you for declaring October Friends of the Library Month in Citrus County. Our members appreciate the public recognition of the work we do to support the library system. The purpose of the Friends Group is to enhance public library services for the citizens of Citrus County by volunteering our time and efforts at the library and by raising money to support the library. Our volunteers have contributed over 4,000 hours of assistance to our libraries thus far this year. Since 2001, when the Friends of the Citrus Library Group was formed, we have raised over $1.4 million via our semi-annual book sales. While our volunteers come from many different walks of life, we all have one goal in mind: to contribute to our libraries so they can serve all the citizens of the county. We are confident that you share that belief and will continue to invest in our library system. We are excited to see the renovation of the Lakes Branch, a goal made possible with tax dollars supplemented with funds raised by the Friends, the Library Advisory Board's Foundation Fund, and the CARES Act. We're proud to make a positive change in our community by working with the county government and other county nonprofits. Our fall book sale begins this Friday, October 13th, and will run through Monday, October 16th. We are hoping for a very large turnout at our new location at the Citrus Springs Community Center. In addition to finding great deals on fabulous books, people will also have the opportunity to contribute to the local blood drive at the Life South bus. We will see you there. You'll recognize us. We will be in the yellow shirts. We make good things happen. Thank you.
Would those individuals representing Breast Cancer Awareness Month please come forward? Whereas, according to the American Cancer Society, breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women. And whereas each year there are about 240,000 cases in women and more than 2,000 cases in men. And whereas chances are high that you know at least one person who has been personally affected by this disease. And whereas early detection and treatment can significantly increase survival rates, getting regular screenings is extremely important, and they are the most reliable way to find breast cancer early. Whereas throughout October, we wear pink in honor of those with breast cancer. We believe together we can celebrate courage, express hope, and share one goal to end a disease that affects the lives of so many people we love. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida hereby recognizes the month of October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, executed this 10th day of October 2023.
Thank you, guys, for allowing us to break this proclamation forward. I want to tell you two other little statistics that were not included in the proclamation. Every year over the last 5 years in the city, in this county where we live, Citrus, there have been 32 deaths attributed to breast cancer. In the state of Florida, 30% of women over the age of 40 have not had a mammogram in the last 2 years. Knowing how important early screening is, I want to let you know that the Department of Health has a program for women who are 50 to 64 that pays for or gives at no cost mammograms, pap smears, and screening for breast and cervical cancer. If you would like information about that program, please call our office, and you can reach us at 352-527-0068. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to say I appreciate the staff and my fellow colleagues up here who wore pink in support of breast cancer awareness, and it means a lot to me. Thank you. So at this time, we've opened to the public. No, G1 is before time certain. So we have time certains at 1:30 and 1:45, and like I said, at right before 1:30, if we still have public comment, I'm going to stop it and bring G1 forward. So at this time, if you would like to speak, please step forward. I ask that you state your name and address, fill out a green card, and hand it to the clerk. You will have 3 minutes to speak. If you're registered as a group, you will have 5 minutes to speak. If you have a letter on file, and please direct all comments to the chairman. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Todd Cloud. I live at 8615 West Highland Street, Homosassa. Right now, I'm a certified candidate for State Representative District 23. I am a REC member, which is part of this program that was going to be today. Also a Norvell member and also a volunteer with Citrus County Teen Corps. I threw that in because of the fact that I would have had to leave by the time it got to the resolution for security border. I'm still going to say a few words on that because it's very important. I'm sorry it got tabled at this point. I hope we can go back to the REC and get it pushed because a lot of people don't understand that our borders are important to make sure it's covered. The sad part right now is that because we don't have the Florida National Guard over there, they are using troopers, they are using FWC, and they're using FDLE agents to cover the border, which makes our borders even more vulnerable because they're sending more than 100 people every day to help protect the border in Texas, and we need our borders protected. Secondly, I'm going to give you advance notice. Again, I am a member of NARLEO, which is the National Association of Retired Law Enforcement Officers. This year, on the 24th of December, sadly, is the 50th anniversary of Trooper Ronald Gordon Smith's ultimate sacrifice where he was killed in the line of duty. NARLEO has planned a rededication of the memorial site, and that memorial site is going to be done on January 11th at noon. You will be hearing further from me on that. And the reason I bring it up so you can try to clear your calendars in case you do want to come and say a few words on this important rededication. Thirdly, please keep in your prayers Deputy Andy LaHara, because he truly needs them, and we do not need him to get on the wall also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Rick Matherson from Hernando, and I basically just want to say dittos to everything that Todd just said with regards to border security. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Gil Phelan. I'm from Lecanto. I wanted to start on a high note today with a fantastic job for Ms. Finnegan. I mean, something we're all really concerned about. It affects everybody in the whole country every day. Too bad you had to pull it. Hopefully there'll be a time when we can see it before too long. Every single day this is happening. You know, there's children being sold across the border every single day for sex trafficking, for human trafficking, for slavery, for rapes, for they're taking their organs. That's happening every single day. So the longer we put that off, the more people are going to be destroyed. So thank you for that. It's been a long time since we've heard anybody on this board actually speak to what's going wrong in the country. As a matter of fact, I think they're part of what's going wrong with the country. At least 3 of you should be out of here next time you're up. Too bad we can't impeach you. You know, thanks to John Labriola. I want to say thank you to him because it's because of him. Now, he's been disparaged by some people on the board, calling him a so-called journalist and so-called reporter. No, he's the real deal. He's not the Citrus Chronicle, you know, feeding us with all this BS, okay? He's telling everybody what the largest percentage of people in this county think. So thanks to John. I don't know what the laughing's for, good or bad, but that doesn't matter. Truth is the truth, right? You know, Thomas Paine. Now, I'm not saying John's Thomas Paine, but it's just an average, regular person standing up for what's right that makes a huge difference. And everything that we do here goes up. We're not ruled by this ruling class of Biden and the other corrupt criminals, you know. What happens here is what makes it happen in the country. So it's really important we do what's right. You know, some of the stuff that I've heard and you know, that John brings out, some of the stuff that's on video, thank God we have video to, you know, listen to what you guys say. In one respect, when you're telling us the truth and it's ridiculous, I'd rather have that than just be a lie. Most politicians just yap, you know, whatever we want to hear, right? So thank you to John. And you're so out of touch with spending. You know, I live around old people that are struggling. They can't pay their home insurance. They can't pay their phone bills. But yet you're going to increase property taxes? You know, it's time for a moratorium on all spending. Just stop. We're all broke. The country is bankrupt, okay? Why isn't anybody here aware of that? Don't you watch the news? Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills, Commissioners. In my August 10th letter, I ask you why we were building so quickly. Is it because the state law allows for rezoning unless challenged in a court of law? Just because you can doesn't mean you have to. Are we building to make up for the slow building under what was called the good old boys? Or so developers don't have to scan the land for ancient artifacts like the ones that were found when they reconfigured State Road 44 and Lecanto Highway? Why were they sent to UF and not kept in Citrus County for all to see, including tourists? I also stated in the letter that you can stop growth. You can't stop growth, but it can be managed sensibly in a balanced and natural way, making everyone happy. Isn't your mission statement to manage growth and foster prosperity by prioritizing the protection of the environmental assets, the development of maintenance of infrastructure, and the health, safety, and well-being of its citizens. I recommend that each of you watch the Netflix documentary called Live to 100, Secrets of the Blue Zone. They brought the knowledge to a town in USA, and it increased people's life expectancy by 3 years, and it created new long-term friendships and increased happiness. Sensible and smart building would be keeping 1 acre housing minimum in Central Ridge, since there will be a lot of traffic due to the shopping plazas. Building townhomes north of Forest Ridge Boulevard on Lecanto Highway and in other areas outside of Central Ridge. We also need housing for the people working the box stores, mom and pop stores, and fast food that are affordable on the salaries that they make. Building apartments of 3 and 4 stories along 41 or on 19 or 2 places. On 19, the first floor would be a lobby, so no worry for flooding. These are just a few possibilities you have to keep the charm and beauty of Citrus County while pleasing almost all residents, especially the nature lovers and those that moved here for the peace and serenity. Before approving any new building, please watch the documentary. If you put too much concrete over Mother Earth, the temperatures will rise, the water will become scarce, there will be an increased risk of tornadoes, and there will be a direct hit from a hurricane. The choices you make will affect everyone living in the county. On another note, I would like to know, as we grow, will the county be putting more parking spaces out at the beach, especially along the side where there's sand?
Thank you, Steve. Next speaker?
Sabrina Watson Lecanto. I'll be speaking for the Exceptional Life Project today, so I'll take my 5 minutes. Before I start, I really just want to say, I love you, Doug. For 3 years.
Direct the comments to the
Okay,
chair,
I
please.
love you, Doug. So for 3 years, I've come in here and watched that man selflessly serve every single person in this room, whether it's you or whether it's me. So, and I just watched him take your flowers and put them wherever you would like them. And I just wanted to tell him that I love him, because I do love him, actually. I love him a lot. I love you a lot, Doug. Anyway, previously I was forced to provide proof of funds from Matthew, an organization that Matthew Lohman was the head of, to Commissioner Finnegan, and then subsequently Commissioner Finnegan approved funds in a much greater amount of $98,000 back to another organization in which Matthew Lohman was the head. So and here I find myself again having to rebut something that was said, so I want to remind people that they can go look at the last meeting's video. We talked about the sewer, when I brought the sewer up. See, the problem with saying it's not happening without at least taking a look at what's going on is that I have the receipts, okay? I have the receipts for the sale of the sewer line. I have the affidavits for the people who have seen it happen time and time again. I have the testimonials, and I have the video in which the county is allowing raw sewage to overflow out of the 2 manhole covers off of, right off of Halls River into Halls River. So blanket statements by this board only serves to expose the blatant dishonesty of members of this board. So again, I would encourage people to go back and watch the last board meeting open to the public, where I spoke about the fact that the county is allowing raw sewage during unique times of storms to flow directly into Halls River. I know there's a presentation today about the manatees, so I want to bring this to everybody's attention when we start talking about manatees again. Or I guess actually it's about scallops today. We're still spraying toxins into Halls River with Lacoochee River and every body of water in this county. We still have over $1 million worth of chemicals that were pumped via weighted hoses into lakes. And those lakes flow into the Withlacoochee, they flow to the bay, they give our manatees cancer. maybe they kill scallops. I don't know. But it's time that all these organizations that are pretending to clean up the water and not helping to stop the destruction of the waterways, or that want to advertise to bring people to our counties, or that want to discuss saving anything, unless you stop the destruction, you can't save anything. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. And then if you could mark your place in line, because we have a time certain at 1:30. So just mark your place, and you can take your seats, and I'll come back to open to the public. Thank you. Go ahead, Mary. You can.
Thank you so much. I want to ask.
You have to say your name.
Oh,
even-
you're right. I'm sorry. Mary Cedar, Inverness.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you very much, Diane, for what you are doing. And we do love you and appreciate you. So I want to talk today on the borders, but I want to ask you all to consider something. Those on my side of the fence on past issues, and now again today, we have come to you asking you to protect, to guard, to shield. That's why we are here. So I want to talk about the borders. First of all, I have to talk about what's going on in Israel for just a minute. Those people are not just being murdered, they are being butchered. Babies are being decapitated. And if we think that's not going to happen here with open borders, we have another thing coming. Already there are reports in Michigan of people forming groups and going in and breaking into people's homes and stealing from them. We are already facing a small amount. So I just want to ask, when you create the resolution, to consider not giving any more money to Ukraine. How about Iran? Because Iran is sending missiles into Israel right now. And you cannot say that is not happening. One more thing I want to say to you, and then I'm finished. Luke 21. Luke 21 in your Bible. You know what Jesus Christ said? He said, when you see the armies surround Jerusalem, look up, for your redemption draws nigh. He is coming again. And our job is to stand for what's decent in our community and what is right. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. And at this time, I'm going to skip to G1. Mr. Howard?
Yes, this is an item that was brought to my attention. I know Commissioner Bays has a little bit of information on this as well, and I think we have some folks from the circuit here that may want to add a little comment to it. But this really has to do with consolidation of the Fifth Circuit. I don't know if they want to come forward and maybe make a few comments. I think it'd be best to hear from them than from me. But this is just for some consideration, but I think they would be best to kind of talk about the lay of the land, what's happening. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, I'm Mike Graves. I'm the public defender for the Fifth Judicial Circuit, which, as you know, is Citrus, Hernando, Lake, Sumter, and Marion counties. I am here with State Attorney Bill Gladson asking and actually urging the board to contact the Judicial Circuit Assessment Committee opposing the consolidation of Florida's judicial circuits. We live in one of the fastest growing 5-county circuits in the state of Florida. There are 20 circuits. For some reason, it is being proposed a solution without a problem, which is to integrate and consolidate circuits throughout the state of Florida. Doing so with the incorrect belief that it would give greater confidence of the public in their judicial system and save money, both of which we believe are absolutely incorrect. Creating bigger government rarely, if ever, creates cheaper government. Moving government farther in the elected officials responsible for answering the day-to-day issues and solving those issues, which may be statewide, but solutions are community-based, is rarely made by increasing the geography and removing the elected official farther away from his constituency. What is being proposed could well end up with the Fifth Judicial Circuit being consolidated with the circuits that include St. Petersburg or Tampa or Orlando or even Jacksonville and all points in between. We are fortunate in this 5-county circuit that with over 1.2 million people, that all 5 of our counties that Bill and I travel and are responsible for have very shared conservative values. Values that we are proud of, values that we were elected to protect within our community and within our judicial system. Those are not the shared values of the communities and circuits in which they are talking about consolidating us with. We would not be a solution to any of our problems, but in fact, we would be inheriting theirs. We would be inheriting their issues as an example, and it might be a small example, but it's an example that affects the counties. As you all are aware, in the judicial system, in the state attorney's office, in the public defender's office, the counties are responsible for the payment of all housing and IT costs in our offices, which are not inconsequential. Mr. Gladson and I have worked and agreed where we share the fundamental frameworks of our IT systems and share the costs of it so we don't pass duplicate costs on to the various counties that are responsible for their payment. That isn't happening in other circuits, and we're proud of the fact that we are capable of working for our constituencies where we are the guardians of the taxpayer dollar. As I have said, this is a solution without a problem that benefits, we're not sure who, but acts to the detriment of all the citizens of our circuit. And I've yet to hear anyone involved suggest how it would assist us and how it would assist our voters and our citizens' abilities to have a say in the way their judicial systems are run. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I urge you to reach out to the committee and state your opinion against this horrible idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. And it's hard to follow Mr. Graves. I've done that in court, and that was a closing argument you saw just there. Excellent. My name is Bill Gladson. I'm the elected state attorney for the Fifth Circuit. As Mr. Graves says, we have actually now 1.3 million people. There's only 20 state attorneys and 20 public defenders in the whole state of Florida. If you go up to Georgia, there's 49. They're half our size. We already have half the number of prosecutors and public defenders. And the reason I bring that up is that like this morning, I left Marion County where I live. I drove down to Spring Hill, and then I came up here. If we get any larger, the ability to come and represent the people that we serve is going to be nearly impossible. We choose to live here because it's not Orange County. We choose to live here because it's not Tampa, it's not Miami, and it's not Orlando. We have a quality of life that we have earned through the hard work of all of the people entrusted with government, and that's why we have public safety as a priority, and that's why we're able to have, good government. And I think as we get larger, as he said, it's going to get problematic, if not unmanageable. We move cases through the system quickly, which makes sense because that saves the county and the sheriff and everybody money. The circuit, as you know it today, Marion, Citrus, Lake, Sumter, and Hernando have been together for 100 years. During those 100 years, we've developed working relationships and a synergy that doesn't exist everywhere else. And that's why it works so well. So I would ask the same thing, perhaps ask the county commission to consider a letter to the Circuit Assessment Committee. You might have seen from the counties associations, the Florida Bar, everybody's been kind of weighing in on this. And the overwhelming responses are that this is not a good idea and not going to serve the people well. So we've made this request of other county commissions, and I would just echo what Mr. Graves said. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Board.
Chair, motion to approve G1.
Well, there's no vote. We're
It's
we're
not?
just
It's
looking
just
for
a thing? Sorry.
consensus. Yes.
Apparently, I approve of that.
What I was going to say is, Board, what I'm looking for, what they're looking for is a consensus to write a letter to the Honorable Jonathan D. Gerber, Chairman of the Judicial Circuit Assessment Committee, opposing the consolidation of the judicial court. And Commissioner Finnegan.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Davis, you are?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays?
Absolutely, since I brought it forward.
Thank you. And Commissioner-
Yes, absolutely.
And I too, yes. So you have a consensus, and staff, if you would.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you. And thank you for your time. Very good. We are a little early for our 1:45, so if the next couple speakers for open to the public were in line, please step forward.
We have a time certain at 1:30.
Okay, it's 1:45.
The first one's at 1:30. Bay Scallops is at 1:30.
And what time is it now?
It's 1:41.
You can't do it before 1:45.
It's 1:30 on here. The second one's at 1:30.
They are right. So sorry. I was not wanting 1:30 to come forward. Thank you. I'm like, 1:45 was in my head. I'm so sorry, madam. Please. Okay, we have a 1:30. And IFAS based scallop harvesting presentation. I could not get that in my head.
Did we just tell you when we want the
Mr. Howard?
Yes. I think you all had there were some requests from the board to hear this presentation. They were kindly enough to come, so we're going to present this for us. I think some good information.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, members of the board, for inviting us to make this presentation. My name is Savannah Berry, and I'm a regional Florida Sea Grant agent with University of Florida based in Cedar Key. And my role on this presentation is really to introduce our main speaker, who is going to be Ed Camp, who is with the Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences program on main campus. And he has a lot of experience with both the quantitative and economic human dimension side of fisheries. So he's really going to be the perfect person to address the questions that you submitted to us when you invited us. But I also want to acknowledge Brittany Hall-Scharf, who is the Florida Sea Grant agent in Hernando County, and she does a lot of work on the scallop fishery in her county, and also a lot of her work benefits the surrounding counties, as well as Victor Blanco, who's not here, but is another person within our group who does a lot of work on scallops. So before I pass it over to Ed, I just want to say that we've partnered a lot with Citrus County in the past and other counties as well on other initiatives related to scallop shell discard issues, seagrass protection and sustainability, the scalloping brochures. Brittany and Victor and others have worked on economic assessments, and a lot of our projects have focused on education and best practice implementation for the scallopers themselves. All this is to say that this has given us a big appreciation and familiarity with the importance of and the complexity of the bay scallop fishery in Citrus County and more broadly. And so with that, I just want to pass it over to Ed so he can talk to you about some of the more recent science that's come out and also address the questions that you submitted to us. So thank you for having us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I have two things to say quickly. The first of which is that I am fine being interrupted for any questions should you have them. I'm a researcher. I will try to be brief and to the point, but if you have questions or I say something that is not clear, please let me know. The second thing is that I wear several hats. The one I'm putting on today is as a researcher. I'm going to describe research that's been done. My role as a scientist is to describe what we think is going on in the world and what we think might happen depending on what is done. It is not to say what should be done, and that's an important distinction that I want to be clear. So the research that I did with a team of people looked at bay scallops, and we assessed what sort of management options might affect bay scallops. There's a couple of questions that we were asked to answer, and I want to provide some very simple answers to those questions to make sure that we get to them. So the first is, what is the current status of the fishery? And what that means to us is do we believe that the fishery is very heavily exploited, that fishing harvest is high, that it's moderate, or that it's low? The answer to that is we don't really know what the level of exploitation is. We don't know how hard scallops are being fished right now. There's reasons for that, but it amounts to we don't have a lot of data on actually what's being removed and how much of the population is being removed. The second question is, what could or should be done to protect scallops if there was concern about the conservation of bay scallops? And there's two things here. One is that regulations could potentially be altered that might protect the scallops due to their particular biology. The other thing that is not listed on this PowerPoint, but that is very important to understand, is that bay scallops need seagrass. And one of the most important things that we can do throughout Florida to protect bay scallops would be to make sure that the habitat that they need, which is seagrass, is healthy. Specifically, there were questions about several different management options. If we were concerned that bay scallops were imperiled or that they were being over-harvested, what changes might be looked at? Would the season be shifted in one direction or another? Would we look at things like a reduced bag limit? And if we were to reduce it, would it make more sense to reduce it on the front end of the season or the back end of the season? What we found in our study briefly is that if the season was shifted later, it would protect more bay scallop spawning. If there was to be a rolling bag limit, and what we mean by that is that the bag limit would not be constant throughout the season, it would not be 2 gallons for every month, it would make much more sense for there to be a smaller bag limit, like 1 gallon during the first month or two of the season, increasing later. The last question, which we were briefly asked, is what influence might Citrus County have on making these changes? And the short answer is all the counties can have a lot of influence within Florida, but the more precise answer is the FWC Division of Marine Fisheries Management, some of whom are here today. They have a well-established process for how any changes are considered, much less made. They've worked with the various counties in the past to arrive at the regulations that are here today. And so any discussion about what would happen next or any actual changes really should start with them, and I would encourage everyone to reach out to Division of Marine Fisheries Management is the specific branch of FWC that considers that. I wanted to give a brief explanation of why we found the results we did. Specifically, what we found with the later season or with a rolling bag, first being harvesting less scallops per person and then more. The reason these findings were what they are is because scallops spawn once in their lifetime, and they spawn sometime in late summer or early fall. So what that means is that we need enough scallops to spawn for there to be a scallop population in the next year. There's no, in my world we call it age structure, but there's no multiple year classes of scallops. There's just the ones we harvest this year. Please go ahead.
Quick question, how long are they alive and harvestable to be eaten after they spawn?
That question we do not have a great answer to. So I've looked in the literature to try to see like how good is the flesh after they spawn. There's some bivalves like oysters that people say after they've spawned they're not as good to be eaten. Some of the scallops actually do live through the winter. Some of them die quickly after spawning. The amount, how much of each, I don't have an answer for, and I was unable to find an answer to that question. We looked for it specifically in this paper because to do the work we did, that was an important question to us.
Sounds like a great project for UF.
There's a lot of things that more research could be done on. So in short, we need to make sure that enough scallops spawn to have a year class of scallops for the next year. And so because they spawn sometime through the summer into the fall, if the season was moved earlier and there was concern that scallops were over harvested, that could be problematic.
Commissioner Finnegan, yes.
Sure.
It seems like we have a very long season. Do you know what our season, oh, sorry. We have a long season, 2.5 months or so. Do you know what that looks like, our season compared to others around the state? I thought I've heard in other places it's like 2 weeks.
There's some counties that have much shorter seasons, and that's done based off the perception of the scallop population recovering in those areas. And so the seasons have been kept short to try to make sure that that population grows. It's difficult for us to give an assessment of what the populations are of bay scallops in different counties, and that makes it uncomfortable for me to tell you with certainty there's many more here than other places. But the reason of the seasons being different lengths is the perception that scallops are abundant in Citrus County. The other
Madam
thing that we
Chair?
looked, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Commissioner Kennard.
There used to be, and I apologize for interrupting, but there used to be a count, a preseason count that would happen in, I guess it was a week, 2 weeks leading up to it. And, you know, I know that certainly the population is, varies in density, but I don't remember, it was a 3 cubic yard area, something like that. There was a count each year that, I don't know if it's FWC or who would release that, but but I don't think that's done anymore.
So one of the folks I work with a lot is in the audience. That's Dr. Ryan Gandy from FWC, and he was closely involved with the preseason counts. If you have questions about that specifically, Ryan, I believe, would be willing to answer those questions.
I guess just why don't we do that anymore? I haven't seen it in the last couple of years.
The main reason for that.
Doctor, could you step towards them?
Certainly. So we've got about 25 years of data from that study. That was actually implemented after the crash of the fishery back in the mid-90s. And we started sampling mainly to watch the large restoration efforts that were happening at the time in the recovery of the scallops. So we watched populations come up, we watched them balance out in the mid-2000s and stay stable for that period of time. The data was very good at showing us what we intended, which is to watch the population recover. However, that data set we found through a lot of different analysis that it was not adequate for actually looking at population trends that had a management effect. We actually saw that there were some better ways to use those funds to monitor after the season, look at what spawning stock, what may be left after the season, and to be able to see how that affected future harvests or future populations, as well as genetic studies. There have been several genetic studies, and one of the reasons Citrus County, this region, it's really Citrus and Hernando area, is important is because one of the working scientific thoughts on the population structures that it's what we call metapopulation, when part of the two of the largest contributors to that population are off of kind of the Crystal River, Citrus County down to Hernando areas. So
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Yeah, it did.
Sir, for the record, please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan Gandy with Florida Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays.
One of my questions is, I know that Pasco and Hernando were historically closed for a very long time, and they just opened their scallop season, I believe, in the last 2 years. And I'm trying to recall, but I think Citrus County was closed, and Kevin, I see him in the audience. I know he's done a lot with scallops in the past, but I think it was closed here in the mid, like 2005 to 10. Because
I will be honest with you, I do not recall when it was closed and when it was open, so I can't give you any answers about that.
But it and I don't know what's going on up in Cedar Key, and kind of if you look at our surrounding area, but it makes me give pause to, I think we're seeing smaller scallops, not as, they're not as healthy. We're not seeing the numbers of them. But since Pasco and Hernando County has opened, I mean, what's the correlation between these contiguous counties up and down the bay? And I know that seagrass is a huge problem, that we're losing it all over the state, and particularly Tampa Bay. I mean, thousands and thousands of acres of it.
I think that these are important questions, and what we're very confident about is that seagrass is essential for scallops. We're very confident in that. We're not very confident at what spatial scale the populations are connected versus independent. It's a difficult question for us to answer for almost anything, whether it's redfish or gag grouper or bay scallops. But so I can't with certainty say that the populations of scallops in Citrus County are either going to fare the same as the counties to our south, or that they're going to be independent of those counties.
And my one final question is, why is it that scallop seems to be the only seafood, if you will, that can be harvested during spawning?
I do have answers for that question. One of the neat things about an animal that spawns once, that grows to maturity in a single year, is that if enough of them spawn, we could sustainably harvest all the ones that remained. This is how Pacific salmon fisheries are managed, and this is how other species, they're called Aeteroparis species, but it's species that spawn once. If we're sure that enough of those species have spawned, then the eggs are effectively in the bank for the future populations, and so harvest can commence. So on the west coast of Canada and of the US, often they manage these fisheries by counting the number of salmon that come upriver to spawn, and once they've said, okay, that is enough, then the fisheries in the bay can operate and harvest the salmon. So one of the challenging things about something like bay scallops is that if they are all harvested too early, then that is deeply problematic. But if enough of them have already spawned, then it is okay to harvest them while the spawning goes on.
I just find this hugely complex and disturbing that when I think about what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico and the demarcation lines of commercial fishing, we're being so overfished right now for commercial fishing, and it's being taken outside of the United States. So to me, I have a huge problem with all of this because I think we need to be very pragmatic in how we're treating our shorelines and how we're treating all of our fishing, whether it's scallops or redfish or grouper, whatever it is, because I feel like we're somewhat being taken advantage of out in the Gulf. And I don't know what that means along our bay. We had the BP oil spill where we've spent, I don't know, 13 years, 14 years now trying to get ourselves back in line. And I don't know where this is taking us. And I guess what I'm hearing is you don't have a lot of answers.
I have a couple answers that I think are important, and I can skip ahead to some of those now. I can briefly address your comments, which I appreciate, which is that my expertise is in fisheries management, and the challenge that we constantly have is if we don't allow enough harvest, we have some socioeconomic hardship because there's more than enough fish out there, and if we allowed more harvest, people would be better off. There'd be more economic impact, there'd be more consumer surplus, there'd be happier stakeholders. On the other hand, if we allow too much harvest and the populations decline, not only do the populations suffer, but also stakeholders are less happy, there's less trips made to the area, so economic impact and contribution declines, and the consumer surplus falls. So all of fisheries management is attempting to have this balance of enough harvest to maintain our socioeconomic objectives, but not so much that we lose the conservation objectives and in the long term hurt the socioeconomic objectives. What we found in our study, we looked at two things. We looked at the spawning amount of scallops and we looked at the harvest per trip. If we restrict harvest too much, right, if the season is too short or if it's too low a bag limit, we may have people be unhappy. If the harvest is not restricted at all, it's possible that the population could fall. What we found is that if we are, and this is, I'm just going to skip ahead to our most important thing here, if we're confident that the harvest rate is relatively low, then the current regulations should be sufficient to sustain the population and to provide socioeconomic objectives that we want. If, however, there is either reason to believe that the fishing mortality rate is moderate or high, a different regulation, for example, a season that is shifted later or a rolling bag limit where there's less scallops harvested per person at the beginning and more at the end, or even both, would do a much better job of conserving the spawning scallop population while also doing a pretty good job of providing good harvest per trip. So that is our most important finding. If the fishing mortality rate is low, and we don't know what it is unfortunately, the current regulations should be sufficient. If the fishing mortality rate is higher, other regulations might be superior. I have one important caveat to those points, and that is what this study did not look at is it did not assess how people make the decision for where they go scalloping. And so a huge blind spot of our study that we could not assess is whether changing that season to be later or changing that bag limit might cause people to choose to go somewhere else or to choose to not scallop at all, and that could have an impact on the local economy. Now, if fewer people went here, very likely the catch rates would be higher in time, which would attract more people, but it would be irresponsible for me to not mention that. So those are the main points here, and I don't need to go through the rest of these slides if you do not like, but listed here are these main points again. If the harvest rate is in fact low, which many people do believe it is, current regulations should suffice. If there is concern over it, different regulations should do a better job of protecting the spawning scallops while still allowing good harvest per trip, which we believe is what people do care about. But further research would be needed to assess whether these changes would cause some trips to move, for example, from Citrus County to neighboring counties, and what the effect of that would be on the economy.
Yes, Doctor, I appreciate your data. I know you're a scientist, so I'm fine with you continuing with your presentation. I do appreciate it. So I know, as we all do. So just it's a kind of a passionate thing here, trying to figure out these darn scallops. So, Mr. Kennard.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if there's some part of your presentation that's gonna talk about seeding. That's something's talked about quite a bit, but doesn't seem to be very popular with authorities, so.
I'm gonna skip ahead here to a couple of things here. So for the research that I did for this project, we did not consider seeding, which is effectively called stock enhancement or stocking, growing scallops in a hatchery and then putting them out there. That is a subject that I do a lot of research on. Recently, I've done it with red drum and largemouth bass. The short answer is, if we believe that population is doing poorly enough such that seeding would be really beneficial, it would be time to close the fishery. Those would be the conditions under which seeding would give us the best benefit. Would be if there's such substantial overharvest that there really isn't the spawning stock left to produce future generations. So for that reason, I do not believe as a scientist that it is likely to give you a strong return or even really any positive return on investment for that. I would say that an alternative, which is much more likely to be beneficial, would be making sure that the seagrass populations are good and do not decline.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Well, we'll agree on one point anyway, and again, I'm not being critical, thank you for being here. Certainly protecting the seagrass beds, not only protecting them, but enhancing them in any way that we can, is critical, not only to us, but to the state, and as we've become well aware over the past year or two, to the manatee population and everything else, and I think we're taking some very positive steps in that direction. However, I am an avid inshore fisherman. I love to hear about when Duke Energy and the CCA is teaming up or are teaming up to repopulate the coastline with redfish, doing multiple releases along the West Coast. And I think in the last year or two, they've started a new breeding program out at Duke where they're using the genetics of the East Coast fish and releasing them over there, but doing that for both redfish and trout. While certainly those stocks are decreased in areas, particularly around red tide to the south of us and so forth, those releases enhance the fishery locally. And particularly with a mariculture center right here in our backyard or front yard, depending on what direction you're facing, there is no doubt in my mind that they could produce additional scallops that could be of the same genetic line and enhance our local fishery. And of course, depending on how these the scallops travel, if they end up north of us or south of us, could enhance those populations as well. Is seeding absolutely necessary at this point? No, but there's many of us that would like to see us go to doing something like that, funding it locally to further enhance the experience that both locals and our visitors have out there scalloping.
Would you like me to respond?
Yeah,
Very
sure.
good.
I'm done.
What I can say is that if the scallops were grown to a relatively large size, near the size at which it was satisfactory to harvest them, it is likely that substantial stocking could be noticed. That's probably the only case under which stocking of any type would be noticed. If there was a substantial amount, somewhere near 10 to 20% of the total population, which is, we don't know, but probably large, and if they were grown to a pretty large size near the size of harvest. So around the country and the world, the types of reseeding or stocking that actually make a difference in terms of angler catch rates are almost exclusively when the animals are released at a size ready for capture. So in parts of the country, salmonids like rainbow trout or brown trout are grown up in hatcheries and they're released, and weeks later they're caught by anglers. What we have in our research is that stocked animals survive much, much, much worse than wild animals, and that makes sense because they weren't grown up in the wild and they didn't face the pressures, and so they tend to die very quickly after they're released. And so if we release small scallops, they have a long time to die, and if we release very small scallops, they may actually potentially interact with the survival of the wild scallops. So what I can tell you is this: to do a more in-depth look at specifically scallop stocking, I would need to take more time and I would need to run the quantitative models that I run. But I'm confident saying now that the only things that we would expect to see a noticeable difference in would be if you were able to grow a massive amount of scallops to harvestable size. And I think that that may be cost prohibitive, but I haven't run those numbers, so I can't speak with authority on that.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Yes.
I would agree. I think that would be cost prohibitive, but it looks to me like up in the Panhandle, they are taking these larger scallops, keeping them in some type of a captive environment, and allowing them to spawn, so that those larger ones are not being harvested, but rather it's the, I don't even know if the small scallop's called a fry or not, but the fry are what are leaving that captive environment and repopulating, and the whole purpose is to repopulate that area. So if Eric out at Duke Energy, and I have no idea in terms of the numbers, but what I've seen out there in the past is he can get redfish and trout to spawn anytime he wants them to. So it seems, and when he does that, they end up, each batch, if you will, of fry is 200,000 to 300,000 fry, and then of course they grow them in their ponds out there to 3 or 4 inches, sometimes bigger than that, before they release them. But it seems that if he could correlate a scallop spawn to coincide with the spawn that's happening naturally out in the wild, and release those fry, then you've got these fry that are being produced in the wild, as well as fry that are being produced out at Eric's Magic Lab out there, and ultimately we have more fry that are being released. I don't know if that makes sense to do something like that, but it seems like it expands the spawn pretty significantly.
I follow what you're saying. It's something I'm pretty familiar with. It's not something that's easy to explain. Please forgive me if I don't do it clearly. I'll do my best.
That's all right.
The theory of fishing is that there's the survival of the young animals depends on the density. When there's fewer young animals, they survive better. That's because there's a limited number of great hiding spots for them that also allow them to feed well. We call this density-dependent mortality. We expect that if we increase the number of eggs, whether it's redfish or scallops, that won't lead to a linear increase in the number of adults unless the population is already very low. That's the reason that I say and we have an awful lot of data on this, including data from Florida that I've seen to demonstrate this density-dependent mortality. That's why I say with confidence that unless the fishery is in fact overharvested, releasing more larvae or very small animals, whether they're redfish or scallops, it would not be expected to increase the abundance of animals available to fishers. That would be the scientific expectation. It doesn't mean that if you run a hatchery, you won't have a good year, but I could say that we do not have any evidence that that good year would be actually due to the hatchery. The cases where we've seen hatcheries be really beneficial is if we have populations that are extirpated, like a lake that dries up, or there's a cold kill event, a DO event, an introduction of a species that wasn't there previous, a non-native species that can't reproduce. Many of the channel catfish that the FWC stocks into certain ponds would not be able to reproduce naturally, so the stocking is effective for that. That's the reason that I've given you for why increasing the number of small scallops should not lead to more scallops being allowable to harvest. The only thing that would do that from a stocking perspective would be growing a lot of scallops out to a large size, which again, may be cost prohibitive, but that is not my area of expertise to say whether the county does or does not believe that's a good use of money.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll leave it with this. I appreciate the answers. I would like to see a little bit deeper look into this, if you will. I think that out in the community, folks that are involved in running these trips, the people that are involved in doing this recreationally, would like to see us do something like that. And I think that I believe that with the tourist dollars that are brought in, I think that the revenue could be there to go to the TDC and ask for some help, even if it were, something experimental for 2 years or 3 years, and see if there's, because as you noted early on in your presentation, we don't really know what the harvest is. And so maybe if there's a trial period, if you will, of a couple or 3 years, and part of that trial period is what are the benchmarks for measuring what the harvest is, and see if the harvest increases or if the harvest doesn't change. Sure, it matters on a lot of different factors, but I would like to see us at least look at that and see if there's a way that we can increase the numbers. So
I can say later, and I can talk to you after the meeting, I can say that, again, reiterate, it's not my job to say what any county or the state should or shouldn't do.
Yeah.
I can say from the science that I work on that the thing that would most likely increase the number of scallops available would be better habitat. I'm not saying the habitat is bad, but that's basically increasing the number of spaces for those small little animals to survive. And so the one thing that we think consistently would increase the populations of animals, whether it's redfish or scallops, is better habitat for the small animals.
great. Thank you.
So I think I had this question a little while ago, but I think you've now answered it. I was wondering what you said something about the small scallops impacting the viability of, the ones that are grown versus wild, that they're impacting the wild ones, and it's due to not enough space and the population density that you were talking about?
That is the theory. I don't know.
I mean, you're not talking about genetics or anything like that interaction. It's more sharing resources.
I apologize for interrupting you. I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
You're correct. So there have been a number of other species, not scallops, where people have carefully looked at the genetics. And Florida, through the FWC, has a really excellent genetic policy for all their stock enhancement to assure that whenever they do stocking, they're using the local genetic population, the local brood stock. And it's actually one of the best ones in the country that I'm aware of. So assuming that was done properly and it's not an issue, then yes, the theory is that it is the actual density. There's only so many good places for them to be, and so doubling the number of people looking for a hotel room without changing the number of hotel rooms does not mean that you're going to increase your occupancy.
You're going to increase the mortality.
Right.
Percentage.
And so the
Not about the hotel, guys. Calm down.
I don't want to stray into any other issues. But whether it's the wild animals that die, or actually more likely it would be just the stocked animals that we suspect would, because they have a higher mortality. But I have to tell you that I am not aware of anyone who has experimentally tested that specifically with scallops, but it is something that we're relatively confident about in general with stock enhancement, and something that we've specifically looked at in the state with species like redfish and snook and largemouth bass.
So the A-B choice here seems to be either grow some stock. We're going to use fry. We still haven't heard what the official term is, but something just past spawning. Teeny tiny scallops that are almost microscopic. Grow them, throw them out there, spend that money, or potentially do and then of course the habitat aside, which is absolutely critical, is to do the rolling bag limits and possibly delay the start of our season by 2 weeks or whatever. But my understanding, I'm chair of TDC, so we're into scallops all the time. My understanding, I believe, is that it's either by habit or by good sense that all the counties basically run on the same schedule, correct?
counties run on similar schedules. There's
Similar, mhm.
slight discrepancies among some of the counties.
Yeah, we don't want to have a competitive disadvantage is the biggest issue, I believe, and so for tourists. So
That is a really important issue, and it's the one that we didn't look at.
Yeah.
Right, and so all of the work, that's the caveat that I highlighted the most here, was that we didn't understand how any changes in the harvest regulations would affect a consumer's behavior, a person in Ocala or in Gainesville who, well, they're gonna go scalloping and it's not that different to go to Citrus County or to go to Steinhatchee, but where are they going to go? We don't know how they make their choices for that. We don't know how much it matters to them if they can get 1 gallon as opposed to 2 gallons. There's scientific papers suggesting that recreational anglers like myself are strongly motivated to get their limit, and as long as they got their limit, they feel like they've done a great job and they're happy. So it's not clear that decreasing the bag limit would be as negative a thing as it seems, but we don't know that, and I have to be very honest that we don't know that. And if I was to do more research on anything, that's what I would do first.
Well, the economics is an A/B. You know, what is the most bang for the buck? So I grew up here, and I did a lot of scalloping growing up in the 70s and 80s. And I haven't done much as an adult. I did go out, not this season, but last season. And, we went out as a family, not with a guide, and we did all right. But the guides I know that have written to us and spoken to us in front of TDC are killing it because they know where they are, because this is what they do all the time. My family goes out once or twice a year, maybe, so we don't necessarily have the GPS coordinates of exactly where the scallops tend to be. So anyway, thank you. Carry on.
Please.
Okay, so
You did start this by saying, please interrupt me.
I'm
Which I was like,
I'm perfectly happy to do
I was
that.
like, please, doctor, no, not with this crowd, no. But please, continue, and I will ask that you get through your program.
Okay, well, I've actually covered almost everything here, so I can focus here on these main points.
Good.
Which is that, if we're very confident that the harvest rate is low and that this is not a conservation issue, then what our research suggested is that the current regulations should be sufficient to sustain the population as well as give good harvest per trip. If there is either the belief that the fishing mortality rate is moderate or high, or if there's at least the concern that it is and the uncertainty, then it might be better to move to a regulation that is specifically tuned for their biology to protect more of them for spawning, which would be either a later shifted season, not necessarily a shorter season, but one shifted later, or a rolling bag limit with less harvest at the beginning, more at the end, or both. The important thing that we found is that we didn't really see a strong downside of going to the more conservation approach, with that caveat that we don't know how that's going to affect the demand for trips. And we don't know how much it would put Citrus County at a competitive disadvantage if they started a month later than the other counties. We don't know what that final line would look like in terms of the economic contribution. So those are the most important points that I wanted to make there.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan, do you have anything? Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. What I got out of your data is later season, rolling bag, both would be good for us. No?
Both would be good for the scallop population. They would
Okay.
help conserve the scallop population. But again, all of fisheries is this balance, and it's not my job to say
Right.
we should harvest more or less, because more helps us socioeconomic and less helps the population. So if you wanted to be more conservative with the scallop population, yes, later season and rolling bag, just bearing in mind that that would have some effect on the folks who make a livelihood off of
Right.
scalloping, whether that's the for-hire sector or if the folks who actually simply just do it for enjoyment, that's the consumer surplus. And those are the aspects that we did not study, so I can't speak to how much of an effect that would be.
And I get that, but as a business person, I think, okay, if we don't take these measures, then we are going to get the reputation of having very little scallops. These scallopers are going to find where to go. And then that is going to hurt us economically anyway. So we have to get ahead of this, plus by protecting the scallop population. I'm one of 5, that's my viewpoint. And, you know, I defer to Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Bays. They've both been chairs of the tourism. Both Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Finnegan are Fisher people. And so I'm curious to see what we decide to do with this, because I do like the idea of seeding. I was wondering if you were saying you don't know about that because you haven't had the opportunity to study that data, to run those numbers. Like if you had an area that had the mamas and the daddas, the mamas pushing it out, would that benefit us? Are you saying you don't know because you haven't studied that, or you don't see that it has helped? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I'm trying to think of
And
the
I do
most
appreciate
clear way to be.
you saying, I can tell you this, but you might not understand it, and that is me right now.
Well, no, it's my job to be able to be understandable, right? Like that is
Yeah.
my job as a scientist. So if I'm failing, then
Yeah.
please
No,
let me
you're
know.
not. It's me. It's your study.
What I am saying is that we don't have any reason to expect that putting more small scallop larvae out there. We don't have any reason to expect that should increase the harvest, right? I can't tell you that I've done a study, and so in my world, unless I have a paper to point to, my opinion doesn't matter. So I haven't done the study on scallops, but I have done enough studies to be able to say with confidence, we actually have done enough studies as scientists to say either the population is overfished, and yes, we need more eggs, or it's not overfished, in which case we probably don't need more eggs. What we need is to make sure we have really good habitat. So that I can say with confidence. Your previous point about, if the actual catches suffer, then we would expect people to go elsewhere anyway. It's not, the balance is only in the short term. Balancing the socioeconomic and the conservation is only a balance in the short term. In the long run, you obviously need the animal to have the socioeconomic benefits and impacts from it. So, yeah, that is correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard and then Bays.
Yeah, I still, again, would like to see us explore the seeding route. I think that most people would agree the best scalloping that we've had out here for years was after the season opened back up, when it had been closed for, I want to say, maybe 6 years or so, that it was shut down and we were seeding out there off the scallop rack. Those years, and it wasn't just the 1 year afterwards, but it was a solid 2-3 years afterwards. The number of scallops out there was just absolutely insane. So it seems to me that there's plenty of hotel rooms out there. The waters coming out of our springs, the waters coming out of our rivers, I believe are cleaner than they have been for many, many years because of septic to sewer projects along the rivers, because of the Save Crystal River and the Homosassa River projects. Those waters will continue to improve. Also with the expansion of I forget what the marine preserve area is that we did over the past year or so out here that connected a large protected area around the state. That will continue to improve our seagrass beds. So I tend to think that our issue is that we don't have enough scallops for the number of scallopers that are coming here. Many of those folks started coming here because the scalloping was so great after the season opened back up. So I think we've got the habitat to support a larger population. I think that seeding would help that. I think we've got the resource right here in our community to help us with that. I don't know if the state will allow us to go down that road or not, but I would like to see us partner with the state in trying this to see if we can go this route first, rather than if you push the season back, the start of the season, even if you kept it the same length of time, once kids are back in school, people slow down on their travels and so forth and coming to the area. If it means a rolling bag limit, so be it, but I still think there's another option. I'd like to see us explore the seating route.
Commissioner Bays.
Well, I Googled, of course. I have no idea who wrote the article, but I would like to know if there's any scientific data. And it says in there that once the population is depleted, it may not be able to be recovered on its own, even with improved water quality. Because back in the 1960s, I guess Tampa and Port Charlotte were commercial fisheries, and they've closed down, and it's never recovered. And I mean, is there any scientific data to that? And I also read in there where it says that 1 egg out of 12 million may survive to adulthood.
Yeah, there's one, survival rate of fish eggs is incredibly low, right? Under the best case circumstances. In terms of why a population that's depleted from scallops might not recover, again, they only live 1 year. So if they're gone, there's no more eggs. And so if scallops do become extirpated, then you would need to do a stock enhancement or a reintroduction. To speak to the point about what the state would be interested in doing, we have some folks from FWC here with us, so maybe I could invite them to come up and they could speak directly to you, because I know they've done a lot of work specifically in the past looking and trying to understand the socioeconomic concerns associated with scallop regulations. So would you like to?
Please.
Okay.
There's a lot of time on scallops here.
It's big economic impact.
Everybody likes scallops, right? We all like talking about them too. And I mean, you can see there's a lot for potentially larger conversation on scallops. I think that would be, we could have on that, because there's a lot of good information. I think a timeline might help a little bit on the collapse of the fishery and link it back into the restoration and things that we're doing now, just in a real quick format. With the crash of the fishery, there was a very large commercial fishery operating and harvesting scallops, and this was by trawls. And that drove the populations down very low. At the same time, we had a lot of degradation of habitat. And remember, put a pin in habitat, because without habitat, all this conversation about scallop populations is moot. And what ended up happening is you saw seagrasses in the 40s, 50s, 60s depleted in Tampa because and across the Florida coastline because of the way water pollution and that sort of thing. You also had the fishery operating on that spawning stock, removing more. So you had a very large crash in the fishery to where they closed the commercial fishery for it. It has not come back, and it likely will not, because what's happened is the scallops have come back to a level where we don't see, like I said, there was 25 years of data that we've collected on this, and we watched it come up, plateau in the mid-2000s, and stay steady from there on out. That indicates that, one, you've got a healthy population because we've reintroduced harvest to that. We have people harvesting on that stock. Largely, then there's some debate whether those early seeding efforts were the magic bullet, so to speak, because they only went on in one region. It was the core, but we also had no fishing on those. We had recovery of seagrasses during that period. Into the 90s and the 2000s, we had some very big expansions of seagrasses. And so you had, with that, the scallop population come along with that. It looks like it got to a level, and it did, that we could add harvest to that, but it never exceeded where it was historically. And we see this in a lot of depleted fisheries. Once you cross a threshold, it creates a new baseline because other predators, other things come in and take the position of that scallop in the ecosystem. So it's a very delicate balance when we knock something off of its position. And likely we've gotten to where we've got decent scallop populations that are out there that allow harvest. We still, manage that harvest that is going on out there. When it comes to reseeding, we have a project going on right now that you referenced in the Panhandle, part of some of the restoration funds from the oil spill. And one of the things is to see if that concept that happened in the mid-90s could be applied, and is it effective? And we're in our 8th year of doing that work. The thing about it is that population, that's why I said it'd be great to do a larger presentation on scallop dynamics to you all, because that population in the Panhandle is really ephemeral. It comes and it goes. And it's based on outflow from a lot of other populations in the state. And this is what we found through some of the genetics work that we've done. That outflow helps reseed those areas, St. Andrew Bay, St. Joe, those areas. The work we've done with caging scallops in those areas, we are actually looking at parentage, and that data is being analyzed now to see if we have parents and young from that. Right now, in some of the preliminary stuff, there's not a lot of linkages between restoration and having an effect that would bolster a large fishery. And so we've got the information. We're working that information up now. It's 2 years before we finish that study. And that's something that, I think would very much help before you committed a lot of funds to a restoration project that could be put towards other things that may have a lot more impact over time. Because as I said, when we saw the seagrass recovering, we saw scallops recover along with that to where we could open some fisheries up. So there's a lot to go with that. And I also want to emphasize that the work Ed's doing is great work. We work on a lot of different projects and things together. This is science. It looks at different questions. One of his big jobs is to take information and ask different questions of it. And I don't want to confuse that with the options that are presented with it. There are management options on the table and things need to be decided and that sort of thing. This is kind of that egg-headed science thing when we bounce things off and options that you might hear later on down the road if there's an issue. Or science is constantly evolving too. So this is a process. And I'm glad you guys are receptive to listening to what we're coming up with. And maybe we've presented many times at the TDC over the years about different things, especially when we were going through the time of looking at doing regional management, which of some of our managers here that may talk about that a little bit. And it might be worth coming back and talking about where we've gone from there and kind of what we've seen. Because some of the other perceptions are with scallops, we've come off of COVID years, which were some of the best scallop years we've had in a long time. So we have to remember prior to that, that scallops are on about a 5 to 7 year cycle. And we've come off of that. And I would anticipate having 2 or 3 years of low scallop abundances. And especially with a hurricane just rolling through the area, that always changes the game. We've seen it change it positive and negative over time. But that's one of the main things is that with scallops, you have to be patient and you have to look not just at this year, but what might happen in the next couple of years to set up a trend over time. But to talk a little bit more about kind of the management of it, you guys? Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Miller. I'm with the Fish and Wildlife Commission Division of Marine Fisheries Management at Tallahassee. My colleague Nancy Sheridan is with Marine Fisheries in St. Pete. We did a overhaul of the scallop regulations from 2016 through 2022. And over that period of time, we looked at all the scallop regulations. We reached out to local counties, local communities, got stakeholder feedback, and the goal of this regional management approach was to balance management desires of local communities with the sustainability of the scallop population. So we manage the fishery, for the long-term sustainability, but also for the benefit of people. So we have to take into account all the economic aspects of it as well. We met with local community leaders. We met with stakeholders in small groups. We had public workshops, and all this work culminated with 5 FWC commission meetings and some rulemaking to make these current seasons and the regions effective.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank
Nancy,
you.
would you like to say anything?
Sure.
Just state your full name.
Nancy Sheridan with Fish and Wildlife
Thank
Division of Marine Fisheries Management. I'm based in Tampa Bay area, and I've talked to TDC before. But a question came up earlier about Pasco. So Pasco County was closed since 1994 up until we did kind of this overhaul of the Scallop management. And Pasco reached out to us, and we did a lot of stakeholder engagement. Started in 2017 with a 10-day trial season. So that's how they were, the question came up with Pasco having a season now. So that's how their 10-day trial season came to be. And recently, because the Scallop population is doing well and the community would like to have longer days, they've asked for longer days, and this year their 10-day trial season turned into a 37-day season. So we're working with them on that particular season, going through rulemaking. But like Dr. Gandy said, the Scallop populations do fluctuate over time, so there'll be years where you don't see as many. Doesn't mean they're not necessarily there, and then there'll be years where they're just, you see quite a few.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, any questions? Thank you. Doctor, are you finished with your presentation? Ed?
Yes, I'm finished with my presentation. Thank you very much for your questions and your patience.
Thank you. I appreciate all the information.
Thank you.
So, this is informational only, not having to take you don't need a consensus or a vote. Is there anybody, is it all right if I open it up to the public? This has been quite a big conversation. Does the board mind if well, actually what I'll do is we'll finish the next presentation and then I'm gonna bring back the first open to the public. So if you'd like to speak about scallops, there seems to be a lot of interest in that, obviously. Speak at the first open to the public. But thank you for being here. You don't have to stay any longer. And so then I'm going to go ahead and move on to H2. This is our time certain 145. And it's the Disaster Relief and Mitigation Funding presentation. Amy Bidwell. Amy's with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Committee.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Amy Bidwell, Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I am here to talk about some disaster relief and mitigation funding opportunities on behalf of the TBRPC and the Citrus County Local Mitigation Strategy Work Group. Today's presentation, I'm going to give an overview of the local mitigation strategy plan and work group.
Sir, could you let the scientists go outside and address them in the foyer? Thank you. Sorry, Amy, go ahead.
I'm going to talk about Citrus County's vulnerability assessment through the Florida Resilient Grant Program. I'm going to discuss some funding opportunities and their correlation to the LMS plan and the vulnerability assessment. There are a couple of additional resources that I want to talk about, and then we will discuss next steps, and I will take any questions and answer them to the best of my ability. The Local Mitigation Strategy Plan, or LMS plan, the purpose of it is, one, it's a requirement of the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. The plan is to promote mitigation initiatives and to improve resilience to all hazards posing a threat to the communities within Citrus County. This plan is multi-jurisdictional, and it includes the cities of Crystal River and Inverness. They must adopt this plan, as well as Citrus County does. In the plan is a mitigation project list. This list is adopted with the plan, and this allows it to become eligible for certain types of funding for mitigation throughout the county. This plan also serves as the floodplain management plan, which is also connected and tied into the community rating system and the National Flood Insurance Program. For the National Flood Insurance Program, I do want to mention that it is documentation of the the CRS program, excuse me. Let me go back there. There we go, the community rating system in the NFIP. The LMS plan serves as documentation of that 10-step process, which helps gain credit so that insurance policyholders receive discounts on their flood insurance policies. So that's the important correlation with CRS and the LMS plan itself. The Local Mitigation Strategy Working Group is a working group which is also multi-jurisdictional, consists of the cities of Crystal River and Inverness, and each have representation on the work group. It can also have a wide variety of members, local and regional agencies, such as the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, other local departments within the county, your stormwater, your floodplain management, emergency management. It's made up of many different members from different groups, different businesses, concerned citizens. You can have realtors associations, building associations, basically all interested parties can be a member on the working group. They're responsible for reviewing the LMS plan's goals and objectives and revising them as necessary. The review of technical analysis and planning activities of the plan. They approve the proposed mitigation initiatives for incorporation into the plan project list, and they determine a prioritization method and the prioritization for implementation of those initiatives. So at every working group meeting, they do review the mitigation project list. Project can be added to the list at any time during the year and voted on. It is very important that these projects are placed on the list because that makes them eligible for funding. If, for example, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program funding comes up within a year for Hurricane Idalia, if the project is not on that list, it is not eligible. So it's very important to note that that is the number one main importance of that mitigation project list.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Kennard.
Well, I guess the first two important questions are, one, do we have a local mitigation strategy work group?
Yes. We do.
Okay, good. And does that work group have a plan?
Yes. In fact, I was going to get to that later, but we are in a year where the LMS plan is coming to expiration. It expires on September 14th, 2025. Citrus County has contracted the TBRPC to conduct that 5-year update. So I will be assisting the county in updating that plan, the mitigation project list, and I will be doing that through your local mitigation strategy working group.
Very good. And our plan, this 5-year plan, does that consist exclusively or primarily of infrastructure projects or individual homeowner opportunities, community opportunities, commercial industry opportunities, things like that?
All of those projects can exist on the project list. Currently, right now, I do not believe that there are any homeowner or household level projects. There are stormwater structure, enhancing firehouses, generators for school boards, those types of things.
Okay. But the individual homeowners or commercial interests, because we've got one city that sits almost entirely within floodplain. So individual homeowner opportunities for funding, that needs to get on our list.
Yes.
As well as the commercial entities, opportunities that might be out there, need to get on that list as well. All right.
Correct, yes. And adding a project to the list is not only at the annual update or the 5-year update. We can add projects throughout the year and vote on them at the LMS meeting, and that approves them and makes them eligible for funding.
Great.
A good
Great.
example,
Thank you.
a shelter was a good example that should be added on that list, or FEMA's been putting out a bunch of things for funding. When I talked to Amy, we need to get those on this list to allow us to let the citizens actually go after this funding. But all those things, I think this week you'll be meeting, I think, to vote to add some more things on that list.
Yes.
No, we're good.
Commissioner Bays.
I think it might be helpful, since it's been brought up, to explain the SBA for commercial and residential property, and that is kind of the resource from how they would get funded.
Yeah, if you give me a couple of minutes, I have a whole slide dedicated to SBA. I also want to give a brief overview of the vulnerability assessment. It's through the Florida Resilient Grant Program, which is part of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Citrus County and TBRPC will be conducting this vulnerability assessment. It is to meet the requirements of State Statute 380 to identify or address risks of inland or coastal flooding and sea level rise. This VA, for short, vulnerability assessment, must encompass the entire county or municipality. Citrus County and the city of Inverness will be included in this VA. I believe that Crystal River has done their own. Types of analysis, it must include the depth of tidal flooding, including future high tide flooding, current and future storm surge flooding, to the extent practicable, rainfall-induced flooding, and a combination of all three. This will also result in a mitigation project list. When this VA is completed, it will be adopted as part of the LMS plan, which opens these projects up to 2 avenues of funding. Florida Resilient Program has future funding for implementation of those projects, but you cannot apply for it until the vulnerability assessment is done. In addition to that, the mitigation projects that come from this assessment will be placed on the mitigation project list for the LMS and will be open to HMGP funding as well. Any questions about the VAs?
Yeah, do we have an idea? Did I miss it when the vulnerability assessment study's gonna be done?
So that will, hopefully, we have been waiting on the contract notice to proceed from FDEP, which I believe may be close. So I'm hoping to begin that in January and run it concurrent with the LMS plan update.
So we wouldn't be starting that vulnerability assessment until January.
Correct.
And do we have an idea of how long that will take to
The
complete?
close date on that grant is March 31st, 2025.
So the study, the vulnerability study is gonna take over a year to complete it.
Mhm.
And then once it's complete, then some of these projects can go on the LMS plan. Am I understand this properly?
Yes and no. So as we identify mitigation projects through this assessment, we can go ahead and add them to the mitigation list for the plan, the LMS plan, because we can add those at any time throughout the year.
Okay,
They will be available for, they'll be eligible for HMGP funding at that point, but they won't be available for the future Florida Resilient Grant programs until the VA is closed out.
okay, all right. And that, you said
Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HMGP.
so as soon as we can put projects on our plan whenever we want to. They would be eligible for that, but they would not be eligible for the second source of funding that you mentioned. That has to wait until after the VA is done.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry
Well,
about
it,
that.
yeah,
Trying
it'll
to
be,
understand it all.
those projects that we identify, we will put immediately into the LMS plan so that they're eligible for the HMGP funding.
Okay. All
But
right.
they won't be available for the Florida Resilient Grant programs until after close of the VA.
Okay.
Any other questions on the vulnerability assessments?
Guess that. Carry on.
Now I'm going to get more deep into the funding opportunities. I'm start with Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, which we've been talking a little bit about. The home or project must be located in a state that received a presidential disaster declaration. Your state and community must have an approved hazard mitigation plan, which Citrus County does, as well as so the state. They have just approved their update for their local mitigation or their statewide mitigation strategy. For projects located within a special flood hazard area, those are your flood zones that FEMA determines, your A, your X, XE, the velocity zones and such. The local community must be a member of the National Flood Insurance Program that is in good standing, which I know that Citrus County is, and you have a rating with the community rating system as well. Projects must be cost-effective, technically feasible, and environmentally sound. These are determinations that FEMA will make as they review the application to make sure that all of these are in order. Individuals cannot apply directly for HMGP funding. So if we put household projects on the list, they will be filtered through the county and managed through county staff. There is a cost share. 75% of the hazard mitigation projects comes from the funding itself, and then the cost share to the project owner is 25%. If they do have another source of funding, that is acceptable. So if we identify another grant, they can take up that other 25%, then we can do a combination of that.
Question?
Commissioner Kennard.
So the individuals, if an individual decides they want to mitigate, they want to raise their house, they would come to the county or they would come to this group, this LMS group, and ask that their project be put on the list, which would make them eligible for this HMGP funding.
Yes.
And that funding, I would assume there's criteria that needs to be met in order for them to be awarded this 75% funding. I had heard at one point that that was a competitive grant. What does that mean? Who are they? I mean, is there just so much funding and they award it by which one's been flooded the most, or a set of criteria? Or?
So what happens after a disaster declaration is this HMGP funding becomes available. It doesn't become available until sometime the following year. So it's not a quick process. It's not for your immediate needs. You know, somebody needs to demolish a home. I don't recommend HMGP. Okay. So where was I going with that?
How they qualify.
I'd asked about it being competitive.
Yeah. So sometime next August, we might start hearing about HMGP for Idalia. Okay. There are 3 different tiers. Those tiers of funding are going to be determined by the state, and then the state will determine which counties are in each tier. So they're different levels of funding, okay? These are partially based on your damage assessments. So if you're meeting your damage assessment thresholds, you're going to be in a higher tier. Obviously in areas like Citrus County, Hernando County, we flooded and got hit pretty bad. You'll probably be in the tier with the most funding. Then that's where it becomes competitive. So you would have to make decisions in your own project list, which these get prioritized when they get added to the list based on a certain criteria that is established by the working group. And you can choose to send which projects you want. So the competitiveness is between your own projects.
Okay.
Okay. So you send those up, and then the state reviews everything, and they pick which applications they're going to fund.
So the state decides those projects off of our list. The local group does not.
No, the local group chooses which ones they're going to send to the state, and they send
Okay.
those applications up, and then the state reviews them and chooses which ones they're going to fund.
Okay. Based on the total amount of funding that you were awarded?
Based on your total amount of funding, based on what priority, if you have a priority 1 project and you want to send this, an individual business or household or something that is ranked lower on the priority list, they're going to look at that prioritization as well when they determine funding.
Okay.
So it might not get funded if it's lower prioritized on the list.
All right.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Question for you. I think this is the right funding program. We were sent a lot of information. When I looked a little deeper into this information, when you talk about qualification for that, I believe I read that it had to be someone with FEMA insurance. And is it not so much the number of times of flooding, but the number of times that they've submitted and FEMA paid out? Is that correct?
No, not for HMGP. That would be under flood mitigation or assistance, or if they're going after a claim on their own insurance, flood insurance policies. And then you're getting into increased cost of compliance and, the 50-50 rule, which I'm going to get into here in a couple of slides. But
So for any homeowner that maybe inherited the house, or it's a house that's paid for, if they've flooded repeatedly, they would still qualify for this.
They could apply for HMGP.
Okay. Thank you. Board, any other questions? Go ahead, Amy.
Flood mitigation assistance. These funds may be used for repetitive flood damage to buildings that are insured under the National Flood Insurance Program. These can be community flood mitigation projects or individual structures and property level mitigation projects. Again, the projects must be cost effective. They must be located in an NFIP community, which Citrus County is. And applicant requirements, the local government applies on behalf of the project owner. Individual structure, property level mitigation projects that mitigate the risk of flooding, insured structure, NFIP insured structures give priority to the properties meeting. So they have to meet severe repetitive loss or repetitive loss definitions. These types of projects are your acquisitions, your demolitions. In some instances, it could be an elevation if there's an opportunity to elevate a home. Sometimes they'll do acquisition and relocation. Each application is going to be different. These are your more homeowner level coastal type properties where they can elevate a home. If they have to demolish and build within the same footprint, they can build up, and sometimes they will fund those types of projects. The severe repetitive loss federal cost share information, FEMA may contribute 100% towards a severe repetitive loss, depending on what the mitigation effort is going to be. If it's such a severe repetitive loss that the structure has been flooded 3 or 4 times, elevating that structure might not be something that they want to fund. It might be a replacement or an acquisition type fund. Repetitive loss federal cost share information for repetitive loss, FEMA may contribute up to 90%. Typically, they take the assessed value of the home for that determination on what they're going to fund. It's a lengthy process. It's not easy, and again, it has to be filtered through the county.
Commissioner Kennard.
And this avenue of funding, does that have to wait until after the VA is done also?
No.
Okay, that just, the individuals would have to apply to this group, get on the list, and then pursue this avenue?
Correct.
The county or that group would pursue that avenue of funding for them?
The county staff would have to make the application and assist the homeowner through the entire process. This type of funding is annual funding, so it's not disaster constricted. Not a lot of people probably know about it as homeowners, so it might be something that would be more of a public outreach, or if you know of severe repetitive loss areas, because we can't directly contact a severe repetitive loss property, but something to send out to the areas so that they're aware of this funding, and they would come to you and seek this application.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You're pointing at me.
No.
Go ahead, Amy.
Okay. The National Flood Insurance Program has an increased cost of compliance coverage that a lot of people don't know about. When they get their flood insurance policies, it's not necessarily one of those things that they advertise, but if they have received flood damage and their policy is up to date, they can ask for increased cost of compliance coverage. So if they have to bring their home up to code, or even demolition, they can ask for an extra $30,000 from the NFIP to help fund whatever it is that they need to do to their home. In addition, it must meet 1 of 2 conditions. It must have been determined substantially damaged, so that's where your 50-50 rule comes in. The determination by the community that the damage due to flooding has equaled or exceeded 50% of the value of the building. So the county would have to make that determination that a property is substantially damaged, and then the homeowner could then ask for that $30,000 to help them with better, the mitigation project or demolition. And it must be considered a repetitive loss. That means that the building covered by flood insurance incurred flood-related damage 2 times over a period of 10 years, and the cost of repairs on average, it was at least 25% of the market value of the building before the damage occurred each time. And I don't believe that those have to be consecutive instances. It just has to be within that 10-year period. So I don't think I don't think they had to flood this year and next year. It could be, 7 years ago with Hermine and a couple weeks ago with Idalia. And it doesn't have to be a balanced 50-50. If it incurred 35% of the market value damage last time and 25% this time, whatever it's assessed at, they're not counting it in that manner.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
this is a question that came up initially after Idalia. A couple neighbors had asked, does that stay with the structure across the sale of a house? If the house flooded at 50% with one owner, but then sold, and now it's flooded again at 50 or 75% damage, does that still, I guess those 2 flooding events, that stays with the structure, not with per owner?
Right, that's a real gray line. If a homeowner comes to you for substantial damage determination, then that stays with that structure.
Okay.
If they didn't come to you, then no, it's like starting over.
If the previous owner had come in as well, though, and then
It
they
stays
then they
with the
come
structure.
in. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Bays.
A point of clarification, so if a house has actually been declared 50% or more damaged, at that point in time, if the county has determined that, they would have to bring that house up to current code.
Yes.
And if you don't do that, if the county reneges on that, then you are in jeopardy of losing your CRA credit.
Yeah, once you have made a substantial determination, it can't be taken back. It stays with the property. It would affect your CRS, yes.
Yes, the counties, which gets passed on to the consumer.
Yes.
I think they get up to 25% discount on their flood insurance as long as you're in good standing.
It depends on your rating. I'm not sure what rate the Citrus County is at, but yes, whatever, there's different ranks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and they get, 20, 25% and so forth with the better rating.
And I think it's important for the people to know that there's some people that they don't owe anything on their house, they don't have a mortgage, they'll forego the flood insurance. And so once they forego the flood insurance, they lose all those discounts. If you keep it and you pay it and you sell your home, that policy is then transferable. The next owner can assume that with those built-in discounts. So I think that's an important factor for everybody that lives in these zones that particularly flood, to recognize that keeping your flood policy can help you when you go to sell your house.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Any other questions on repetitive loss?
Board, any other questions? Okay.
There's also the Hurricane Loss Mitigation Program, HLMP. This program's a little bit different than HMGP. $3.5 million in grant funding goes to governmental entities, nonprofit organizations, and qualified for-profit organizations. This is a means, again, to mitigate, improve resiliency of community. This funding is noticed through a request for proposal, so it's something that homeowners would have to search for and see if they're, accepting applications for at the time. They do not do notice of funding opportunities for it. It requires a benefit cost analysis for each submitted project. And also, contract grants, you can apply it anytime throughout the year, but there is a strict June 30th close date, no matter what time throughout the year you have applied. So it's a year-long opening. You apply anytime, but there's really hard constraints on the timeline, and a lot of mitigation projects between technical analysis and engineering and getting them funded, and it's very time constraining. So that would be something for easier projects, quicker projects, things that aren't, not elevations that are going to take a whole lot of geotechnical engineering and time to design and build up. The state fiscal year is July 1st through June 30th, and July 1st is when this funding opens annually, and then the following June it ends.
So one,
Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Bays was first, and then.
all right.
Does that follow the insurance rules that has to be determined, if it's a hurricane grant, that it has to be from windborne damage versus flood damage?
No, this is a hurricane loss mitigation program, could be for any type of mitigation. It could be for wind mitigation. It's not declaration specific. It's not disaster specific. It's more of a preparedness mitigative initiative.
Gotcha. Okay.
Commissioner Kennard.
So the application period, it sounds to me like is July 1st or first part of July, and then it closes the following June 30th, and the entire project from being evaluated, funded, and then the entire project completed has to be done within that 1 year cycle?
Yes.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's very, very restrictive.
So replacing windows, it sounds like.
Yeah. Floodproofing, something,
Okay,
that can be done quickly.
okay.
We spoke a little bit about the Florida Resilient Grant Program. It is through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. It includes a selection of grants that are available to counties, municipalities, water management districts, and flood control districts, and regional resilience entities. The state is really looking hard at the impacts of flooding, particularly the combination of rainfall, sea level rise, just trying to figure out at what point things fail. So we're doing these vulnerability assessments, we're identifying projects for the project lists, and their future funding is all around implementation of those projects. I know I already said this and talked about it a little bit, but it's very important to make sure that we're getting the right projects on those lists so that they can be funded in the future, especially for the implementation projects with this grant. If they're not on that list, they could be in the LMS, but if they're not on this list with this vulnerability assessment, then they can't be implemented through this funding. They have annual funding cycles. It must be completed prior to applying for future funding. The correlation, sorry, was there a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. The correlation of the LMS plan, the project list and the vulnerability assessment, I've talked about. Without your local mitigation strategy and your local mitigation strategy working group, you're not able to have that mitigation project list that makes these projects eligible. You really want to beef up that project list to make sure that you have as much on there as possible, because you never know what the actual impacts are going to be of a disaster until after it happens, right? So if it's not on the list, then you won't be able to apply for it. And in addition, as I spoke to the Florida Resilient Grant Program, the vulnerability assessment projects will be placed on that mitigation list within the LMS plan as well, so that those are available for future Florida Resilient funding and HMGP funding. There are other programs that require their projects that you apply for. For example, NOAA has several grants out right now. A requirement of them is that the project is on your hazard mitigation list. So there are more and more grants coming out that make that a requirement of funding. Additional resources, Sometimes after HMGP funding, the cycle closes, there's funding left over that counties just didn't apply for. Sometimes that leftover funding may be offered in an appropriation. That means that, you know, any projects that weren't funded the first round or another project on your list that you want to send for funding, if it meets the amount, then you can go ahead and apply for that. Again, it's disaster specific. If there is appropriation, the state will determine which counties are eligible for that. Small Business Administration. I don't know all of the details about the SBA loans, but I'll do my best to answer any questions that you may have. These are low-interest disaster loans to individuals and households to help with disaster losses. They are disaster specific. FEMA works with the SBA to determine qualification for personal property assistance. If FEMA sees that you qualify, if a household level, you know, a homeowner calls FEMA, wants to see if they qualify for assistance. If the FEMA individuals see that they would qualify for the SBA loan, then FEMA will direct them to SBA. And they will do that automatically. Homeowners may apply for up to $500,000 for a declared disaster on or after July 31st. These funds are to repair or replace damaged homes. They may not be used to make upgrades or additions unless they are required by the local building code. So if it's in a severe repetitive loss area, then it's not going to repair a severe repetitive loss. It might replace it, but with the severe repetitive loss areas, SBA is not typically loaning to repair something that's been flooded and flooded and flooded that severely. SBA may be able to refinance a previous mortgage if the homeowner doesn't have enough credit elsewhere. They also offer up to $100,000 for declared disaster to replace or repair personal property. This means that if you've lost all of your furniture and your clothing or a car, things of that nature, your personal property, they will also open up application for that. So you can get up to $100,000 for that. Does not apply to secondary or vacation homes. It must be a primary residence. That's very important to remember because I know that we have, you know, a seasonal population. So if we do start, you know, doing public outreach or letting people know about this loan to make sure that it is their primary residence. Proceeds from insurance coverage on homes. If they make an insurance claim and they receive proceeds from their insurance company for the damage, that is deducted from the amount of the loan, so they will not double pay out for the same damages. Current SBA disaster loan availability for Hurricane Idalia, it was issued on September 9th of 2023. The application deadline is November 8th, so it's coming to a close soon. They also do economic injury loan applications, and that doesn't close until June 10th of 2024.
You said November 8th?
November 8th for the, yes, for homeowners.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So some next steps, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, myself, and the Local Mitigation Strategy Working Group will be working to conduct that 5-year update of the LMS plan. And that is going to run from January of 2024 through August of 2025. That plan expires September 14th of 2025. The vulnerability assessment will be running concurrently, although that closes a little bit earlier of March of 2025. But the goal is to have that done prior so that when we adopt the LMS plan update, it'll already be a part of it. HMGP funding for Hurricane Idalia. They send out their notices very early on. I'm sure everybody has received multiple flyers about funding availability. However, we probably will not hear anything about it until August of next year. Typically, it's 1 year after the incident that we start receiving notice of funding opportunities. The best bet short term for immediate would be to make sure that people know about that increased cost of compliance through their national flood insurance policies. A lot of people don't know that they can ask for that $30,000, and that would help a lot with mitigating or even demolition. And the Small Business Administration, the loans. Any questions about any of those? No?
For me.
Any questions about anything?
The additional $30,000, that, what should homeowners ask? What is the verbiage they should use with their insurance company?
So I know that a lot of inquiries are made through the floodplain management or building division. So if they've incurred damage, the first step would be to see if it was substantial damage, if they have an insurance policy. And I know that Carla has been putting out, when people call in, giving them information about that increased cost of compliance. But in that conversation is where it needs to happen. A little bit of public outreach to those areas would probably be the best avenue, because a lot of people don't know about it, and if they're not calling to find out what they need to do to permit to upgrade their structures, then you'll never know on your end, so.
And Carla's in the loop with the mitigation.
She absolutely.
Mhm.
She was actually present last week. That's really why I wanted this meeting or this discussion we had last week, because all these flyers are going out. Sounds like all this money's ready to be collected, and there's like a year behind. So I wanted to make sure the public understood. We're going to put this out on social media platforms, but Carla was present with us as well. So our staff is up to speed with where we're at today.
Very good.
And Amy lives local. I keep threatening her. We're going to put her in office here because she's so knowledgeable. I said so. She commutes a little bit, but she is local. So thank you
Yes.
for your efforts, and you're doing a great job. Thank you for doing this
thank
today.
you.
It's a lot of information. It's comprehensive. And there's just a lot of pieces, and a lot of people throughout the community are saying that we've got grants for citizens and things like that, but it's not quite that simple.
Amy used to work with us.
I did. Yes.
I would just remind everybody there is a difference between a FEMA policy and a private flood policy, so.
Yes.
You know, make sure that you understand the language of your policies and what they offer, whether it's, especially flood on ACV or replacement cost. There's some varying degrees in flood.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Davis? Thank you so much. Okay. Mr. Howard, is there anything else you'd like to say on mitigation?
That's all. I think we're gonna make sure we put that on social media platforms, and we're gonna continue to the messaging, to the public of maybe some of these opportunities they can take advantage of, and continue to work with the public.
Very good. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go back to open to the public. If you have not previously spoken, please step forward. I appreciate your patience.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Johnson. My wife and I live in Inverness Village 4, and that's what I'd like to speak on for a few moments. This,
That mic on?
is it on? Can you hear me now? Okay, I gotta speak up. I gotta get closer, okay. This is the spirit of Inverness Village 4. Let those who have ears hear. I am the spirit of Inverness Village 4. I was in the beginning of it all. Some may know me, but most won't. As I spoke things into existence and declared it all good, that included Inverness Village 4. No, Inverness Village 4 had not manifested in the natural at that point, but I knew the plans and purposes that I had destined it to become. You see, Uncle Alf may have called it Tompkinsville, but my purpose from the beginning was for it to be called Inverness, and so it is. As with everything I created or I'm involved in, have no choice but to be good. You see, it's only when man thinks they have good and bright ideas, contrary to my plans, that things begin to veer away from my purpose. Things that I have not approved of, things that were done for selfish gains, things that were and are still happening out of my original purpose and destiny for Inverness Village 4. Recall, everything I spoke into existence was good, including Inverness Village 4. However, as it stands today, the opposite seems to be true. There are individuals that have not lived up to my purpose for Inverness Village 4. Some are driven by greed for money. Some have chosen to be less transparent and downright dishonest during this process. Some have chosen to circumvent the process by not adhering to the norms for this development. Some have failed to take responsibility for their actions, to include that of their predecessors. For those I have placed here for such a time as this, such as my son Chris, his beautiful wife Karen, have trusted in individuals and entities to do what was right and honorable. That has not taken place. As I close, I leave you with this. As I've said before, if those who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, will forgive their sin and heal their land. Right now, there needs to be healing in Inverness Village 4. There needs to be order in Inverness Village 4. There needs to be a favorable resolution for the homeowners of Inverness Village 4. I implore every one of you to take a moment of reflection. Reflect on whether or not your actions are first honorable unto me. Reflect on the responsibility you have, because you bear a great deal of responsibility. I am the spirit of Inverness Village 4.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kathy Yan, and I'm from Inverness Village 4.
And could you speak closer to the mic?
I'm also from IV4.
Thank you.
And this is my first time here.
Welcome.
And also I want to mention that I'm a breast cancer survivor. Almost 3 years now. I'm here to, I forgot.
Talk about Inverness Village 4.
Yes, that's right. Okay. The first thing is that I wanted to make sure that you guys are aware, you probably are, but I want to mention again that our problem with our roads and drainage is not only limited to during the rainstorm times, it's also now during the dry time, because there are like thick levels of dry sand, and that's like, we have like vehicles get stuck every other day. And also I was watching, there's a truck with the tractor on top of the truck, and there were two people. One is driving the truck, the other one is operating the tractor behind the truck. They have that long neck of that digging part. They were reaching out down the ground to push it in order to avoid for that truck to be stuck on the road. But by doing that, they made the road even much worse, because they're digging holes every few feet to push the truck forward. That's basically how they're doing to get past the road. So that's one thing I just wanted to point it out. Like, we have problems during dry times. The next one is about the information exchange. It seems like the residents over there are getting information, bits and pieces from different people. Some, I'm sure they contacted you, so they're getting some information. Others contacting other parts, and they're getting other. But the point is, everybody's kind of lost. We don't have a organized information gathering. So I'm thinking, is it possible for our county website to have a dedicated page for IV4? Since this seems to gonna be a long-term thing, and we always have a section IV4 updates, why not having a page? If you need volunteers, I'm willing to help in that effort. So that's like I'm sorry. The other one is I wanted just to mention that we have a small private Facebook group created for IV4. We have all kinds of photos and videos. I like to invite you to join in so you get to see firsthand without driving all the way there
Yes.
anytime you like.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. I ask if you would just watch the time. I hate cutting someone off, but thank you.
Mine's going to be short.
Well, bless you.
Yeah. I was here, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago. My name's Bruce Feigert. I'm from Beverly Hills. I live at 9 Melissa Drive, and we've got a house at the end of the street that I talked about.
Yep.
I got a hold of, I talked to Eric about it, and
Yeah.
I talked to JC about it. And the way they've got it set up is it doesn't allow for any kind of maintenance to a property that's been left empty. And the people can continue to pay the taxes on it and not maintain it. So you've got a property that's in the neighborhood that's just looks like crap all the time. And what happens is you can buy the tax deed if they're not paying the taxes. And with this house, they've done that. They've not paid the taxes. Somebody's bought the tax deeds for 3 years in a row. It's gone up for auction, and right before the auction, then they pay the taxes. And it's been empty for 15 years.
Yeah.
Unmaintained for 15 years. And so, I mean, it's worth less and less all the time.
Yes.
They've got a fine running on it that's up to $55,000 that, you know, nobody's ever going to pay that. The property's at some point going to be worthless.
Yeah.
And they're going to end up having to tear it down. And it's a shame because it could be fixed, it could be sold. And the system we've got in place doesn't allow for that. I've got a buddy that we would buy the place and fix it up and sell it. Or we would, you know, just flip it to somebody if we could get our hands on the title. But I don't know how to, you know, there's got to be a workaround. There's got to be a way to fix it. This can't be the only house in the county like that either. There's got to be something that, you know.
So what we'll do is answer your questions when everybody's done speaking. So if you mind sticking around.
Okay.
And perhaps, I was looking for Eric, but perhaps Mr.
Yeah,
Howard.
because
can
I
bring him
heard he
forward.
was working on something, but I can't get him to return my call.
Huh?
He sends JC out every time, and JC says, I can't do anything.
Okay, well,
so-
we'll address that.
Okay, I'll
yeah.
stick around.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Casey Nayfield, Chris River, Florida. I'm here to speak about the scallops. My wife, Mary Beth, and I have been scalloping this coast for almost 50 years, and that really dates us, but we've seen a lot of changes out there. Back in the old days, gosh, if you saw 30 or 40 boats on these scallop grounds, that was a crowded day. And we're talking about, we've scalloped all the way from Keaton to Steenahatchee to Horseshoe to Cedar Key and Crystal River. And some days or some seasons, it would be bad in one place and good in others, so we could bounce around and still have good days of scalloping. I like to think that personally, without any proof or scientific data, that this resource is overfished and is currently undergoing overfishing. There are not the numbers of scallops out there that there once were. I had a personal record probably about 30 years ago on one dive, one breath of air, and I picked up 33 scallops.
Wow.
I was gone all summer. I wanted to get in one final day of scalloping, so I hired a guide. We went out all day just a few weeks ago in September, and we got 30 scallops the whole day. So anyway, the bottom line is I don't blame people for going out there. It's a great thing to do. It's Mary Beth's and mine's most favorite Florida thing to do. We love the underwater Easter egg hunt. And so I know why people are out there. It's a great day to spend on the water with the family and your boat. And if it wasn't for those pesky thunderstorms, it would be perfect. But so the bottom line is we're not going to have fewer scallopers. So we're going to have to get more scallops. And the way we do that is with research, as was mentioned. We need to do fisheries-dependent, fisheries-independent studies that may give us some light and shed some light on the reseeding programs. I'm with you, Jeff. I mean, I've swam out there over some beautiful scallop grounds, some excellent areas, places I know that there should be 100 scallops right there, and there's not a single one. So it's hard to imagine that there's no place for that spat to go when we have so many seagrass areas out there. Maybe the research would also show to us that we could do replenishment zones where we'd put up areas where there'd be no scalloping, have scallops there, and maybe that they would seed the banks like what happened when USF did the scallop racks out there, apparently. So that's just another option. It's just something I'm very passionate about. We need to have more clean water. Projects could be funded for clean water on the coastal areas. We need more seagrasses out there. We need to make this a sustainable resource, meaning we can't pull more animals out of the population than those animals can replenish. And we need to make it sustainable, not only for ourselves, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Next speaker.
Kevin Cunningham, Crystal River. I'm the founder and probably visionary and fundraiser for the Scallop Reintroduction Program and also the development of the Academy of Marine and Environmental Science in Citrus County. The Scallop Reintroduction Program is a management issue, is managing a resource issue. And we have been through that. You talk about all these studies. You can study something to death, but we all know, we live here. We see what's happening. We know what's happening. We spent millions of dollars over the past maybe 5 years and reestablishing our seabeds and bringing in new seagrass, different types of seagrass called rock star seagrass and all this. And those are doing great out there. So we're doing a lot of things. And when we established this program, the reintroduction program, we started it in 1995. We started it with the help of University of South Florida, Dr. Norm Blake there, and also Sea Grant at the University of Florida, Don Sweat at University of Florida. And these two people helped us determine what we needed to do, how we could bring it back. And back then, there was no season. So we established the funding for the scallop platform that you've all seen out there if you've been out there. And we took the spat, bred them, took scallops from Citrus County, brought them to University of South Florida, bred them, and brought the spat back when they got to a certain size and placed them in bads that were protected. They were, number one, protected in the floating platform that we had out there. Number two, they were protected, like the FWC said, by the closed season. So those two things, along with the seagrass coming back then, helped establish the scallop population again. Like Dr. Kennard said, that they came back strong after those seasons after it opened up. So what we have to do, and I think the doctor, I think his name is Dr. Ed or Dr. Ed mentioned, he said, what was the best way to bring it back or help with the scallop? He said, make the habitat better, create a better habitat. And to me, a better habitat is also a protected habitat. And like Dr. Mayfield said, is that we need to, I think the number one issue that we need to look at is protecting areas. And if we could protect certain areas, there's no scallop zones, bring it back to where you don't want to take the whole area out and no scallops, but that's where we're heading. If we create areas, say from Chazawiska to Weeki Wachee, no scalloping zone in that area, and have areas down the coast that are in the scallop areas and protect them all year long, then you're protecting that area, and the scallops can breed. And because we're harvesting during breeding before they breed, and therefore the more scallops you have, the more spat you have, the more scallops are there the next year, and they spread. And so I think that's the number one issue, is bringing it back and getting a protected zone in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. Well, I was sorry to see no one cared about the BOCC meeting for the budget. But they can complain one after the other, and the sound off in the Chronicle. Or they could come up to me in the grocery store. I was here and I did speak out, okay? In the recent past, our commissioners can remember, we had numerous foreclosures and people abandoning their houses due to increases in everyday costs of items, okay? And along with increases in insurances, many of my older friends have been telling me, wait, the foreclosures are coming again, because a lot of them will not be able to sustain what's going on. We're getting a 3.2% COLA raise. Maybe you're not, but that's what I'm getting, 3.2%. Lucky me. Okay, so along with these things that are going up, I'm going to ask a couple of things. The other year, the commissioners that were in charge were looking into universal garbage collection, and it got dropped. They did the first thing, which was the 2 years for the garbage companies, and then instead of moving forward with it and doing universal garbage collection, oh, we don't need it. Well, we don't need it because my garbage collection went up to $504 a year now. Once a week I get garbage collection. It's now $504. I know you guys raised the garbage collection for people to dump it off at the dumps because it went up. I think universal garbage collection would have been less than $504 on my tax bill. And I'll bet a lot of people are in agreement with me. Okay. Now, we need to cut taxes, and I'm hoping that one way to do that is to get a resolution on the ballot next year for the residential road resurfacing and repaving only, with a 4-year sunset, and then you can reduce some of the taxes. I mean, there's a lot of spending going on by everybody, and there's a lot of things in the world happening nowadays that we are going to be spending money on whether we want to or not. Wars are starting to break out, and that's a shame because that's lives being lost. And our citizens here are going to be paying. So when it comes to the property taxes, I know I was here. I'm not going to bring up a property tax issue because you guys passed it. And that's fine. That's your choice. And I appreciate your thinking about me.
Thank you, Janet. Next speaker?
Frank Papson from Arrowhead again. I was here for the budget, and I was really disappointed in the turnout that the people really didn't care. So I understand that you turned around and gave the raises that you gave. And my question is this. I've been trying to understand, is it an 18.3% tax increase on last year's property tax, or is it 18.3% increase on this year's property tax because of appreciation in the value of my home? And if it's on this year, then it's really more than the 18% that you're talking about. That's one of the things that I have. Wow, I got so much time. One of the things that I wanted to discuss, a second thing you postponed, which was that I will bring up somebody's asking for the governor to turn around and send people to the border. Understand what these people are capable of doing. They have no authority to deport anyone. They have no authority to stop people from coming into the country. The only authority they have is to take these people and bring them to the processing center. The only advantage that I see them being there is the possibility of capturing some of these gotaways. There's supposedly over 1 million there. But that's the only real purpose that I see for them to go around there, other than to babysit, and I think we're wasting enough money on that now. And scallops, I got a question for it that I didn't understand. I understand what you're talking about seeding, and they were talking about seagrass. And the question that came into my mind was, if you increase the seagrass, will that automatically increase the scallops? Because the scallops will have more places to go. And rather than seeding, if you turn around and increase the seagrass, would that accomplish the same thing? And I'll give you the rest of my time. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here, John Labriolo speaking on behalf of the Christian Family Coalition. I do have a letter on file, so if I could get the 5 minutes, thank you. There's a couple of different items I wanted to address. First of all, very briefly, on the border resolution, the Christian Family Coalition has taken a stand on that, particularly with regard to the facilitation of both the fentanyl crisis as well as the child sex trafficking that's out of control now because of Biden's open border. So we have taken a stand on that, and we encourage this board to go ahead and pass a resolution. As Commissioner Finnegan said, there should be language in there directed to the Congress, in addition to the state legislature, to address this issue. The legislature has taken some action. Governor DeSantis has as well, but the real focus needs to be the Congress. And perhaps one thing you could put in that resolution is to urge our Congress and our congressional delegation to not approve any further continuing resolutions or raising of the debt ceiling until this border issue is addressed finally and definitively. On top of that, I wanted to thank this county, heartfelt thanks to this county for taking the lead on the ALA issue. There is a sequel to that. So because of the actions that this county took to pull funding from the ALA, that was noticed. That got very much noticed throughout this state, and Hernando County followed suit last month, September 26th. The Hernando County Commission noticed what we did here in Citrus County, and they went ahead and also terminated their ALA membership. And today in Collier County, I understand it's on the agenda for the Collier County Commission to also terminate their ALA membership. So again, I want to thank this county for taking that first step. There was a commissioner who belittled and insulted the many residents who came here asking and urging this county to take the lead to be a pioneer in that effort.
John,
And-
you can't just say that without, so
Oh, I'm
I'll
sorry.
give you your time back.
Right.
But no one belittled anyone.
Let me
I made
just-
sure of that.
Okay, let me just speak in general terms, like for anybody that may have belittled or anybody that may have insulted with whether on this board or
Because
outside.
you've insulted me, so, and I'll give you back 5 seconds.
Thank you for the seconds. Anyway, so in terms of anybody who may have belittled or insulted the groups that have come up here to urge this county to take action, this county's action had an absolute ripple effect across the state of Florida, which is still being felt. So I congratulate all those of you who were on board with that effort, because you are making a difference. Defunding, I mean, the ultimate goal is not just for just this one county to defund the ALA, which you've done, but to make that a ripple effect to go across the state and across the country. And by doing so, by taking the lead, this county, as the pioneer in that effort, you can take pride in the fact that your vote and that your decision has had a ripple effect, and it's spreading across this state and hopefully to other states as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Seeing none, I'm going to close the open to the public. Okay. Board, we are at regular business. Oh, would you like to? Would anyone like to,
Allergies are just
would
not
anyone
fun.
like to respond to open to the public? Commissioner Finnegan, anything?
I think they're in groups, so we'll just tackle it in groups. Scallops, Dr. Mayfield and Mr. Cunningham, thank you for the information. I feel like we like to scallop, but I'm not a scientist, and those that have done it for years, I appreciate all the information. I think that we can get there, and I know that it's a delicate balance, especially for the people in my area. They've reached out of protecting our scallops and protecting the economy of our captains and the businesses that rely on that scalloping season. Border security, like I said, we'll bring that back at another time. And again, there was some confusion. I didn't write that. I brought it forward, but we're going to see if we can't tweak that language. And the whole purpose isn't a driver or a push for our governor. When people bring things to us as commissioners, sometimes it's really to address a state or a federal issue, and we have two choices at that point. We can just say, hey, you need to contact a different legislator. We have no power, and this would be one of those. We have limited power, or you can take a very professional stance on that. And how do you do that? You create a resolution, and that shares with other elected officials of what the concerns are collectively of Citrus County. So because many more people came out, and we want to make sure we get that collective voice correct. IV4, I feel like Commissioner Davis has a handle on that because Miss Kathy, I didn't get your last name, had a problem with information gathering. I don't know what other people are doing, but I'm pretty careful at this point. I haven't heard much lately, but I try to put that back because I know Commissioner Davis that's her district, and she is trying to gather all the information for everyone out there and move your issues forward. Mr. Figert with code issues, I have some of that in my district too, and there's some flaws in the law. Sometimes it's not strong enough, but I see Eric here, if you're still here, and I know that he is going to get back with you. I think he's heard you loud and clear. I think he was probably trying to get you to the best person to address that, but I'm sure he's willing and ready for more information. Maybe you can get with him after. And the rest were taxes. And Janet, I agree with you. I'm nervous for people with their escrow. It's not going to be enough money in their accounts. It's not going to hit yet. It's going to start snowballing. That's one of the reasons, as of many, I voted against it. And yeah, you know, we go forward with the will of the majority of the board. So that's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Sure. Tomorrow is TDC, so I'm sure we'll be discussing scallops tomorrow. Some more, a lot of good information today. I would like to digest it a little bit and talk to the TDC board tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll come back with some thoughts to share with this board. Inverness Villages 4, I don't see Kathy Lynn. I think she may have left. Yep. And it looks like I'm not sure anyone's left here from IV4. If you are watching and you're from IV4, my cell number is 651-8270. You can reach out anytime or email me. There you go. So get your pen out, write it down if you don't have it. And then I will get with staff on, and especially the county attorney, as to whether we want to have a information page on the website. But shout out to Kathy. I think that's a great idea. I'm always, how many times have I said we need a landing page for XYZ on the county site? So I think that's great. Bruce Feiger, the house at the end of the street, do not take my word for it, okay? But this has come up in my district before, and we basically were willing, the county was willing at that time to waive fees for someone that would take it off the repeat offender list. However, if we incur any cost, we did not, which we did in this particular case, they had to pay the cost that the county incurred to backfill the taxpayer dollars, which is what they should do. And then back to IV4, I want to say there's been a couple of misnomers out there on, I love Sound Off. It's so entertaining to read that every day. I have never once said that the general taxpayer populace should pay to pave the roads in IV4. So let's just get that straight. What we're working on is an MSBU for the neighborhood to be able to fix that issue. As far as taxes go, I did do a very deep dive into my own tax bill. As it turns out, my house is assessed just under the average assessment level in the county, and it is homesteaded. Average assessment level is $152,000 and change. And my taxes went up $97.04 due to the county millage increase for the entire year. So 17.8, it's a very deep subject, but 17.8 is essentially the increase in millage plus not doing rollback. So it is the baseline of that to get to the 17.8 is, imagine this, we don't change the budget at all. With all of this growth, we do not change the budget at all. We keep the growth the same as last year, the dollar amount. And I believe the dollar amount only went up 6%, right? Steve, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I'll let Aaron actually confirm. I don't want to confirm numbers.
But in any,
Yeah, so was it- yeah.
I don't want to get too much into the
Right.
weeds in this, and I already have, but just, it's not quite what the headline put out there. So please look at, and I'm always happy to help you walk through your own trim notice or whatnot and see what your real tax increase was. So I'm not blind to this, but for the first time ever, or at least in living memory for many of us, we are on a 20-year road recycling. So I bet quite a few of you have bought a new roof at some point in your life. So if you can imagine that we have a whole bunch of roofs in this county and we just keep not putting a new roof on when it's needed. It gets real doggone expensive to put new roofs on when you have allowed them to leak and destroy the underlayment. That's what we're doing with our roads. It's a direct correlation. So long-term, in the very near term, long-term, we are saving taxpayers a ton of money by stopping digging our hole. Because the longer we don't fund roads, the more expensive it gets. So this was a really hard decision, really, really hard for me, but I had to do it because that's rule number one. When you're in a hole, you quit digging. And the county government, guess what, also had a lot of inflation pressures. So it was a tough vote.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, just two things I wanted to address. Mr. Swartz, great question about will there be additional parking spots at the beach? And I believe that there will be. That's an answer we can get for you later. But the project that is going to happen out there, I believe it's about $1 million in funding to revamp the parking and do some beach work there. I'm not sure exactly how much, but I think we're going to end up with some additional spots there for the beach. Let's see, and the other one, I never hit the Scallop spot that Kevin hit or Casey hit, and came up with 30 of them. But they're exactly right. Years ago, when you were scalloping, it wasn't unusual to come up with 2 handfuls of them. And certainly, it's been overfished, but I just can't buy into the philosophy or the theory of, fishing it until it's almost overfished and then letting it repopulate and then fishing it till that doesn't make sense when it certainly seems by the information that's out there that reseeding works, that it can increase the population. I don't think that I heard a real good reason for not doing that today, and I hope the TDC takes a good, strong look at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays?
I would just like for the administrator to either invite Aaron, talk about this tax increase. I know you had an article in the paper on Sunday, but
Yeah, if Aaron could come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. There was an article in the paper on Sunday. I'm not sure exactly what information you would like to have. I know the number that keeps bringing up is 17.79. That has to do with a trim calculation. I did provide that form to some of the commissioners so you could see how trim requires us to make that calculation. It is the aggregate rolled back rate versus the new proposed aggregate rate. And that's how they make that determination. It does start with rollback. So then in the op-ed, it talked about what our actual adopted millage was for fiscal year 23, what our adopted millage was for fiscal year 24.
And what is our increase?
So it's 8.3% between the fiscal year 23 millage and the fiscal year 24 millage that we're in right now.
and Mr. Howard, don't we out of 67 counties, don't we rank like 51 or
Yes.
in the lowest?
Yes, there was a May 2023 Florida Tax Watch document that did list us at 51. And I think there's about 17, I think now it's about 17 counties that don't have the penny taxes as well that we don't enjoy. And I think to Commissioner Davis' point, our budget increased about 6.1% overall, the general fund. There's a lot of numbers. I know some of the public, we've tried to work with them because you almost got to look on a case-by-case basis with what it will be and what it won't be. But that's just for some clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
You also alerted me to the fact that a few people came to your office wondering why their homesteaded property went up more than 3%.
Yes.
Mine went up 4%. And I'm so glad that you gave me that before I called Craig Dalton and yelled at him. But how far back did they go through? So he went through and basically re-looked at properties to see what improvements have been made over how many prior years?
The latest one that we knew of was 7 years. We had someone who called and said, "Oh, I did this improvement 7 years ago, and it just showed up on my tax bill this year." We had someone in our own office when we were checking them when they came out, and she was like, "It doesn't work out." And then she called, and they're like, "Well, we added this," and she's like, "I put that in 5 years ago." So yes, it doesn't always, even if it's homestead, it doesn't always come out to 3% if you've done some type of improvement.
Yeah, because I bought my house 6 years ago, and I'm guessing that something that they did that pulled a permit that was external to the home triggered that 1% increase on mine. So that's another factor to look at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays, you still have the floor.
I appreciate it. I think, I get a call just about every day on code compliance, and I am sympathetic to it. I think that's one of the outstanding issues, whether it's residential or commercial in our county. It's just a huge factor that needs to be addressed. And when everybody takes care of their property, all property values rise, and we've become a better community for it. So that is something that I'm passionate about. I wish there was a way that we could twist somebody's arm and make them take pride in their property. But that being said, I hope that, we can put some teeth into some code enforcement, because it's an unfortunate situation when the neighbor next door has to suffer through that by no fault of their own. So I would like to see people take pride in Citrus County.
Mr. Howard, do you want Eric to come up and
Eric.
address Melissa?
Yeah, if you could come up, that'd be great, Eric. I may have Walt real quick to address our project with the Fort Island Beach. How many parking spots? He's got that as well. I know it definitely includes that. I figured we might just get that answered real quick. That's possible.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
We can
Commissioner
get the
Canard.
answer on the parking spots next meeting. I mean, it's not,
Yeah.
Okay.
not essential, to line up staff and come up one after another up here. I don't think that's, quite frankly, I don't think it's appropriate.
Eric,
Yes.
can you just give us an update on Melissa Street, please? I know.
Yes, and the person that spoke is correct. With the county can only take us so far. We can cite them, take them to court, have a judgment determined, put a lien on it. But at that point, we've taken it as far as we can. We can't, as long as they're paying their taxes, we can't step in. Now, if we want to pursue it further, there's three things I can think of off the top of my head. One is if we can somehow determine that the structure is unsafe, then we can go into the demolition process. The other option is we can get into the property maintenance business. This would require significant policy changes and weighing in the pluses and negatives. So this is big stuff of the county cutting grass for people, and then there's an option of stepping in and taking ownership of the property in some way, which would also have big positives and negatives in both directions. So there are options, but it would require a significant policy change by the board, and it would require significant expense and time of staff. So I think with the resources that we have, a lot of these cases, we've taken it as far as we can. It's the responsibility ultimately of the property owner, and if they don't want to take that responsibility, I don't know what we can do, given our current standards.
Right. I just wanted the public to hear that. Thank you,
Sure.
sir.
Sure. Thanks.
And that unfortunately is a part of, they found a gray zone and they're paying their taxes, but they're not a good neighbor. And so, if you want to, at the end, the next, open to the public, you can supply that to the clerk and she'll make sure we get it. But so the other thing I want to address is, with the budget increase, it would have been very easy. Maybe the political thing to do is to vote against the budget. But we had the sheriff who wanted, his budget was 43% of what, our budget that we were able to work on. And over and over and over in the almost 3 years I've been sitting here, I want public safety. I want you to fund our sheriff, give the sheriff what he needs to make sure we're protected. I want my road paved. I have the worst roads in my district, in the county is in my district. And the third thing, we needed to pay our employees. These employees haven't had a raise, and we're asking our employees to have 2 and 3 jobs when they can go and work outside of the county. If we don't have employees being paid properly, good luck getting your pothole filled. And so, yes, it might have been the easy thing to do to say, you know what, I'm not going to raise the taxes, the 6.1%. You got a 3% cap on your home, on your property tax with your homestead. But I feel good that we are going to be a county that, like Commissioner Bay said, out of 67 counties, we're 51 and the lowest taxes in the state of Florida. So we can either be the cheapest and let our roads go to pot and lose our employees over and over and over again, or we can actually do something that you vote us into to do. You said, I want change, I want things done. So that's what happened. So, my taxes went up too. Am I happy about it? No. But hopefully we can get some things done, and we're looking at alternate funding for next year so that we can hopefully get the millage down. But I feel very good about that. It's a hard thing to do, but we did it. And that's all I got to say about the taxes. If somebody says 17% again to me, my head might pop off, because that is not what the taxes were increased by. So thank you.
So that ends public comment, open to the public. We will move to E, regular business, and it is 4:04.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E1A through H.
Second.
Thank you.
Chair? Can I
Yes?
get clarification on that? C was removed, correct?
A through H with the removal of C, Commissioner Kennard?
I looked, I did not see that.
pulled
Amy,
E1.
hold on.
C.
You voted to remove E1C?
Yeah.
That's right, we removed that one.
We removed it.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll amend my motion.
Second.
Wait. Oh, yes, thank you, sorry, it's at the very end. Okay, amended by Commissioner Kennard, seconded with the correction by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E2.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E2? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 4-0 right now. And the one before is 4-0 also. I said 5-0. Okay, E3.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve E3 by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E3? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Commissioner Davis, E2
Aye.
and E3.
E1?
E3. E2 and E3.
I just said, were we on 3 when I
E-
walked in? I don't have my glasses on, sorry. I was trying to track
Yes, you
it.
voted for E3.
Yes, so
Okay, you missed-
E1, I, yes.
Okay,
E2 and E3.
E1, A through H. What was
Aye.
your vote? Aye, thank you. Okay, so E4.
Motion to approve E4.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. E5.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E5? Is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E6.
Motion to approve E6, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E6? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E7.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E7? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E8.
Motion to approve E8.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E8? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E9.
Motion to approve E9, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E9? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E10.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E10? Is there any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. E11.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E11? I thought Mr. McGee was coming forward to make a comment. Okay, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Passes 5-0. E12.
Motion to approve E12.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E12?
Chair, can I request clarification? Is that A, B, and C?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner
ma'am.
Davis? E12, A, B, and C. Yes, 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Sabrina Watson. I just once again wish to make sure that the public is aware of what is happening in our waterways. And I'm going to do this forever and forever until we stop poisoning our waterways. We heard the criminal FWC talk about habitat threshold, baseline, and delegate balance today. But I've told you before, $1.7 million, as documented by Scott Wilson, of toxins was dumped in Lake Rousseau via weighted hoses. Every waterway in Citrus is being poisoned. The Withlacoochee River is black. I airboat it, it's black. The whole thing is black. That river does flow to our bay, or to the whatever it is out there. Whatever it is out there. And I watched the Homosassa Head Springs restoration happen a couple years back, and for a short period of time, there was beautiful seagrass, and all of that seagrass is gone, and any that is not gone is now covered once again with the algae. So my question is, again, how can you approve cleanup that we know is a farce and a con job without stopping the pollution? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair, Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. We enthusiastically support this expenditure, and we appreciate y'all doing this for Homosassa.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay. Close the public comment portion for E12, A, B, and C. Is there any further board comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Bays?
Miss Sabrina, Mr. Scott Wilson, I believe he's the person that has a lot of information. If you could schedule an appointment with me, with him, I would love that. Thank you.
Very good. Any other further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Happy birthday. Okay, E13.
Motion to approve E13.
A motion by Commissioner Davis. I'm looking for a second. Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E13?
I just have some comments and a single question, Sabrina Watson. In light of our previous director of the Convention and Visitors Bureau and his misuse, shall we say, of funds, I see here that we're talking about sending someone to London, and I'm just wondering, does that same someone get to go to Italy and Spain and Morocco and every other place that there might be some kind of trade show? And so that would be my first question, is how many of these overseas trade shows do we approve on the public's dime? And then my second question is, how many people do they get to take on these trade shows? Because I've heard some conflicting numbers about very large amounts of people going to these events on our dime. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on E13?
13? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion. Board, is there any comments?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Bays?
When the previous director came and gave his update, and we talked about visitor profiling, there was less than 1% of foreign travel that came out of that. And I know that we have a marketing firm that represents us in these markets, and it is a trade show. And I think when we send somebody over, it looks like everybody that's going is of larger counties, not counties of our size. And I just feel like this might be something that we'd be just as well represented and save our dollars to do other things with our marketing firm that represents us in European markets.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
I believe it's just one person going. Yes, I'm getting a nod from the person going. Are you going to Italy? No, okay. So I have been to many, many, many conferences in my career. You work your tail off. This is not junket on taxpayer dime. And secondly, the primary purpose of this event is to go over and speak with travel agents. And I don't know where you're getting the percentage you got, but in pre-COVID years, we were hitting about 20% international travel on at least in the Crystal River. So Terry Natwick is the person going. She's done a lot of these. She sets up meetings with various travel agents and travel bloggers. And that fills the top of the sales funnel because people writing about how wonderful it is to come here, because she sets up fam tours and they come here and our various industry partners will comp, it's not coming out of tax dollars, comp a whole lot of the expense to show them a really, a great swath of how wonderful it is to be here. The travel blogger writes about it, and then we get a lot of business out of that. So I'm looking forward to the new marketing firm trying to dig down even deeper. Back when I started in advertising 33 years ago, we had absolutely no idea, unless the client was really good at tracking where customers came from. Like if they called the 1-800 number, remember those days? You actually got a live person. And you'd say, where did you hear about it in XYZ magazine? Nowadays, we can drill down to a really minute level of detail. And if you don't think Big Brother of marketing is not tracking where you are by your cell phone, and we can really attribute a lot of those dollars invested to dollars coming back here. If we don't keep filling the funnel, and there's already been a big gap that we're going to have to recover from, you're going to watch a big portion of our economy here collapse. So it is absolutely imperative that we get back in the saddle working these international trade shows as well as domestic. We missed a really big domestic one last month. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I don't disagree with Commissioner Bays. I think she makes a valid point. There has been no, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that, and I think that you're right. With technology, we should be able to see what benefit this has on the county or on tourism. But when I asked, over these last few years, there's been no ROI. We don't have those numbers at all, which I don't understand. When we do all of these marketing, whether it's marketing, Facebooking, I mean, you know the drill, traveling, we should understand what our return of investment is, and we don't. So I have a concern about that. And I understand we have the 1 penny that can go to certain capital expenses, but maybe we can look at how we spend the other money in the future conversation. But I would say if we approve this trip, we should know what our return of investment is from sending that person, especially as you said that we could, we should be able to drill this down.
Actually, you can look at it. May I?
I was going to
reply.
Okay, go ahead.
I do understand the return on investment on this. Absolutely. All you have to do is look at all the reports year up, month after month, year after year on what we're getting back in amount of publication space and everything else. So,
With all due respect, that's not each trip what's working and what's not working. That's what I think Frank is going to do a great job drilling down. I have every confidence that as he's taking that over, he's going to know in the future what works and what doesn't work. And I'll vote for this because I feel like he needs that opportunity to see if this works. And I'm willing, as he's in there doing some good work, to see if this is a worthwhile venture or not.
Are you done, Commissioner Finnegan?
may I finish? Or go ahead.
She had the floor. Commissioner Davis.
I am always open to finding new opportunities for efficiency, always. So I appreciate that you'll support this and let fresh eyes get on this. But it's a pretty clear distinction. So you look at, did you invest $1 and did you get $5 back? There are certain tools in marketing where you absolutely 100% know that. And there are certain tools in marketing where you may have 80% confidence, okay? And it goes down to back literally 30 years ago, you had maybe 10% confidence. So we're getting better and better every decade in this particular industry. So if you look at when Ms. Natwick goes to these trade shows and sets up appointments for FAM tours to come over here, familiarization tours, they get shown the county. They go airboating, they go scalloping, they go swimming with the manatees, they go horseback riding, they do all sorts of cool things in the county. Then they write about it. And then we see from that point forward, it probably has a varying, I'd have to go back and do a deep dive to figure out exactly what. But when we look at those reports month after month, we are seeing massive sales numbers. So the connection between people reading a blog and coming to Citrus County is tenuous. However, when you look at year-over-year growth, knocking it out of the park, then you have to wonder this industry is a very technical industry. We know what works and what doesn't work. Unpaid media, you take unpaid media like someone blogging or an article, okay? And you look at paid media, which is putting out an ad and saying, come to Citrus County. The latter or the former is worth 3 to 10 times as much in value. That's the industry hallmark in this because it is more believable.
Are you done?
Yes. Sorry, you get me on advertising and I can
Okay.
talk forever.
Commissioner Davis, I don't know that I'm going to support this, and I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to give you opportunity to try to talk me into this, because I'll give you another bite of the apple, as Commissioner Kennard would like to say. If there is all this data that supports that we get a return on it, why don't I have that in my backup? And if there's all this data that says if we send a person who, by the way, it kind of irks me, and I understand return of investment. I understand return of revenue. But if that is the case, this one trip is more than our budget for our travel, and I can't even go to Washington, D.C. without paying for it myself, which I'm going to do. But I will be bringing back money when I go to Washington, D.C., and I can prove it and I'll show it. But so I have a problem with that. But I also have a problem that I can't get data that Commissioner Bays says less than or 1% return. You're saying 20% return. I can't get anybody to confirm that. And it really bothers me. And I know that this is your board, you're the marketing person, but why can't I get information to back up your words? Why can't staff supply me with that? That's why I'm having trouble with this. It seems like every time something comes up with TDC, it's an issue. And I have a problem with it. I'm sorry. So, You have the floor.
I'll give you one set of very hard data, which happened after we shut down, which was early August, well prior to the hurricane. We saw a drop of 15% to 35%, depending on the page the page that you're pulling the stats on our website. And some people said, oh, well, it was the hurricane. No, numbers have always historically gone up quite a bit with hurricanes. So to have that kind of drop, it's a sales funnel. People are looking at the website, they look at it, they think about it, and think of it as a colander sales funnel. People are going to poke out the sides. They're going to drop off and never visit us, right? So our goal as marketers is to start up here with these early meetings, get blogs done, then they come to the website, then they look into it further, they consider it more, and then eventually, this is a dream trip, they come here and they pop out the bottom. So if you interrupt any of those pieces, they don't pop out the bottom, or they pop out the bottom in much fewer quantity. And that's why, I mean, the tourism operators that sit on the TDC are absolutely alarmed. They are freaking out that we are not traveling right now, that the TDC staff is not traveling.
Who's freaking out?
The tour operators and hoteliers and RV park owners that are on the TDC board. They were screaming bloody murder at me.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I'm absolutely going to support this. I think this board has got the TDC set up. We need to let them do their work and bring their funding initiatives back to us to have these kinds of discussions and ultimately decide whether or not we agree with it, whether or not we think they're doing a good job. If we don't think they're doing a thorough job, then it needs to be revamped. Things need to be looked at. But yes, things went sideways with one particular individual. I believe the county administrator has gotten that straightened out. There will be further corrections or guidelines to be put in place. But let me just give you a little bit of a statistic to chew on here. TripAdvisor, the world's largest travel platform, helps 463 million travelers each month. 463 million. Swimming with the manatees in Crystal River ranks number 8 for animal experiences in the entire world. Let me see just what we rank ahead of and beyond here. We were just below whale tours in Alaska. Penguins in Melbourne was number 5. Penguins in South Africa was 6. Whale watching in Alaska and manatees in Crystal River. The next one is sloths in Costa Rica. That's pretty high ranking. We're up there with some pretty cool animal tours. The top 15 U.S. snorkeling vacations, and we ranked number 2 behind Key West and just ahead of Hawaii. I think we're overthinking it. If we think there's problems with their guidelines, with their policies in the TDC, let's talk to the county administrator, let him get those corrected. But otherwise, this is a group of folks who know tourism, who are producing results for our local economy. And TripAdvisor is one that if we don't all go there, I can tell you, we use it quite extensively for a number of things. And obviously, so do many people around the world at 463 million a year.
Okay.
I would encourage you to support it.
I have one more question. Who is going on this trip? Is Frank going on this trip?
Just Terry Natwit.
Just one person.
And she has a booth within the Visit Florida Pavilion.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but did not the city of Crystal River come before you a few months back and said, please hold off on the advertising. We've have enough on our plate. When did that conversation happen?
They didn't,
They came before the TDC. I think it was both cities, but definitely Crystal River. Ken Frank was the manager, and he came before the board.
there's been there's never been an official request to halt advertising. It's more that they need help dealing with the number of tourists that come to Crystal River. And we have been doing everything we can as a board and as VCB staff to direct tourism to other areas of the county. Manatees is our thing, because if you look at what you're going to market about something, you look for something called a USP, which is a unique selling proposition. Manatees are unique. Other counties in Florida have biking and airboating, and they have all that stuff. Manatees for us is our sweet spot, and the best we can do is start shifting towards destination management at more than destination marketing. We'll still market with 4 cents, but the 5th cent has got to be very closely directed at destination management.
Okay, Commissioner Bays, anything? I'll support this, but this will be the last one without data. Okay, I'm not gonna support until you know I like numbers. You know that. And this will be the last one I support without numbers. So that being said, did we already do public comment?
Yes.
Yep, okay. So any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Okay, E14.
Motion to approve E14.
Second.
And a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E14? Any further board?
Hi, I'm Gil Phelan from Lecanto. I just wanted to take this opportunity, as I'm listening to this go on, I'm a boat captain.
Are you on E14?
Yes,
Okay.
it's kind of a
No,
generalized thing.
this is for the precinct boundaries, for the
Yeah.
SOE, okay.
Yeah, well, that's a corrupt entity as well, with the ESS machines and all that stuff. So nobody's doing anything about what's important, is what I see. We sit here for an hour. Just for your information, while we were sitting here, approximately 60 people died of fentanyl overdoses from what's coming over the border. So instead of maybe taking this time to talk about a real situation, we
Okay,
spent an hour
we're-
talking
We're
about.
on E14.
Yeah, well, that's all.
You can
It's
speak about
part-
the fentanyl at the next open to the public. So do you have anything to say about E14?
I just did. I said, I did say I can't, that's it, I have to stop? When I
Yes.
say that it's a corrupt organization
Unless you want to
using
go on
bad
about
machines?
that. It's about E14 though.
I just want to point out that we're spending all this time. You're talking about where we're placed in taxes, and that's all part of it. That's what's paying for the voting and all that, right? All
Right.
that stuff. You're talking about where we are in the state. You're talking about being maybe the least broke, right? If this was any of our personal budgets at home, we wouldn't be talking about scallops, right? We'd be talking about how are we going to pay our taxes? How are we going to pay our phone bill? I just find it disgusting that the interest is so
Okay, so
minorized.
again, it's E14.
Yeah, okay.
And we didn't, so please sit
Okay.
down, have a seat, and at the next open to the public, I'll invite you back up.
Yeah, I got to go home.
Thank you, thank you. So, any further board comment on E14, or where am I at? E14. That was public comment. Okay, any further board comment? None. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. 5-0. And for the record, we didn't vote on the border because Commissioner Finnegan pulled that item. So, is that the professional term for it? E15, legislative priority list.
We're going to ask Mr. McGee to come forward, please.
I bet he thought he was gonna be out of here by 2.
Hello, friends.
4:34.
Do you want to trade spots?
I'm good. I'm going to start the legislative agenda discussion a little bit
I was
differently.
gonna say, the good news, we don't pay them by the hour.
Right.
We pay them by retainers. That's good.
I'll do it quickly. Your staff, a lot of members of your staff, and I work year-round on what you might call the legislative agenda. We work with state government to get funding and approval for projects for the county year-round, all right? It all doesn't happen during the 2 months of legislative session. It all doesn't happen on the committee weeks that I'm driving up for after this. It all doesn't happen then. A lot of things happen in the interim, and they come from grant programs, and they come from ordinary processes of agencies to fund those things. So some things didn't appear. I heard questions, why isn't this on there? Why isn't that on there? Some things weren't specifically on the legislative agenda. So let's go backwards and talk about some things we've been working on year-round with state government and normal processes to try to get funded. And one that kind of jumped out at me, I think Veronica gave you this list, was the Ozella Trail. Like, that trail's falling apart. And you can talk about repaving it, but unless you kind of make it more resilient, you're going to waste your money repaving it. So the staff has put together a $16.3 million grant with NOAA to try to get money to fund a project to make that road resilient. We're also going to try to get it included in the list. I'm so happy Amy came and talked to you about the LMS and try to get how we need a vulnerability assessment and we get projects listed on there, because then we can go to Tallahassee and get those projects funded. That has little to do with legislative session or a legislative agenda, but it is working with state government to get projects funded. So if Ozella Trail, if we fail or get partial funding from the NOAA grant, we can go to the Resiliency Fund and try to get money for that also. Little things, bless you, Chairman.
Excuse me, thank you.
Bless you, Chair. Things like the landfill that we work on year-round that are discussions that are the county having to deal with state government. Carl had a brilliant idea of reworking a lease on an existing piece of property that the state wanted us to do something differently with, and we're pursuing a strategy there with meetings that I think is going to be put the county in a very good position with the landfill. But those, again, aren't things that you'll see on a legislative agenda. Facilities, like we just had the storm kind of highlighted the need for a shelter that we don't have, a post-event shelter for families that are affected. Tito's been talking about this for a couple of years, that we don't have one. Well, the point was made. We didn't have one. We had to scramble to find one. We had to get the Red Cross in here to help families and put them in Bella Oasis. It took a lot of quick work, and we got that done, but it highlighted the need that we need to go to the state and work with them on money and funds for a shelter. We don't exactly know where we want to put that. We've got options on land and options on how to build it, and the staff is working on putting those together. And I think those will come from grant funds, resiliency grant funds, from emergency management grant funds. So those are things that the staff works on, that I help work with them on, that we go to state government and we work with them to get the funding to make those projects happen. You might not see them appear on a legislative agenda. What I tried to do with the legislative agenda, what we kind of together worked on, was to put things that we need to go to Tallahassee in January and February 24 and come back with, right? And to come back with those things. So if you accept the premise that this is not a 2-month out of the year job, that is a year-round job that staff and I work on constantly, then you can then go to the legislative agenda as the first one presented that's in your agenda. And let's go to support for continued funding. We can't go to the state and try to get money unless we get money in the budget put into these categories. So Ken Cheek's a perfect example of this, and septic to sewer projects. He is so successful in working with DEP to get money for this county. We don't have to go and specifically ask for a project to be funded in order for it to be funded. We can make sure the money goes into a grant fund, and a huge grant fund, and Ken's super successful in working with DEP to get our projects funded. Right? That's the normal process that agencies like to go through. They like to come to the legislature and say, give me $100 million. Let me put it in a clean water fund. And then have counties come to the DEP and say, I have this project, please fund it with grant funding. That's the way they like to work. And so if you see the categories for support for continued funding, all those things listed are exactly that. There are things that I would go to Tallahassee and advocate. SCOP funding for roads. Like, I want that number to be as big as possible so that when we ask for a project out of that, we have more chance of getting more money. Library funding. I think Eric was on here for $58,000 that he gets from library funding. I go up there and try to make that number as large as possible
So maybe it's 75,000 next year, right? So it's not a direct, we're gonna go up there, Missoula's gonna file a request and we're gonna argue for $75,000 in library funding. We work within the agency system in the executive branch to create a pot of money that we can be successful, your staff can be successful using that process to get the money. Okay, so that's what the support for continued funding is. Lastly, it's like the last arrow in our quiver. It's our last tool is a special member project. That's where we say, you know, we're not really successful through the agencies. Or it's not quick enough, or it's not fast enough. And we want to just say, the heck with that. We want our legislators to go up there and grab money out of the general fund and bring it home for that special project. Agencies don't really like that, you know, and legislators are a little wary of doing that. If you remember in Congress, there was a huge revolt on earmarks saying, especially, I want this money for my district and take it back. And they did away with it for a while. Some people don't think that's a good way to appropriate money. Our legislators different. They say they're special member projects that legislators know what their hometowns need. And if they go up and ask for the money, there ought to be a process by which that happens. Okay, and so that's for special member projects. We've been very successful in special member projects. Generally speaking, they are $1 million or $2 million for a special member project. If you get $5 million, you're lucky. We've been extremely fortunate. We had Wilton Simpson as Senate President. He got lots of money into our county. Ralph Masulo has now ascended into leadership. He's been very successful in getting money for the county. $9 million for the Inverness Airport. We got Crystal River Airport money the year before that. We've been very successful in bringing money home under this category of special member projects. So this year, I brought two, we talked about two from your retreat, from all that you've talked about, that I think warrant going outside agencies and going for special member projects. And the first is the Barge Canal boat ramp. I've talked to Representative Masulo and Senator Blaze about both of these projects, and they're in support. So I think going after $6.6 million for the Barge Canal boat ramp and for it's a good idea. I think it's something that all of you support and want to go after, kind of identified as your #1 priority. And I think that merits going outside the process and trying to take money from the general fund to kind of jumpstart that process and get it done. The second one, the Homosassa River multi-use path, we got money for that last year. And I had very specific conversations that I know you're only going to fund us partially this year. We're going to come back next year for the rest of the money. So they're expecting us to come back and ask for that money. I think it helps us greatly that you're putting another $1 million toward it. I think that shows additional match and the desire on our part and for speed and to get it done. And it kind of makes it credible to go outside the agency process and kind of take that on. And so those two projects I think are very solid to go up and ask for. It doesn't mean that there aren't other projects that we want funded. I just think that we're going to be more successful if we work through the agency processes. You know, Lord knows we need transportation funding in this county. You know, all kinds of roads need to be funded. You can name them faster than I can name them. But I think in this case, we're going to be more successful working through the MPO process that's set up to try to get our projects ranked, which I understand they're doing right now. They're reassessing their projects and listing them. And we're going to be more successful if we go through that, get our projects ranked and work them through the MPO process rather than going and try to get special member project funded that DOT won't be very happy about, and we go up and try to take that money. So I kind of came at that backwards to kind of say, here's kind of all the ways we try to get funding, and we end up at what is on the top of your list as special member projects that we have to go and we basically say, yeah, forget all of that. We just want money and we want it now. And that's how we put the agenda together. So with that, I mean, I'm happy to, let me say one last thing. This county is unique and special because we all work together. The two cities, the Chamber of Commerce, Save Crystal River, Homosassa River Restoration, kind of all the people that go to Tallahassee and advocate, we all get together and talk. We all have a kind of a combined agenda. I met with the Chamber of Commerce. Doug from Crystal River comes by and we have a conversation with him. We ask the city of Inverness. We've talked to Save Crystal River and Homosassa River Restoration. I've talked about Too Far and what's going on with them and what do they need. So our agenda always includes support for partner projects. Because our session was March and April and just finished and we start again in January, it's been a very quick interim. There hasn't been a lot of time. So the city of Crystal River was honest with me. We're still putting it together. Like, it wasn't ready to put on our formal agenda. I said, come to the county commission and talk to them about it. And I think, if it's on their agenda, generally speaking, I think we support it. If there's something that you don't support, tell me, and I won't advocate for that. But if the city of Crystal River or the city of Inverness has a priority, then I would assume you want me to go up and help them advocate for that. Same with Save Crystal River and Homosassa River Restoration. The same with all of our partners in the chamber. And I think the chamber actually took the opportunity to come today to talk to you about what their priorities are. But no one had them so firmly listed that we could put them on the agenda the way that we will next year and that we did last year, because there's a lot more time in the interim to develop those priorities. So with that, I'll shut up. I said a lot, and I'll and ask for questions.
Commissioner Bays?
I appreciate your opinion and where you're coming from on working through the MPO on priorities. However, that being said, in my mind, 491 ranks to the top because the state has a sign at 44 and 491 says turn left evacuation route.
Mm-hmm.
And it stops being 4 lanes. It goes to 2. On top of that, we're exporting something like 25,000 people a day out of this county for work. So, and we have, I think in a month or so, we've got a hearing coming before us for a big development, 6,500 homes, 250,000 square feet of commercial retail. That's going to dump onto a 2-lane road. That's going to go all the way up to 200. And since the state has identified that as an evacuation route, and if you look at the origin destination study from the Suncoast Parkway, I think it elevates to a different level that we need to at least get in that conversation without necessarily ranking it through the MPO. Not that we won't, but I still think that we need to have that conversation level at the state. Obviously won't get funded this year, but I think we need to start moving that up and making them aware that the staff has done an estimate. It's something like $165 million in today's dollars, and we know every day that we wait, that cost is going to ratchet up.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing is not necessarily our agenda list, but it is passionate to me because of Jesse's place and some of the others, is the VOCA funds. I know that those funds are being cut by 25%, and they're going to be cut every year thereafter. And I feel very passionate about the work that they do, and I would like to see us advocate on their behalf to make sure that if there's other funding sources out there, to me, that those people rise to the top. I want to see them get the help that they need and us be able to fund that. So whatever you can do to help in those 2 lights, I would appreciate it.
Okay, and I should say, you don't have to convince me. I mean, it's your agenda. Like, if you 5 want 491, 165 million on there, I'll try to get them to file a member request and go and fight for it. I'll absolutely do that, right? I'm just kind of giving you my opinion on what would be successful. What I feel like you'll have a pretty good chance of success in going up there and asking for. Sometimes you ask knowing that the answer is not, I'm going to get 165 million, but that's a discussion for the 5 of you to have and for your administrator. I'm happy to go advocate for whatever it is you want on your agenda. We just wanted to put a draft in front of you for discussion. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I would definitely support finding a way to start raising that flag, that 491 flag. We can't put a price tag of 165 million on it. First, we can't come up with half of it.
Right.
And that is probably a good chunk of all District 7's funds if things go well for them this session. And so we're going to have the District 7 secretary and every other community in District 7 fighting against us, saying don't fund that. But I do think that it brings up a great point that we need to be having this discussion. 491 does need to be widened to 4-lane. What's the best avenue to make that happen? And I think the way that we maybe need to approach this is that I think it was at legislative days last year, the new DOT secretary suggested that maybe they need to be looking at moving some SIS money away from the SIS network of roads and over to some county roads to help support moving traffic through these communities. Because the SIS network gets piles and piles of money. That may be a good resource to go to it and say exactly the great point you brought up. You look at the state has labeled it as a detour. Look at the traffic patterns, and this definitely warrants their attention. And who knows? Maybe we can get them to fund it. Because we're not going to come up with $80 million to do half of it.
Right.
We're certainly not going to bond $80 million. I think we look at that bigger pot of money in the SIS network and come up with a strategy for how to get that.
Yep.
And 19 floods.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely endorse some alternate form of trying to get that money for 491. It's critical. I like going after SIS funding, but all that's working within FDOT and trying to convince them to make a change to fund us. And I think that's a great suggestion.
We just had a great conversation at the MPO on what was that last Thursday. They showed the presentation that we had showed the different roads that get flooded with different category of storms, and Highway 19 is a big part of the SIS network, and that gets flooded in like a Category 2 storm, Category 3 storm, and up. And so the discussion was, why do you have that even labeled as part of the SIS network? The Parkway, which ultimately they said will be or is part of the SIS network, but we need to be taking some of those funds. First of all, take the designation off 19, and then we can start looking at moving some of those funds to some main county arterials.
I like the inclusion of that strategy on the legislative agenda, and let me try to advance that. I think Representative Masulo and Senator Ingoglio would be happy to take that and go to DOT and advocate on our behalf that makes sense, probably not only for us, but for other counties to look at. Happy to include that on the agenda. As long as you don't make me put a member project for $165 million on my list, then I'll be happy.
The Hernando County contingent there, I believe they were on board with it.
Right.
In fact, we're going to put it on the future MPO agenda.
Okay.
To have this broader SIS network discussion. But they were with us on it, and naturally, the city of Crystal River would love to have the SIS network or the SIS designation pulled off of 19. So I think there's very, very broad, if not unanimous, support within the MPO as well.
Okay. Happy to add that. It's a great idea.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan, do you have anything? Commissioner Davis?
I share the concern about 491, so I think that's a great plan.
Okay.
We need to figure out something for District 3.
That is District 3.
I know, but that's road.
You're getting 160 million
Am I getting it?
sooner or later.
Okay, then I'll take it back.
There you go. That was
There you
easy.
go. Okay, thank you.
Boca funds. Okay.
Anything
Boca
else?
funds. No. As long as you're
Okay.
happy. If he's
Thank
happy.
you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna, looking for a motion for E15.
Motion to approve item E15.
Second.
Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E15?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. This is just a comment I have as a person that comes to these meetings for a long time. Who was the person that just came up? Who pays him? And how much does he get paid? Because I don't remember him being elected by anybody. I do know that he goes up to the legislation for something, okay? And I'm not the only person. I'll bet there's a lot of people in the audience at home that wonders, who is this person? Who hired him?
He's a piano player. And he's a piano player in Tallahassee.
He stated his name, Gene McGee, and he is a lobbyist.
Okay, so he's a lobbyist and we pay him. When did we decide to get this lobbyist? Because I don't remember, it may be a while back, and I know Commissioner Kennard and I have been together a long time. And I know Commissioner Bass, we didn't have a lobbyist when you were on board last time.
It was July of 2020.
We did. In July of 2020.
The only person on the board at the time is
Was
Commissioner
Commissioner
Kennard, so
Kennard.
direct all comments to Commissioner Kennard.
So Commissioner Kennard.
Yes.
It was nice of you to hire a person, because yeah, we do need somebody to represent us. How much did you imagine the county would be willing to pay a person like that? Does he get more than our administrator?
No.
Or does he get more than our, is it in
No.
between
No.
our commissioners and our administrator? Or does he get paid by other groups?
He gets in between the two that you named. Okay.
It's
I think
public
I
record.
think the contract was 60,000. I'm not sure, but I think the contract was 60,000.
So-
And I'll give you just a brief history. When I first got on the board, the position of the board at that time was that it was our job to go up to Tallahassee and lobby for our projects that we wanted. And I remember Commissioner Carnahan talking quite a bit about that. We tried that. We tried that for a couple of years, maybe 3 years that I was on the board. And it's physically impossible for us, even if we have the knowledge of all the committee members, all the committees that these bills need to go through, to get up there and meet with these legislators and attend the committees and get up and lobby for our local projects to make it through those committees and not
Point of
die
order.
in those committees. Not to mention that we don't have are we done?
My time is probably up.
It
but
is, and I was going to
but-
say a
but
point
I-
of order. We don't normally, but he was
I
doing
know,
such a
but I
good
wanna
job.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I'll bet a lot of people watching this are very thankful that I asked the question, because to me, it's all the meetings I've been to. And I don't miss it. I miss a few, but I mean,
We just
I
found out that you
understand.
really don't pay as much attention as we thought you did.
I've
You
got
took the words out of my brain.
I've got to watch these things on TV a little bit
Janet,
more.
you're doing amazing, and I hope when I'm your age, I'm just as spry and you're
Cantankerous, I
firing
believe,
on
is your word.
all
Madam
cylinders.
Chair, can I finish real quick?
Yeah, I do like what you were explaining, and you were doing a good job.
Let me tell you, after trying to do that for 2 or 3 years, everybody decided that 60,000 was money well spent. Not just for a lobbyist, but a lobbyist that lives in our community, lives right here amongst us, loves the community, and has got the horsepower and the relationships in Tallahassee to bring home millions and millions and millions of dollars every year. He's the right guy for the job.
Well, I understand the need.
Yeah.
I just missed where he got hired, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
got it.
And Janet, I promise you, if he doesn't bring me 168 million for
No,
491, if he doesn't, I'll can him. Anybody else from the public like to speak? Oh, hello.
Hello there, John Murphy representing the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. It pains me to say this out loud, but Gene is worth every penny you pay him. It pains me in my little heart even to say that, but he's very good for us. And I just want to echo a couple things he said. As Gene said, President of the Senate, Wilton Simpson said over and over again, what he likes about Citrus County is the fact that we have kind of a shared vision. Right? We don't always, all the municipalities in the chamber aren't always exact lock and step on everything, but in general, we have a shared vision for what we want for the future of our community, and that really pays us dividends in Tallahassee. So with that, your agenda, your continued funding mechanism, agenda items, we certainly will be very supportive of all of those, because we know that, we have a thimble's worth of influence, but if we add our thimble to your thimble, we have a little bit of influence, a little bit of swagger. So we wanted to make sure you knew that. 491. We're excited that you guys are having that conversation because it's a critical issue for us. Think about where all the growth is happening in our community, both residential and commercial. That's a critical need. The MPO has made significant strides on 41, but that's probably about 10 years past where it needed to be, and we don't want to be in that same boat. So that's a good thing. In that same vein, Turkey Oak, if the county commission kind of consider what its position on Turkey Oak would be, we are very supportive of that. And the final is just is the idea of workers and workforce, not just on the housing front, certainly attainable housing or whatever the name is we want to give it today. But we've got all this commercial activity coming to our community. We have in a couple of years we're going to have a business park that's online, and it's great that government has very little roles. One of them is infrastructure. Business park's one of them, and but businesses won't want to come there unless we have skilled workers and we have the workforce necessary to fill those businesses. So CTE, even something as simple as it relates to childcare. I mean, if you work anything outside of Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, I don't know how you find childcare. And I don't know that it's government's responsibility, but I want to have conversation around that. And I would love to, whether that's a local priority or whether that's a state priority, just things of that nature that are really important to kind of think about the workforce and what we're going to do as a community to prepare the workforce for tomorrow with local initiatives as well as capitalizing on what sort of statewide initiatives there might be. So with that, I just want to thank you guys and again, lend our support to what you're doing, and we appreciate the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. And then thank you for not taking your full 5 minutes.
And I'm not going to take I'm taking just a second.
Your name, what is your name?
Josh Wooten,
Thank
President,
you.
CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. I filled out a green card. I have a letter on file, and my name's on the front of the building.
Okay.
So very quickly, if I can collect my thoughts before you. Wow, I feel like Mitch McConnell
Funding.
right now.
Funding.
Funding for what? No, I just wanted to point out, point of clarification. Through the chair to Commissioner Bays. Commissioner, isn't that to take it all the way to 200, 491?
Yes,
with
sir.
the 165 million?
Yes, sir.
So maybe in stages so that it's not maybe just a holder first round? Thank you.
Next speaker. Okay.
confusing.
Seeing none. Any further board comment on E15? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. E16. Mr. Howard.
Yes, this is seeking approval to approve the agreement between the Citrus County and the Teamsters Local 79, provide the wage increase as indicated to all employees covered by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Local 79. We recommend approval.
Okay, any of the
And it
Teamsters here?
is budgeted.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion for E16.
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Bays, second.
Second.
Commissioner Davis, is there any public comment on E16?
Jeff, is that A and B?
Well, wait.
In the
and-
backup, it had A
Thank
and
you,
B.
A and B. Commissioner Bays, it's A and B, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis, A and B?
Yes.
Okay, is there any public comment on E16, A and B? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Outstanding commission items. Mr. Howard.
Just going to add one item. We were requested last week from Commissioner Kennard, the multi-purpose path connector between Three Sisters Trail to LaGrone Park. We'll be adding
Okay,
that.
this is just informational?
Just information only, and we'll put some timelines behind it.
Would board, do you have any comments? Okay, G, County Administrator Steve Howard, G1.
You've already given me direction on that,
We've already done G1. It's
Correct.
been so long, that was like yesterday.
so we've already sent the letter.
Oh, thank God. Thank you, so efficient. H1 and 2 we covered. I. This is advisory board announcements.
Motion to approve I1, A and B, I assume. It says B but no A, but I assume it's A and B.
There's one vacancy and taking applications for the term that will expire January 31st, 2026. Deadline for application is November 10th, 2023. And this is just the announcement of the resignation from the Water and Wastewater Authority Board. Any comments, Board? Commissioner Kennard, any comments about the Water and Wastewater Authority Board? It's a
What's
different, he sits on that board though, doesn't he?
No,
No,
this
this
is
is
private
your
utilities.
regulatory,
Yeah.
this
Oh,
is your
okay.
water and
Oh,
wastewater
okay, yeah.
regulatory
Private
board.
utilities.
It's not
Okay.
with Lakuchi Regional Water Supply
Yes.
Authority.
Oh, okay. So I've done all my due diligence with that, right? Correct?
Correct.
I announced the vacancy. J, committee reports. Start with Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, we had a MPO board meeting and got a nice update on the construction phases for 41. They hope to be turning dirt out there, as they put it, within the next month. And we will be notified eventually of a date for a groundbreaking. That date has not been decided yet. The next phase of it from the south end of the Withlacoochee Trail Bridge to North Sportsman Point has also been funded. Construction is scheduled for fall of '25. And let's see, from North Sportsman's Point to north of East Arlington Street, that construction is also funded, scheduled for fall of '27. And then going north of their future segments, they've got them outlined, right-of-way for the next segment from Arlington to East Louisiana Lane, right-of-way funded for fiscal year '27. The P&E only is funded going north of there from East Louisiana to south of 486. The bridge, which it had been rumored that the bridge was not going to be done until the Phase 3 section, will be done, will be 4-laned when they do the Phase 2 part of this project, going from south of that bridge to North Sportsman's Point.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's it.
Commissioner Bays, committee reports.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Davis.
I had one last week, but nothing substantive enough to extend the meeting anymore.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan.
Not a committee report, but I want to share a piece of information. I had the opportunity to attend a mental health forum, if you will, with Congressman Bilirakis. And although I worked in crisis intervention most of my life, I did not know about 988. So instead of 911, where there's an emergency, or 211 helps you get information if you are in need. 988 is a suicide and a crisis prevention hotline. So if people find themselves with a mental health issue, even, they can call 988. And I felt like I should share that with the public.
Thank you. That's an important number. I learned that when I got sworn into this board. I have nothing for committee reports. K1 was pulled by Commissioner Finnegan, and
I'm happy for all the time I saved, Chair. Maybe afterwards we could have a little break for saving you all that time.
thank you, Commissioner Finnegan. I appreciate that. Commissioner Kennard, anything?
Nothing.
Commissioner Bays?
Nothing.
Commissioner Davis, you have something.
As far
N1.
as N1 goes, do we have an updated date of getting the MSBU number or the total number?
I know they're still working on it. I think they were hopeful maybe early November is what I'm being told.
So first meeting in November,
that's
perhaps?
what
Okay,
I'm
because it was
being told
supposed to
now.
be today, and
Yeah.
I know they have to rework the numbers,
Yes.
so it takes a little time. Unless there's something urgent that, okay, good, I'm getting the no from Eric. So as far as N2 goes,
Are you running the bit meeting now? Because I'm on N1.
Sorry.
Anything further with N1?
No, ma'am.
See, I'm getting snarky, people. It's getting late. Okay, Commissioner Davis, N2.
I would like to make a motion that we continue to a temporary stop on issuing new permits for Inverness Villages 4 extension for another, 90 days?
Second.
So N2 A and B,
A and B, yes.
Commissioner Bays, N2 A and B?
Yes, ma'am, second.
Okay.
Jan? Was the agenda A or B?
Oh, yes,
So
you're
I
right.
think hers
Thank
is
you.
B because she's extending the deadline an additional 90 days. Correct?
Thank you. Good call.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to make a motion that we approve N2B.
Second.
Do we need to do anything with the first motion? Just amending that?
No, I amended it.
Okay, so N2B. Very good. Had a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Made the mistake because I got snarky.
We're getting hangry up here.
Okay, so is there any public comment on N2B? Seeing none, any board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Right now, that passes 4-0. Okay, I have nothing to report. County Attorney Denise Lynn.
I have nothing, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open it up the public for the second open to the public. Would anybody like to speak? You don't have to, but would you like to speak? Janet.
We almost made it.
You know I wait to the end.
I know,
It's
please.
Janet Barrick from Citrus Springs. I had to take a break. You guys didn't take one, but every once in a while you do. When I came back, I was very pleased, and this is why I wanted to thank you for talking into the microphones finally. For all of that first hour and a half. I'm in the front row today. We could hardly hear you. Nobody speaks in them. The lady that sat there going over all the ways you could get money, if you had a disaster. It was like, hello, how are you? Can you hear me now? And I don't know, we're not all really good hearers. I mean, I've had mine checked and I don't need hearing aids yet. But thank you for at least turning up your microphones or starting to speak into them. Because as an audience, it's hard. I mean, at home, they probably had their TVs turned up to 58 or 60. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Next speaker.
I could hear y'all back there. I'm sorry. Anyways, Joe Adams. I live in Hernando. I'm actually the state committee man for the Citrus County Democratic Party. I do have a letter on file, I believe, but I will not take your 5 minutes today, I assure you. I just want to talk about the resolution K1 that was withdrawn, and I understand, Madam Chair, it's withdrawn. We don't want to keep beating that horse, but it was stated by several people, including the proposer, that it's a nonpartisan issue. Well, I just want it on a record. It was written, authored by the REC, and now it's been withdrawn to add more language, more verbiage from the REC. That makes it a real partisan issue. So anyways, that's my opinion. And I just want to share that with the board. If you want to fix the border issue, it starts with Representative Bilirakis. It starts with Congress. And the last I checked, the House doesn't have a speaker. So anyways, yes, this resolution will have no bearing on the border, nothing. So I would urge you all, when it comes back up, to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Okay, board, any comments?
I'll comment.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Is he leaving?
So
the resolution, to my understanding, was not written by the REC, it was written by a JAG attorney. So a military officer wrote that. And it was presented, something similar, by the local REC. So yeah, but I feel like it crosses the border. And I don't know if you were here earlier when I made mention that we want to make sure that it doesn't appear completely partisan like that. But when a group of citizens outside of a party, but the majority of a community has an issue, how do we communicate that well to those above us? Normally that's in the form of a resolution. So this commission doesn't have the authority or the power to make that change. But what we can do as a community is give a stronger voice for the people that we serve in a nonpartisan way. Thank you.
Commissioners? Nothing? Okay.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, please. Commissioner Bays.
So, didn't Governor DeSantis sign a bill on immigration?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, that's why in the paper, that's when I was asked about it, I said, not a necessary thing. It's not like we're moving him to do something. People were concerned and wanted to show that support, but the wording didn't quite look like that. So, and there was some issue with that. But yes, I mean, people are very upset about it. And although we're not seeing a huge problem in Citrus County, that's what other cities said. That's the people's fear before they had a problem.
And I'm glad that you brought that up because our governor did in March sign a bill, strongest immigration measures put in place. It was put into effect July 1st, and we're part of 19 states that are already suing the federal government. So that was one of the problems I had with what was presented. So I was glad to hear you pull it because there was a couple incorrect things in there. And so when you bring it back, I'll be curious to see. So thank you. Okay, so bless you. We have a regular meetings October 24th, November 14th, and November 28th.
Madam Chair,
What?
I apologize. I think you need Commissioner Kennard's vote.
Aye.
Oh, well, I was going to get to that.
You told me to always. If
Yes, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kennard. That was on N2B. Okay, so what is it saying? November 28th. All three of these meetings that I just said are at 1 p.m. right here in this room. We don't have any upcoming workshops or special meetings. We have a time certain 5:01. It's 5:16. I would like to take a 20-minute break to get my head together, maybe go to the restroom. So if we can, we're just going to take a recess. We'll come back here. What's 20 minutes? 5:45. That's not quite 20 minutes. So if you don't mind, get yourself a soda, and we'll be back to talk about T1. 5:45.
That's 30 minutes.
Oh, it's 30 minutes. See, good. How long do you think this is going to be?
I don't know. I got to take my husband up at the airport at 9:30.
Oh, we'll be done.
Oh, I have to have an hour to get down there.
Yeah.
So I need to be out of here by 8. What is this, Taffy?
I don't know. I'll tell you. Taffy.
She beat him up.
Huh?
She beat him up.
Who? Eric.
Eric?
Yeah, and I got a question for you before we get started.
Okay.
We had an email, we didn't have a phone number. We'll find it.
Okay. Wrong Eric.
Just let her know that I asked.
November 11th, I can't speak at the veterans thing, so Doug is gonna be contacting you.
Okay.
It's in the morning, Saturday morning. You have to do it.
Where?
You-
Was that before the parade or after?
It's after.
Call this meeting back to order. It is 5:45 for our 5:01. Commissioner Bays, please take your seat. Okay. Joanna?
I think we're Miss Lynn first.
Miss Lynn, sorry, I don't know.
You're fine.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, with regard to CPA AA-2023-00004, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Finnegan.
No.
No.
I'm looking. No.
No. This is the animal shelter parcel.
No.
Thank you. Commissioners, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to adopt two ordinances. First is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision in the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 14.2 acres from the public, semi-public institutional district to the general commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the second is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision in the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 14.2 acres from the public, semi-public institutional district to the general commercial district with a planned unit development for an animal shelter and other governmental uses, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that Ms. Coutu is here on behalf of the applicant.
We are the applicant. All right, so this is an application to change approximately 14.2 acres from the PSI, which is Public Semi-Public Institutional District, to the General Commercial District with a master plan or a PUD for an animal shelter with outside kennels and other government uses. The reason you're seeing this particular application is because the PSI district is meant for institutional, including county buildings, but it does have a prohibition against vets with outside kennels, and this would apply to that. So the outside kennel is what's triggering this land use change. What is being proposed? You see there is a a site plan in your packet. It is very conceptual. It's not been approved yet. So you're being asked to approve uses here and not necessarily that site plan. This is the site on Woodland Ridge in the 491. You can see there's already some things there. There is a cell tower. That's the dash lines you can see going to it. There's an easement. There's also a sheriff's impound lot on the site. So this is the PSI district. This would change this particular lot to general commercial with a master plan. For government uses, including the animal shelter with outside kennels and other governmental uses. We're keeping it general to governmental uses because we're not sure what else might go here. If you want to have a meeting room or something, we didn't want to prohibit that. So this is the overall conceptual plan. Again, you're not being asked to consider this, but it's just a guideline for you to understand what is generally being proposed here. There's some additional buildings besides the kennels themselves here. You do have some intake buildings and some meeting rooms and some education buildings. So this is an adjacent lot that's residential. So the Land Development Code does require a type D buffer between residential and this particular use, but it also requires a wall. The Planning and Development Commission did not feel that was appropriate. It is a very, very long border, and they felt a type D buffer utilizing natural vegetation was more appropriate. And this is showing that natural vegetation that is all on the lot for the animal shelter, and you can see the tower there in the background. So that is it. The Planning and Development Commission did hear this on August 17th, 2023. They recommended approval with the 9 conditions in your packet.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
and one of those conditions relates to cross-access.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, actually, access management, condition number 8 actually has quite a few bullets. They are not getting deviations from any land development code standards. Other than that buffer, they will have to meet facade requirements and et cetera.
And we don't know where the cross-access will be, correct?
It would have to be along 491, so somewhere in that particular area. On their
Okay.
conceptual plan, there's not really room, and Public Works noted in their comments, they are going to have to change that to be able to allow that. So they're saying a 20-foot wide paved access, cross-access aisle to the south lot line in accordance with access management. And with access management, you can put it where you want it. It doesn't have to be immediately on the 491 right away.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so board, I would like to make a motion to approve. Do I have to open it? No, why are you on me?
Got to open a public hearing.
Oh, yes, you're right, thank you. I'm really tired, sorry. I'd like to open this up to the public now to speak about T2, our animal shelter. Would anyone like to speak? Oh, dear God. I think
It's an allergy day.
it's a lot of days. Let me see. It's T1?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, yes. I would like to open this up to the public to talk about T1, our 501. Would anyone like to speak about this? Going once, going twice? Close the public hearing portion of this.
Madam
So,
Chair,
yes, sir.
based on competent and substantial evidence, I'd like to make a motion that we approve CPA AA-2023-00004 and direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance.
Thank you for that motion, Commissioner Kennard.
Second.
I get a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Thank you. Okay. T2.
Yes, Madam Chair, with regard to PUD-2023-00001. Hey, how'd they get number 1? Have you had any ex parte communications? And we'll
Yeah.
start with Commissioner Kennard.
Not on this project.
No.
Not on this project.
No.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider, I'm sorry. An ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas to establish a planned unit development PUD for a commercial center in the general commercial district, providing for modification that may arise from consideration of public hearing, providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And I believe there are many representatives here from the applicant.
Is the applicant's gonna present their case, and then we'll have the county?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Logan Opsahl, 215 North Yola Drive. Nice to be with the commission tonight. I know it's been a long day, so it's a brief presentation. But as noted, we have representatives from the developer, project engineer, as well as a traffic engineer. So lots of resources for any of your questions, but we'll keep it as brief as you'd like. With that, do we have a clicker, or should I just direct?
I can change for you.
Okay, great. I'll try to stay on top of it then. Yeah, if we can move ahead one. Yeah. Thank you. So I think y'all are pretty aware of the subject property. It's at the corner of Norvell Bryant and Lecanto Highway. It's about 17 acres, 17 and a half acres. The request is for a rezone to PUD. We've been working closely with staff and the county on some conditions and this site plan. As we move along to the next slide, if you would, it's layering in the existing development. That's the phase 1 there, there on the corner. That's the master plan. We'll skip ahead one more, please. One more, sorry. And one more. Great. I just want to camp out here for just one moment. This is the project before you this evening. This is a concept plan that has some colors on it, so I just want to point a few things out to you. One of which is the green, that's the master pond there. That's about 3 acres of open space being utilized as a stormwater pond. The blue covers a lot of ground, but I just want to point out a few things because these were some comments that came up at Planning Commission and other conversations. You can see there along the internal access roadway there some landscaping bays just to the north of that internal access road. As well, the parking within the front of the development has various other landscaping opportunities there that will be utilized for trees and other landscaping that are compliant with or exceed county code requirements. Just on the right side of your screen there of what you can see, there is also a portion, this will be the buffer area between the Phase 1 development and this development. Code requires about a 5-foot setback. Here we're putting a 35-foot landscaping buffer. Again, landscaping buffer will go along the north of the development as well. There's some 5 out parcels there to the south. This is a 1-story building. It's about 86,000 square feet. This is for Class A tenant. So we're talking top-end materials, uniform look, high-end finishes, and of course, all the landscaping that we just went over, including those open space. The previous slides they showed some pond, again, buffering this property in addition to the 35-foot landscaping buffer that's being proposed on the eastern side there. So mixing all that together with the landscaping, the 3-foot pond, we're going to have a lot of greenery, a lot of landscaping, and aesthetic appeal there on that front. So we'll just skip ahead briefly. Covered that, thank you. This is just a visual for your benefit. But at this point, I'm just going to conclude and see if there's any other additional questions that either our project engineer, traffic engineer, developer representative, or myself can answer for this body. Thank you for your time.
Board, any questions?
Not at this time.
Commissioner Davis?
I don't, on this particular slide, and thank you for this one to try to give us an overview of both phases. Is there any access to 491 from that, other than in the interior road?
So access will be through just the interior road.
Or, I'm sorry, 486, not 491. Sorry.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. That's for site circulation and consistency, site safety, that sort of thing. You can see here on the left-hand side of the screen, this is an off-site improvement, but there is another road that's going in that the developer is working with that property owner on to provide access north and south. Again, that's not part of this subject property, but that will be going in as well as an off-site improvement.
Yeah, we're just really worried about too many cuts. At least based on prior meetings, we've talked about that.
Sure, and we can bring up our traffic engineer to talk about some of that stuff. Again, I think the goal here is site circulation and safety is.
Okay, Commissioner Bays.
So the front 5 parcels off of 486, you have no right in, right outs, no cross access management in them. They're all accessible from the interior, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna let our traffic engineer speak to that.
Hi, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. So yes, they will all be internal access, and we are utilizing the existing median openings that are out there. So we're asking for no new additional access to 486. So we're going to access on the east side. That is the Walmart signal there. So we'll connect to that through phase 1. And then to west, there is an existing median opening that is there, which we will utilize that median opening to the west. But there will be no additional right in, right outs for the out parcels. They will all access internally to the project.
And on your traffic study, was that only on the 80,000 square foot building? Did that include any of these smaller out parcels?
We did uses for all the out parcels. We ended up using 100,000 square feet when we started, but it's kind of gone down to 86. But yes, we included the full development, and we also included phase 1. So we evaluated everything.
Anybody want to ask a Okay, on these front 5 parcels, I appreciate that they're not going out onto 486, the driveways, but I am curious about parking. Is that you?
Nope.
Well, then never mind.
Well, I will field your question, and then we can bring up the project engineer if that would be helpful as well.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have any more traffic questions?
Not right now.
Okay. So do you want to, I'm curious about the parking for the front 5. Because I noticed there isn't any parking on the sides of either sides of this building, and I don't see any parking for the front 5. How are you going to accommodate all that?
Yeah, so the parking primarily will be handled in the front, and there is a request for a deviation from the side parking that's required under code. That is mostly for what we're seeing, the market standards for these types of build-outs, these Class A tenants. They like to have the parking in the front. It's helpful to have everyone enter in from the front of the building. Again, that kind of helps with pedestrian safety and things along those lines.
But the 5 front parcels.
Sure, we can bring up the project engineer to talk about the parking for the 5 front. Yep.
Because this is all one.
Sure.
Good evening. Kyle Morrell, Bowler Engineering, 600 Northwest Shore. So for the 5 out parcels, we're not quite sure what's going to go there, but some of the conceptual plans that we have so far, the building will be kind of center of the pad, and there'll be parking on all sides.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can I, while you're
Commissioner
there,
Bays?
so when you're planning these, will there be any kind of sidewalks? I mean, since you're gonna have it's almost like a mixed-use development. Is there gonna be sidewalks where it's gonna be more of a walkable style community? And if that's the case, why wouldn't the sidewalk be in the front instead of making the building in the middle, pull it to the inside and put the parking to the back so that that new style of development that you see going on everywhere?
Yeah, no, great question. So all out parcels and the anchor tenant will have ADA accessibility from the right-of-way to the front doors, and all out parcels will have side connectivity. So there'll be a sidewalk that you can basically walk from the right-of-way to any of the out parcels. The reason we can't put the building up against the building setback on the south side against the roadway is we will have cross-access through all parcels. So we will have a road on the southern side, and then parking, and then the building. So it'll be as close as feasibly possible.
But you're saying the building was sit closer to the interior road versus 486, correct?
It's pretty close to being right there, right dead center of the pad.
So I guess what I'm seeing in new development now, they say that they like the idea that you pull them close to the sidewalk. That's the walkability part of it. You go in the front door, and then your parking is kind of all to the back and not everywhere. So that's what I'm seeing as new development.
Yeah, and I mean, we're happy to work with staff at the, once we actually plan out these out parcels, where if that's kind of the feel that, we want on this corridor, we're happy to consider that. But right now, we don't have any tenants laid out or anything finite.
I just think, at this point, this is supposed to be the Shops of Black Diamond. It's supposed to be that upscale, that feeling of something unique and different. I have no desire for this to be 200 or 50. So,
Sure.
I wanted to have that.
And I appreciate her saying that. That's kind of what I was leading into with the parking. When I looked at this, I thought, oh, they're making it for a walkable community, but I couldn't get it to work. So that's why I was like, what's the deal? Is this parking? Are you leaning towards that because of what's being built behind?
Good evening, Will Anderson with the developer. Address is 102nd Avenue South, St. Petersburg. So thank you, all great questions, really appreciate it. So really with what we're considering in front of you today is the larger development in the rear of the property.
Okay.
That's the site plan that's shown on the PUD plan today. And we do that because it's a what they call a larger box retail in the back. So we want to kind of talk about these design things at this stage. With the front parcels, that's goes through a site plan review with the county staff and everything like that. So that's a little bit further down the road, right? So to talk about the rear design of the property, what you're talking about, what you're getting towards is more of like an urban design where the buildings are up along the street. And that's really in this area with a large building facade up along the street. It's really not accessible for the clients for the store. So what the retailers want in these jurisdictions such as this is they want the accessibility for their customers to be directly in front of the doorway of their store, their main facade. So that's what's in front of you today is that they, you know, these retailers, they want the design where it's accessible and safe for their customers. So the parking is not in the rear of the building. Imagine if all the parking was in the rear, but the entrance is in the front. It's a little bit of a safety issue. So
Right.
if that answers some of your questions.
Thank you. Anything further? Commissioner Finnegan.
Well, since we're talking about parking, I know you said you don't have the front parcels ready, or you don't know what it's going to be yet, but on your proposal, you assume that it would be some sort of a fast food for at least one, a drive-through.
Possibly, yes, as shown in the traffic study.
Well, you
Yeah.
said you're interested maybe in getting our feedback for future. So my absolute pet peeve is when you go to a place like that and you park and you have to walk where the drive-through is coming out to get in the front door. So just for safety, that's my pet peeve. And I'm going to go ahead and ask, well, I'll wait and ask that. Do you have contracts? You said your focus right now is on the big box store, and it looks like you have a restaurant and then a grocery store. Do you have contracts for all three of those at this time?
Not far enough along to really discuss who's going in the rear there.
Because that was going to be my next question. The question everybody wants to ask you, but nobody is, what's it going to be? Because you told us it was Target, and we're having Longhorn, and, you know, we got the full picture of the shops at Black Diamond. So that's why I was wondering about the signed contracts and why is it a mystery at this point?
Understood. When we can share, we will. But just how the way it goes, you know, it's a highly competitive retail environment, so you can't really say who it is until you have those people lined up, right? We're talking to several great high-end class retailers, but just can't disclose it quite yet.
So then that brings me back, if you don't have a contract or you're farming that out, let's say, seeing who you want to put in there, would that not change the square footage of your building? Because I think it was like, I don't have it in front of me, 75,000 square feet, 10,000, and then 25,000 square feet. But wouldn't that big box store change that makeup, whoever you're dealing with? And 25,000, I think that's going to be a relatively small grocery.
Yeah, not really, because what you have is what we have in front of you today is an 86,000 square foot box, right? And then you play with it's kind of like a puzzle piece inside that box. I will say if we could fit more.
I'm sorry, did you say 86,000 square feet box?
86,000
So
square feet is what's proposed in front of you today.
The documentation through here says otherwise. I'm sure that I saw 75, 10, and 25. Was that old, like something old? 'Cause
I'm not sure exactly. We could ask staff
It's on
about
page
what's in the
628.
report. I'm not exactly sure. Sorry.
What you're saying, I'm saying, or what he's saying?
What you're saying is on 628.
Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, what's on what's in front of you today is the PUD, which is the 86,000 square feet of retail.
Retail.
Is that's what is being proposed.
Okay,
which is-
do you
yep.
understand what I'm saying? So I'm going by what you gave us, and it doesn't say that. It says 75,000 square foot of retail, 10,000 square foot restaurant, 25,000 grocery.
Are you looking at the traffic report?
We're looking at what has been supplied.
Sorry.
It's on page 628, and I was glad she brought that up because that's the page I'm on.
I believe that's part of the traffic study.
Yeah, I defer to staff
Ah.
on what that is. That's yeah.
Well, it's your submittal, so don't defer to staff because you submitted it.
Okay.
It's your
I
traffic
just don't know
study.
what the number of the in their packet, what page number that is, because
Oh.
of course we submitted, but I don't know what number it is.
628 is what,
But that's
Yeah.
our number.
oh, I see.
It looks
Yeah.
like this.
It's the marketing plan D3 West part of the traffic study right before the appendix.
Right, yeah, this is Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. Yeah, so those are the uses that we estimated for trip generation. So we
Okay.
have to make some guess early on what those square footages and uses could be. And so what we try to do is look at a worst case from a traffic standpoint. So that's why you see that 75,000 square feet of retail, 25,000 square foot shopping center. Then it goes on 10,000 square foot of restaurant sit down. And then you go through and do each of those out parcels. And so what we have to do for the traffic study to get the trips and get the driveway volumes is assign uses for each of those parcels that we don't really know what they are yet. So what we try to do is get a mix and get the worst case condition, so we have ample trips in our study to accommodate the traffic as you come in for development approval. And when you staff reviews these, they go back to the traffic study and make sure we analyze sufficient trips in the traffic study.
So you're saying 86,000 square feet, which is not at all, I'm saying the proposed building, whatever you do with it. So now you're making a smaller building is what you're saying.
What Michael is saying is that per the code, we put together the traffic study based on the highest and best uses that we envision for the project, right? So you'll see that, first of all, again, it's a concept plan. But you have to do that. You have to say, these are our highest and best uses that we envision that could possibly happen on this site.
I
It is
understand
not,
that.
it is not meant to be taken as detail, just as in, these are the number of trips generated based on the square footages.
And I understand that. I think what you're missing is you're saying 100,000 square foot building and now you're saying 86. So I'm asking you, I understand you were just doing conceptually. So instead of retail, restaurant, grocery, could it just be $86,000 or 86,000 square feet of retail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
so
absolutely.
it may not be jetted out like that. It could just
That's
be
correct.
one building.
100%.
And I
And sorry I
get that.
didn't understand that.
That's okay. And then on one side, and I don't have it marked on here, you had, instead of your variance, I think we're asking for a wall and you want a vinyl fence.
That's correct.
I mean,
That's to match the phase one development next door that was approved with a 15-foot buffer with a 6-foot tall vinyl fence. So it's to match the adjacent property next door. And to also, there's some residential coming in behind us. They're also gonna have a buffer and a fence. So that's to mimic the surrounding development with us.
does that fence butt up to an existing fence? Well, I guess nothing's existing.
Not existing,
but-
yeah.
But will that fence be butting up to what we've already approved as a fence, or is that on a different side?
I believe that on the residential side, there is also a fence required with a buffer. So there are two fences. So there's an adequate buffer between the residential and the commercial. I believe that's what,
I'll ask Joanna
and
later.
landscaping, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
So you're trying to make it uniform.
That's correct.
Okay, any other questions?
Madam Chair, may I help? Just so the commission knows, the actual site plan that they're asking for you to approve is, I have to blow it up, I'm sorry.
Can you give us a page number?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get, but it's so small. It's page 599 is the actual site plan.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And then 717 is the page that provides the layout of the whole intersection with what's been approved for Amber Ridge and the shops.
Amber Ridge.
Yes, that's the residential.
Oh.
So 599 and 717 are pretty good pages to review.
Okey doke. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Joe? Are you up?
Yes, ma'am. Getting my presentation.
Amber Ridge.
All right, good evening. Joe Hockadale, Principal Planner with Land Development. This application is being requested to allow for retail development on the subject property. It is a portion of this big property that we've seen many applications come through here previously. The property itself is general commercial, and the applicant is looking to have an 86,000 square foot large box type of a development with 5 out parcels. We do not know the specifics as to who's going where. That's one reason why the out parcels don't have any kind of details on them. There is no users or use types provided to us for this. And so the applicant is requesting a number of deviations with this. With this being commercial property, I mean, they would be able to develop it with large box retail, restaurant, office, all kinds of different uses without going through the PUD. But they did want to ask for some deviations that are consistent with the Shops of Black Diamond approval. So one of those is they're asking for an 80% impervious surface ratio project-wide for this project. They're requesting a 15-foot wide type D buffer with a fence on the north property line, which the applicant has just spoken about a little bit. And I will say that for those landscape buffers that have a wall or a fence, the plantings have to be between that and the property line. So those plantings will be facing the adjacent properties and not internal of that fence. They're also asking for a 5-foot wide type A landscape buffer along the drainage retention area and the adjacent roadway that you see on the left side of the screen. So the large non-res standards require a 15-foot type C. They're requesting a 5-foot type A. Another deviation they're requesting, you can kind of see on this plan, is the internal driveway spacing, which technical services did reference in their comments. They're requesting a reduced parking and loading zone count. So they do have a little bit of side parking for the large box project, but not very much, not according to Land Development Code. And they're requesting a reduced number. They're requesting 306 for the large box, where 344 would be required. Again, the out parcels, we don't know a specific count because we don't know what type of use is going on the out parcels. They're also requesting some deviations for signage. Specifically, they want to exceed the allowable number of signs, have them within the landscape buffers, and have reduced setbacks. With that said, though, this project is meeting concurrency requirements, so they can meet their water and sewer. And the proposed project in an overall use concept does appear to be compatible with those adjacent projects that have previously been approved, which you can see here. So you've got the Shops at Black Diamond to the east, you've got the 486 Town Center to the west, and you have the Amber Ridge residential development behind that. And the Planning and Development Commission did recommend approval with conditions of this application on their July 20 meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
when the planner's giving you information about the deviations, would it be helpful for the board to know what the code requires as compared to what they're asking for? Because on several of them, I don't know that he stated what the buffers were required to be as compared to what they're asking for.
And I would also like to know what page the deviations request is on.
The page would be in the staff report. So that is,
The staff report begins at page 703. An analysis of the buffer deviations, for example, is on page 706. The loading zone deviation.
3 of us are online, which means those large numbers do not correspond to the online documents. You need to know what section it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I downloaded it from online, so I thought that.
Yeah.
So the staff report is, I don't know how, I'm sorry. Do you want me to come find it for you?
It's under the appendix.
yeah, it should be
I have
past
BCC
the-
staff report and map, BCC planner, and BCC 1010 applicant BP.
BCC staff
Staff
report and
report.
map.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
So page 4 of 10 of the staff report has the buffer deviations that are being requested. It talks about the parking standards, the deviation from the required 344 down to 306. It talks about the loading zone. They were required to have 5 loading zones per the LDC. They're asking for 2. With the comment that the specific building prototype does not, the proposed parking space meets the minimum tenant requirements, is what the applicant stated.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Davis.
I'm really wishing I had invested the time to watch what we did for the shops at Black Diamond, rewatch it, because as I recall, that was a lot of brain damage, and it was well worth it because I think we got to where we wanted to be in terms of access, in terms of landscaping, setbacks, signage. Remember how long we spent on signage. I'm really interested, because I don't like deviations, but smart deviations are fine. And I know we probably did some deviations on the last one, and if they're matching, then I'm gonna be more inclined to be okay with it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to do more brain damage, because I'm not just gonna be on board unless I'm sure that the signage is good and consistent, and the landscaping in particular.
Ma'am?
Yes.
I believe that I'm sorry, I forgot how you characterized it. The brain damage, is that what you
Yes.
said? On
It was
signs.
another long meeting.
Yes, I believe that brain damage occurred during the CR 486 Town Center, the Amber Ridge project, not the shops at Black Diamond, because the other one is where I think they had the 7 right turns. I'm
Oh,
seeing head
yes.
shakes, yes. So that brain damage was not.
I'm having a little PTSD moment.
You're fine. We're all here to help. So the shops at Black Diamond, I believe that you did not have that situation, but I think you did speak of signs,
Okay,
but
thank
not
you.
to that extent.
Are you done?
Yes.
Commissioner Bays?
Well, I see their monument signs. And are they consistent with the monument signs that we approved at the last?
I'm sorry, it's not the applicant's time to come up right now.
Just
The
wait.
applicant, and here's what we have to talk about. The applicant has their opportunity to present their case in chief and to show you that they've complied with all of the provisions of the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan before the burden shifts to the staff. So their presentation is done at this point in time because they said it was done. I'm just for procedure, making sure we all know what we're supposed to do, but I understand it's at the chair's discretion.
And just for informational purposes, one of the issues with the planning commission was the number of signs. So I don't know architecturally if they're gonna look the same, but they did have an issue with the number of signs proposed.
Okay, Joe, does the sign they're proposing, is it uniform with what the signs, the 17 other signs that we spent 2 hours talking about? Are they consistent with that? Are they uniform, or are they uniform with the shops of Black Diamond?
Are you speaking architecturally or number-wise?
Architecturally.
I don't know if they submitted architectural renderings for those signs. I can't remember if that's
I saw
something they provided.
It says in here on page
Yeah.
707.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Our attorney did say that it was your discretion if you wanted to allow them to come up, and let's find out.
No, I got that. I just want to.
Is this consistent with the first stuff that we approved?
Right. I plan on doing that. It's at my discretion, but I wanted to talk with staff first and get some answers, and then we'll deal with the next step. So, Joe, do you know that answer?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, what about the parking, the deviation on the parking?
So the shops at Black Diamond, and I apologize, I wasn't one of the planners who worked on that project, but believe they did have a reduction in the number, but I don't know what percentage or how much of that reduction there would be. But I do remember there was somewhat of a reduction in the total parking for the target. I believe all the out parcels had to meet land development code standards.
Okay, and the other one would be the buffers, the deviation of the buffer.
Yes, the, excuse me, the 15-foot wide type D with a fence was approved for the target site along the north.
Okay.
The drainage retention buffer was not an issue because it did not abut a roadway, whereas this one has a proposed roadway next to it, whereas the target site did not. So that was not an issue during that project.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
The discussion at the MPO over the past few years, and I'm sure in transportation planning in general, is that these larger commercial developments, more and more municipalities are going to smaller parking requirements because of the advent of shared rides and how there are going to be more and more people utilizing those services, and not necessarily all 350 people using the shops driving 350 cars. So my input as far as the parking would go is I don't have a problem with the reduced parking, the reduced side parking, or the reduced loading zones.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Finnegan, did you say I do? Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm on the right page on parking. When the deviation is for parking, is it only for the big box store, or does that include all the parking, including the 5 parcels?
It would only be for the big box store because we don't have specifics for the other ones yet.
And then the signs, I know that I think some gentlemen, maybe at the discretion of our chair, will answer better, but size, I know they were asking architectural detail or number, but the actual size that's proposed, is that the same as the previous shops at Black Diamond?
I don't know if I can answer that. I don't have the details for the shops of Black Diamond. what
I
their
made a note of
signage
it,
was.
Joe. I made a note.
Thank
so we
you.
can-
That's all I
okay.
have right now.
Okay, Commissioner Davis, any comments before I use my discretion?
I agree with Commissioner Kennard that we are getting away from needing as much parking, just that's the trend line, so I'm good with the parking deviation. I just don't want to drive down that road 10 years from now and just see block with this type of signage and landscaping, this block with a different type of signage and landscaping. The more integrated it is, the more you can overcome the cacophony of brand images, right? Because you've got all these different logos, and so if you at least signage them uniformly and in a tasteful manner, then it just makes a better impression.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
might I just remind all the commissioners that they need to base their decision on the evidence and testimony that's provided to them today by the parties, not their own personal knowledge or anything that they might know from being outside of this
I didn't
hearing.
refer to anything I knew outside of this.
I'm just putting that out there. We all want to make sure we only rely on the evidence and testimony that's provided to us today.
And if I could just, I apologize, there is some conceptual signage renderings that were part of the applicant's submittal. One for the master shared signage and one for the out parcel signage. So I don't know if they
Page
match.
583. Right, but I just don't know, and you can't answer that, is if it's uniform with what we had talked about prior, because I don't have a memory of that. So, okay, anything else, Commissioner, for the staff before I use my discretion?
No, go ahead and use your discretion.
At this time, I'd like to bring you forward, and we have some questions for you, if you don't mind, Will.
Of course,
And I'm
Will
getting
Anderson.
more and more stuffed up as the evening goes on. so-
Sorry.
Are the signs going to be, I agree, I want to see this in the vein that I think you're going, but I want to see a uniform height And Commissioner Finnegan brought up, is it the same size? I see 14 foot, but I can't remember what the other signs are that we talked about. So,
Understood. So, and I'm sorry, that was long ago. We should have brought that up. So, yes. So first of all, on the target project, what y'all approved were 2 anchor standalone signs at each main entrance, and then 2 shared master tenant signs at the right in, right out entrances. So really 4 standalone signs that are either for the back parcel or the shared multi-tenant signs. And I want to call to attention the staff conditions, the staff report conditions, because what they've laid out there, which we agree with, was that we will have 2 master shared signs on this project, which will have the tenants in the back. There'll be a shared sign, 2 master tenant signs, and then each out parcel in the front will have their own small monument sign. So not a big pole sign, but a small monument sign.
Small.
10 feet maximum in height, including the base.
yeah,
And what we
I don't
have-
think we said 10 feet.
It is, I have the sign permits. It
You
is
sure?
Each standalone parcel has a monument sign that's 10 feet maximum in height and 11 feet wide. And it has a stone base. And then it has the tenant panel sign, the tenant branding sign. But each base of the sign that we propose on both projects are the same. So it's a uniform sign for both of the projects that has a stone base and then a tenant panel on it. So it is a uniform sign for what we can control.
Okay.
Okay. And I think that answered your question, but I kind of had to take a step back on that.
The other question we had, why are you asking for a deviation of parking?
Yes, so the main reason because they don't need as many parking spaces as allowed by code. So as allowed by code, I believe it's 354. They do not need that many parking spaces, so we've reduced the amount of parking spaces to get more green space on the site, more landscaping, more green space. As Logan mentioned, they're on the east side of the site. There's a 35-foot area of green space. So we've replaced the parking that they don't need with additional green space.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Finnegan.
I'm just curious who they is because you said you don't know who they is. So how would you know how much parking they need?
What I mean is the rear box retailers.
He knows who they are, but he doesn't have it. It isn't for public consumption right now because of.
He told me he didn't know who they are, that he's got it out there to.
No, I
It's
didn't
out
hear.
there.
I didn't hear
What
you
I said
say.
was it was being finalized, and I can't discuss.
Okay, so you do know who they are. There's someone-
Possibly, I mean, there are different people. There are different people involved. It's not a final product.
He knows who possibly 3 of they are. Is the way I'm hearing it.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner
I'm-
Bays.
So the LDC standards for buffering versus what's being proposed, you are asking for some reduced landscape buffering.
Yes, ma'am. On the north side, to match the target project next door, a 15-foot wide landscape buffer with a 6-foot tall fence.
Well, here's what I'm gonna ask. Change the stupid vinyl fence to the black wrought iron on both properties. Make it look nice. I hate those white vinyl fence. They're ugly and they're cheap. And then you have.
You can ask that.
I know, I'm asking.
Yeah, she's.
So you're taking that from 25 foot to 15 foot so that it matches, but if you'll change the fence, I'll be really happy about that. You went from, on the west side, a 15 type C to a 5-foot type A.
The planning commission and in the conditions actually recommended that stays a 15-foot on the west side of where the access road is, and we agreed to that.
Okay,
So no problem there. We agree with the staff conditions.
all right. I think I made myself pretty clear the last time we went around this. I'm looking for a quality project. I'm looking for uniformity. I want aesthetics. I want the nicest thing that we can get. So, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to parking, we don't make a whole lot of money on taxes for parking, so I'm not so concerned about that, and I agree with my fellow Commissioner Kennard, so I think you know what I want, and that's all I'm gonna say. And I do have heavy equipment, and I have low boys in trucks.
They could have used your help when it flooded.
I think the only real note I have is that, you know, if I was the queen of the county, and I'm not, because I'm one of 5, I would suggest perhaps that you could reallocate some of the front parcels so that the square footage across it would help to bring down the ISR. But like I said, I'm one of 5. If 2 commissioners are okay with what is proposed, I would just stress that I would insist it be uniform, that this be a cohesive, I know it's different phases, but it's very, very important to me, as it is to the others, that this look like a quality project. And I believe that you all, I see what you're doing. It's in my backyard. It's literally in my backyard. So please don't let me down on that if we give you these conditions.
Definitely
And I'm
not,
looking
yeah.
right at you.
We are matching the ISR with the phase 1 project. You know, we have a lot of nice green space, a lot of landscaping. It is going to be a very nice uniformed Class A development.
Anything else? Miss Lynn?
I hear what you're saying. If you could please translate what you're saying into conditions that staff can apply. After you hear from public input, if, you know, depending on how y'all go, you guys need to have some conditions that say those things.
Well, I'm not gonna push this, and I'm gonna tell you why, because I thought about the walkable community. I'm hearing what they're saying about stores are now saying they don't need as much parking. And I also hear, I mean, there'll perhaps even be golf carts, walking. I mean, that all equals less parking, the traditional parking sense. So, I mean, like I said, that was my one note I had that, you know, so I'm gonna listen to, I'll make my decision. I'm gonna listen to, if nobody has any other questions. Oh, yes, Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you.
Will.
May I ask the gentleman, Will, another question?
Yes, please.
For your 5 out parcels, just my own curiosity, if you don't have that nailed down yet, could it not be 5 parcels? Because some of them are very small. Could they be joined, or are you set on those parcels?
No, not necessarily set on the number of parcels there. We're still talking to tenants that could take up more than, we could be combining a parcel to have one tenant that needs more space, no more building space. This is just a preliminary plan here. So yes, the final product is going to be different, you know, but yeah, if that answers your question.
Sorry, he keeps saying it's conceptual, it's preliminary. You all are approving this as a master site plan. So if they want to deviate and have only 3 or 4, they're gonna have to come back before you because that would be a substantial change. I just wanna make sure the applicant understands that and the board understands that when they use the terms conceptual, and, you know, to be determined later, that means another hearing with y'all.
Miss Lynn, I only meant that if we combine one of the parcels to make a larger parcel, I don't believe it'll have to come back through the board for that.
I didn't hear her.
She said it depends on the conditions, but if it's a substantial deviation, is what I believe the code, Joe, what does the code say? Substantial deviation?
Well, the way the condition is written is it says that this is to allow for uses allowable in the GNC land use district, including retail uses as outlined on the master plan date stamped April 11th, 2023.
So if it changed to 4,
Then that would be different from what was approved, unless we
Yes.
added some language saying including retail uses and up to 5 out parcels. Then that would give them some flexibility on the number of out parcels.
I just want to make sure the applicant
I
understands.
appreciate that because you might have a Blaze Pizza that needs 2 of those parcels to make it work for them.
Understood, yeah.
So up to 5 parcels if the board is okay with that.
Yeah,
And
we agree.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Okay, any other questions? Okay.
I didn't hear anything in the testimony about golf carts. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm taking my golf cart there.
But the judges have to make their decision based upon the evidence and testimony that's provided, and the evidence and testimony did not include discussion about golf carts. I'm just,
Commissioner Kennard.
you all know what we have recently encountered, so I want to try to keep y'all on the straight and narrow.
Public input, open the public hearing. Let's get rolling.
Okay, thank you.
Make Denise stop talking.
Yes, at this time, I'm going to
wasn't
open
gonna
it
say
up
it
to the
like
public. I thought he was going to say something really wise. Of course,
Make Denise stop talking.
And would anybody like to speak about this T2 project we're addressing? PUD 2023-00001. Going once, going twice, closed. Okay. Commissioners. There's
Oh,
no,
boy.
there was no public comment.
All right. Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
based on competent and substantial evidence, I'm going to make a motion that we approve PUD 2023-00001 and direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance, including the 14 conditions set forth recommended by the PDC, correct?
And as amended.
And as amended with the deviation in the reduced parking, the reduced loading zone, the reduced side parking, the front lots would be up to a maximum of 5 out parcels. Do we put anything in there about the front monument signs being consistent with the part 1 of this project, or no?
I think,
Okay.
Don't forget the golf.
Consistent in dimension and materials. And the 2 monument signs, right? For the occupants in the back, or the tenants in the back, was that right?
I think it's one per.
One.
One per.
The condition number 5 talks about signage, and it says it's 2 shared master development signs.
Yes.
And then each individual out parcel would have their own monument sign that met land development code standards. But they have to meet that, they have to meet the master sign development plan as far as how they look.
I would want them, as we've discussed, to be equal in height and materials to the first phase of that project. So they look consistent from one phase to the next.
10 feet.
I think it's 8.
Well, the condition reads that they have to meet land development code size requirements based on the tenant. So the land development code for signs says you get 2 square feet for a sign for each linear foot of your building front. So depending on how narrow the building is, it could reduce the square footage, the allowable square footage of those tenant signs. So they would all be a similar design,
Right.
but they would not necessarily all be the same size.
I thought we went over that with the first phase.
If there's, what he's, you understand what he's
Yeah.
saying? If they have a narrow building,
Right.
then that one wouldn't necessarily get the same length sign. or same square footage sign. So do we want to go with what the land development code says? Or we could say, no larger than the, monument signs on the first phase. That would be an additional condition, right? They'd have to match the sign, the land development code for signs, which they could ultimately be smaller than that, but no larger than what's there.
Yeah, I modified condition 5, the last sentence of it to say the outparcel tenant signs must follow LDC standards for square footage and must match the height and materials as approved in the shops of Black Diamond.
The shot, page
Yeah, I don't know that number.
717 shows the out parcels in the shops at Black Diamond. They're much large. Some of them are much larger, some of them are smaller. So even over there, there's going to be a, a difference in the sizes. And these are,
And
So-
I believe the shops of Black Diamond have a uniform design standard, but I believe the size was still a land development code.
Okay, so we should just
So-
stick with the LDC then, as far as the sign goes,
Unless,
size,
unless I'm mistaken.
size.
but design consistent.
Design and materials needs to be the same. Is everybody on board with that?
Yeah, I love what you're saying. I just thought that we're talking about the up to 5 signs at the front at this point, right?
Yes, these would be the up to 5 outparcel
And I
signs.
thought on the first phase, when we talked for like an hour, over an hour about signs, that we deviated.
We didn't allow 5 sign, whatever that first parcel was, we gave them a sign and they put, because we didn't want a bunch of signs out across the road for each parcel. We wanted
And I
signage at the entrances that listed out the separate names, and it wasn't 5 signs or whatever the other parcels were. It wasn't one on each parcel, because we said that was absolutely too much.
So maybe the motion could be the number and design consistent with phase 1, consistent with the approval for phase 1. Can staff understand what that is?
Yeah.
Maybe
Isn't that where I started? Just saying.
Did I
No,
say
I'm just
size
kidding.
and design? I meant number
Yeah,
and design. If I
yes.
said size, I'm sorry.
No,
I apologize.
So the number and design, including
And
materials.
size,
No, not size.
not size.
Not
Okay.
size.
I'm sorry.
Is everybody with me?
Continue.
What's that?
I want my black fence.
We're still working on this. Now, we
Does
had,
the clerk have what you're working on?
Would you like the whole motion read back or just the,
I don't think he's finished.
well, with the rest of
won't
it?
matter, I won't hear it anyway.
Okay. Based on competent and substantial evidence, motion to approve PUD 2023-00001. Direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance, including the 14 conditions as amended, including reduced parking, reduced loading zone, reduced side parking, front lots up to a maximum of five out parcels. And in condition 5, that's what we're working through, that you want the signage to be the size regarding the LCD standards, and that the signage is to be consistent in design and materials for all parcels.
Number, design, and materials. The
Number,
number of signs
design, and materials.
as the phase 1 shops at Black Diamond.
Now, we had the fence to deal with, and we had a landscape buffer to deal with, correct?
Golf carts.
She's doing this just.
The landscape buffer
That's in the conditions.
fence, it's conditioned the way the Planning and Development Commission recommended, with the 15-foot wide type C on the west property line abutting the DRA. And it does have the 15-foot type D, and it does say a vinyl fence, which was consistent with the Shops of Black Diamond approval. I can strike the word vinyl and just say fence. But I'm pretty sure the Black Diamond one says vinyl fence, because
I agree.
They're gonna change that one.
Just thinking outside, oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
No, go ahead.
Thinking outside the box here, if Commissioner Bays wants her aluminum fence, I guess, I mean, could you not, they're supposed to have a wall, so it wouldn't be consistent, but a wall would be more expensive, I'm sure, than your fence, so could you not?
Well, I just look, I
require
mean, when you
the-
drive up and down 486 and you see those fences.
We're only talking about the evidence,
I
right?
know, but I'm saying, I'm talking about white fences. When when there's irrigation going, then they turn orange and they look ugly.
I'm with you, but I don't know how to phrase it, where if you want the fence that you want, and we've approved something different, so it could be the wall. Or if they wanna can they make a concession on the other property, it's not built yet, either it's a wall and it doesn't look the same, or everything gets to be the fence of Commissioner Bays. You're welcome.
So you would like condition number? Joe, what's the condition number
For which one? I apologize.
for the fence, the vinyl fence?
The fence would be condition number 4.
So you want to change condition number 4 to include a wall?
No,
No.
no, the pretty black iron.
Wrought iron fence.
Yeah, they're aluminum.
They're
iron.
supposed to have a wall. So that's what I was asking you. So we can not give them that condition and just say, sorry, it's the buffer and the wall of our LDC. Or can we negotiate for phase 1 to make it all consistent if it's the fence that Commissioner Bays would like?
And unfortunately, phase 1 is done and approved. So
So is anybody gonna complain if they
That
change a
would
white
be
vinyl fence to a black
a
iron
it would be a modification, possibly a minor modification to that PUD to
Which is
change that
approved by
condition.
staff.
Yes, a minor modification, yes, is approved by staff.
Approved by staff.
I'm just concerned that phase 1 has been approved with the white vinyl fence. And Commissioner Bays throwing that out there is just, I'm trying to find a nice word.
Well, it's no worse than your golf cart.
I didn't get my golf cart, so. I think that by throwing in the black fence, we're kind of muddying it up and just.
If I still have the floor, then we have a choice. It could be the white vinyl fence that they're asking for, or it can be a wall, which they have to have if we do not let them have the deviation, or you could pick something else that isn't consistent, and I guess they'll have to figure out if they want to be consistent on the other property. I mean, these are choices for the board.
Are you done? Yeah. The first phase is already approved with the white vinyl fence. We want it to be uniform. We can't make them go back and change the white vinyl fence. And if, I know you understand it, but I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So if we go and say, you know, put a wall in or put a black fence in it, then I'm not gonna be happy because it doesn't match. So
That's why, yes. To
Okay.
clarify, that's why I said we have choices. So you can match and do the way they want, or choose one of the options that doesn't match, and then if they change later, fine. But that's what this board needs to decide. There's a risk of it not matching, or maybe they'll change. I don't know where you are and how important that is, and if you want to accept that risk. I was just pointing out there's 3 options.
Okay, I get it. I didn't understand what you were saying, but yes, it is a risk.
If I can, I would clarify that the color of the fence is not specified. It just says vinyl fence. So it's not necessarily white, but.
Denise Lynn.
Yes, ma'am. The only thought that comes to my mind is that when you approved the first one, the single family, or it was multifamily residences were much further away than the single family residences that are going to be abutting this fence. I don't know if that.
No, because they have a fence also. They have a buffer, the residents.
Okay.
I'm just concerned about this, what's in front of us. Commissioner Kennard, bring it home.
Waiting on y'all to decide on the fence.
Bring it home.
Well, of course, I would love to see the aluminum fence that Commissioner Bays is talking about. Perhaps there's a way to get there when they come back for future parts of this. But at this point, we're almost there. I would say let's go with the vinyl fence at this point to match what is on phase one. And hopefully they have heard loud and clear what this board would like to see on the back of these properties. Can't force it at this point. We've already approved the first one.
That's your motion?
Lord, yes. I
I'm
don't think
looking
there's
for-
anything else we had to deal with, was there?
I'm looking for a second.
I'll second it, and I have another comment to make.
Okay.
Very short comment.
Commissioner Davis.
I too prefer black aluminum over white vinyl, but we're gonna apparently vote on it this way. And if it's a staff approval, if you care to come back and get a minor modification on both developments, then it'll be consistent. And I don't want to over-design what you guys are designing. So it might be that that's something that actually appeals to you and you'd be relieved. So I'm going to leave it in your court.
Thank you. Any other board comment? So we have done the public hearing for this, and now we have a motion on the floor by a very long motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there anything else you would like to say? No? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Didn't get my golf cart, but move on.
All in favor, say brain damage.
Thank you. Congratulations. Yes.
Madam Chair, the next application before you is CPAAA PUD 2023-00004. And have you had any ex parte communications that you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Finnegan.
No.
No.
Excuse me, no.
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 Madam Chair, Commissioners, at the conclusion of this public hearing, you will be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 5.4 acres from the low-density residential district to the medium-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And secondly, you're going to be asked to consider an Atlas amendment, an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 5.4 acres from the low-density residential district to the medium-density residential district with a planned unit development, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that Dr. Wilburn is here on behalf of the applicant to make the applicant's presentation.
Welcome, Doctor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Wilburn, Local Engineering, Inc., P.O. Box 938, Floral City, Florida. The proposed PUD before you is a change from low-density residential to the medium-density residential of approximately 5.39 acres. This parcel, I'm not sure if you could advance to maybe the site plan. This parcel appears to have been created by placing the property line along a jurisdictional wetland line separating the east and west parcels. The parcel to the east is all low and is currently owned by Citrus County and is consistent with almost the entire parcel being wetlands. And so this odd-shaped parcel line you can see on the site plan is designated by notations. That appears to be because it borders or is on top of the jurisdictional wetland line. The current zoning of LDR allows up to 6 units per acre with the PUD. We are requesting to go from LDR to MDR because LDR does not allow multifamily duplexes. With a zone change to MDR and a PUD, this parcel would allow up to 8 units per acre. And we are currently requesting a total of 5.94 units per acre. Again, if we were to have this parcel be MDR with a PUD, the applicant could request up to 43 total units. And as it is before you, the proposed is requesting for less than half of that, with 20 units being accomplished through 10 duplexes. These proposed 10 duplexes are all 2-bedroom units that allow for, or that are 1,093 square feet of living and just over 1,150 square feet under roof. This site plan has been modified. It went before the PDC board twice. Originally, it went before the PDC board with a total of 32 units, and that has been scaled down now to 20 units, a total of 10 duplexes. When it went to the Planning and Development Commission the first time, it also was about 1.5 parking spaces per unit. We had requested deviations on the setbacks, and we had requested deviations on the landscape buffers. This second time around, we cut the units by almost half. We also made sure that in this presentation and in this proposed PUD, we are not requesting any modifications. We are not requesting any deviations from the LDC. We meet all of the buffer requirements. We are well above showing the pedestrian amenities as well as waste management type facilities. We are providing more than 2 parking spaces per unit, and we have also increased the internal landscaping. We are within the maximum impervious area allowed within the LDC and also the floor area ratio. Utilities on site, we meet concurrency in an email from Citrus County Utilities, which I believe is in your packet. This project is serviced by both water and sewer. The sewer being located on the west side of Venable, and which we would tie into via a lift station. And it also has city water, which is located on 7 Rivers. The area on the master plan that you see in blue borders the JD line. That meets appropriate setbacks, but that is where we're proposing our retention. This is important because the site does retain 100-year storm volume, which would be required by SwiftMud. And so everything that this site proposes and its post condition, if approved when all complete, will actually discharge less than discharges to the county property to the east now. So there will be no flooding impacts to surrounding areas and or even the adjacent wetlands that the county owns to the east. As part of this submission, we also provided a traffic study, and that evidence I believe you have in your packet. It was submitted, shows evacuation times, it shows evacuation route, and it shows that they are not impacted. I trust that you guys all have that in your packet from Way Engineering, but I would like to read for you an excerpt from that actual report, and this can be found on page 1. The report from a traffic engineer, Way Consulting LLC, states the following: under the expected scenario condition, evaluating 2 cars per unit instead of 1.4 or what FDOT allows, which would be even less than that. So considering 2 cars per unit, quote, evacuating traffic time from 7 Rivers development is expected to increase the total evacuation time by approximately 30 seconds. Keep in mind, if you continue reading in that report, that's just a summary. That 30-second increase is over a 48-hour period of time. The report goes on to say that based on the information presented in the tables, the ITE manual, and the above summary, in the event of an evacuation, the 7 Rivers development, the one that's proposed before you, will be able to safely evacuate its members while not negatively affecting any other person's evacuation route. Our land development code in section 3540 states that R2 and R4 are not allowed within a coastal high hazard area, which is what we have, unless, and then it prescribes 4 criteria that all have to be met, not some of them, but all of them. So I would like to read those for you. The 4 criteria start with A, compatible to the surroundings in terms of buffering and density. B, does not impede the evacuation time of neighbors. C, does not negatively impact evacuation clearance times, and that's for overall. which the report talks about. And then D, all minimum standards of the LDC are met. And so that is the test that I believe is before us. And so I would like to go through each one of those and show how I believe we meet them with this project. The first one, compatibility to surroundings in terms of buffering and in terms of density. According to our land development code, the LDR district allows for an intensity up to 6 units per acre with a PUD. We're not proposing to exceed this allowable density. Additionally, if this project is approved, this project will serve and have a greater buffer than any of the surrounding properties. Additionally, if you look at a map, there are 2 triplexes that are less than 700 feet away from this project, which both have a higher density than we are requesting. If you consider the adjacent wetlands to the east of the property that I've already mentioned, this project density is actually less than any density within 1,500 feet. So I believe we meet buffering, and I also believe we meet density or are compatible with the surroundings. B, this project, a project does not impede the evacuation times of any neighbors. In that staff report, it specifically says that no evacuation times of any adjacent property owners will be impacted. C, that it does not negatively impact evacuation clearance times. And in that report, it specifically says that verbiage, that there is no negative impact from this project and generating 2 trips per unit. And keep in mind that the study that they used is not with today's data. It's actually cast forward out to 2025 and what that projected traffic will be. And then lastly, D, all minimum standards of the land development code must be met. And we are not requesting any deviations for this project and meet the land development code guidelines. Within that same section of our land development code, this is interesting. It states that residential PUDs, when they are designed, should be clustered and not spread out. And so that's what we have tried to do. Rather than do single families that are spread out, we've tried to cluster them together. I want to mention something that will probably be forthcoming. This project is not a low-income housing project. This project is desiring to meet a need for workforce housing in our community. Renters are not bad people. It's just that's the station of life that they are currently in. And so this project will have one owner. These will be tenant leased through a structured lease. But this is not intended to be low income. It's not receiving any government funds. This project also had to get clearance from the FAA, and so there's 2 points I want to bring up. The first one is typically on a site like this, you would have to get approval for 1 location, and the FAA, for whatever reason, desired for us to do 4 locations, and all 4 of those locations were approved and passed. Additionally, the county had some concerns about the FAA report and the clearance, and they wanted to make sure that the FAA would also give us the clearance, knowing that the Christopher Airport was expanding and some other project that the county was working on. And so we actually had to go back to them again. And we received a letter from them, and I believe it's in your packet, that stated that this clearance and this permit that they gave to us would not impact any type of future development that Citrus County is currently working on with their own clearances. So in conclusion, this PUD requests of 10 duplexes and a change from LDR to MDR. The project is serviced by both water and sewer, meeting concurrency. It proposes no negative impacts on traffic evacuation times or clearance times. The project has no adjacent neighbors. It is bordered by 2 roads and a wetland to the east, which is owned by the county. The project is not requesting any deviations. This project has received clearance from the FAA. The Citrus County Aviation Advisory Board has also approved or given clearance to, and this project meets all of the tests for allowable use prescribed in the LDC in a coastal high hazard area. And lastly, it may be a small drop in the bucket, but I also believe it works us towards meeting a need for affordable housing in our community. And with that, I would love to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Board, any questions? Listen, are there any is it MDR we're looking at? You want to change to MDR?
Duplexes are not allowed in LDR, otherwise we wouldn't be asking for that.
Because I don't see any around this area.
There's, like I said, there's 2 triplexes to the east, about 679 feet away.
I don't see. The triplexes were on the LDR? Well, I guess I'm getting sicker as I sit here, so I'm sorry. I'll just ask Joe these
That's fine.
questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Before he leaves,
Okay.
Dr. Wilburn, at the end of your statements, I think you said I think you maybe misspoke.
Okay.
You said this fills maybe a small need for, I think you meant to say workforce housing, but I think you said affordable housing.
Workforce housing.
I think that's what you meant to say, because I think you said earlier that it's not affordable housing.
It's not government
market rate.
subsidized, that's correct.
It's market
Exactly,
rate.
market rate.
So,
Okay.
just want to make sure everybody.
Yeah,
problem,
I
yeah.
didn't catch that. You don't want to say that. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just trying to find it, some PDC comments. They had said that your proposal lies in the coastal high hazard area, and that, and that's, it would be incompatible. You said something about that, and I didn't understand that when you said it.
Yep.
That this, like somehow all of this squishing that property in is gonna make it.
So
Less
in the
protocol?
Land Development Code, Section 3540, it talks about areas of development in coastal high hazard areas. And multifamily is not allowed in a coastal high hazard area unless all 4 of those criteria that I read are satisfied. And then right after that in Land Development Code, right after that section, it talks about clustering a project rather than spreading it out. And
The two aren't related.
say it again.
The two aren't related, clustering it.
That's
very
correct.
close. Okay.
They're in the same section, but they're not related to the 4 things. No.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good question.
Commissioners, any questions for Doctor? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Joe?
Yes, ma'am. So this application is requesting to change the land use from low-density residential to medium-density residential to allow for a multifamily project. I will say that the structures being designed are designed as duplexes, but since they're all on the same parcel, it is a multifamily project, just like it would be for apartments or townhomes or something like that. So low-density residential, I believe, allows for a duplex on a lot of record with maybe a conditional use. It does not allow for multifamily, so this is considered a multifamily project. So that is part of the reason they're requesting medium-density residential. As you can see, this is the existing land uses surrounding it with the MDR as what they're proposing. So there is no other MDR in the area. And unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the triplexes that Dr. Wilburn was mentioning, so I can't speak to those. And so you've seen the master plan as Dr. Wilburn was describing it. It is 10 duplexes. The real issue with this, one of the real issues with this, is the location in the coastal high hazard area. The property is located in the CHHA, and as he stated, there are some requirements for placing a multifamily project in the CHHA. One of those is that it cannot increase evacuation times. And as Dr. Wilburn stated, the traffic study submitted said that it does increase evacuation time by 30 seconds. So while that might seem minor, it is an increase. One of the other tests is compatibility with the area. As you can see on the aerial and on the land use map, the area around this is predominantly single-family houses, decent lot sizes. This would allow for 10 duplexes on one lot at an existing density greater than what is around it. So as far as compatibility with the area, I would disagree and say that the proposal is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And so there are multiple comprehensive plan policies that speak to multifamily in the coastal high hazard. And basically, the comprehensive plan tries to direct multifamily away from the coastal high hazard. So this proposal does appear to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The Planning and Development Commission did recommend denial of this application on their July 26 PDC hearing, and we do have public input for this application.
Board, any questions for staff? Hearing none. At this time, I'm going to open it up to the public. If you'd like to speak to this application, please step forward. You get 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the chair and state your name and your address, please.
Hello, Queens and Kings. It's nice to be here. I'm Yvonne Boyle, and I live on Seven Rivers Drive, and I'm just down the street from the lot in question. We're in Crystal Paradise Estates, and it's a community of about 350 single-family owned homes, and they're all zoned LDR. We welcome growth in single-family homes, especially on this lot. We are not objecting to single-family homes. We love them. They're in our neighborhood. But we are against the rezoning to the MDR. The county could make a profit with single-family homes on this 5 acres, and everybody would be happy. Incidentally, Mr. Wilburn didn't mention this, Dr. Wilburn, but we learned on September 4th, this property was listed for sale for $199,900 with a realtor indicating, quote, "The seller has documentation that you can have multiple home sites and a good opportunity for a safe, savvy business person." So this is up for sale. I would question the owner's commitment to the community if they purchase property and try to rezone it only to move on. That sets a precedent for more MDR rezoning, and Crystal Paradise Estate loses everything we moved here for. So a rezoning petition was submitted, and the planning department on April 6th turned it down 7-0. And also on, again, they turned it down on 7-6 for coastal high hazard area. To add 10 duplexes, 20 families, rental units with 40 cars, as well as service vehicles entering and exiting from driveway onto Seven Rivers Drive on a curve would be disastrous. In addition, turning from Seven Rivers onto Venable, another dangerous curve with cars driving 50 miles an hour. On this 5.3 acres, there is a flood area, a spring, and protected gophers. As a rezoning has already been denied twice, we asked BOCC to decline based on specific opposing information previously presented in your packet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe, what was the last vote I thought it was 6-1.
Good afternoon, I should say good evening. My name is Jim Paquette. I live at 7824 West Flight Path Court in Crystal River. Rezoning the 7630 West Seven Rivers Drive from LDR to MDR is in conflict with the county's comprehensive plan and will have a direct negative impact on the 350 plus homes or residents of Crystal Paradise Estates if approved. We feel that it is not consistent with the aesthetics of the single-family homes in our neighborhood. The homes in Crystal Paradise Estates, which include the homes on Seven Rivers, do not have sewage. We all use septic tanks. Sewers is available on Venable, but you'd have to either go underneath or something, go over it. An inquiry in the Department of Water Resources verified that they could connect to an existing sewer force main. It would require a running line under Venable and an on-site lift station. Previous applications had no provisions on the site plan for this lift station, nor was there any land set aside for composting of yard trash, which is required in MDRs according to the comprehensive plan, also considered the impact on our infrastructure. A few homes in our subdivision are connected to city water, but the majority use wells. We are restricted to watering once a week now. How would adding another 20 units address water conservation? That an additional burden to emergency personnel in our area We are already getting 900 plus homes a couple of miles away. That would be on the corner of Rock Crusher and Venable. In what is called the new Crystal Ridge community. In an April article in the Chronicle, County Chamber of Commerce President Wooten stated, "Our infrastructure is not strong enough to handle this unprecedented growth." As you are aware, the Land Development Commission Board, who is responsible for development review and ensuring adherence to the county's comprehensive plan, has heard this application twice and voted against it both times. We strongly feel that based on the performance standards that we have been established by the county regarding drainage, flood protection, separation of uses and buffering densities, parking access, preservations of wetland, and convenient on-site traffic flow, you will agree with the Land Development Commission and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Madam-
And if you're going to speak, would you mind go ahead and lining up against the walls of?
Madam Chair, if I could answer your question that you posed. The first time this was heard by the Planning and Development Commission, their vote was to recommend denial 7-0. And then the second time this was heard by the Planning and Development Commission, it was voted recommend denial 6-1.
Okay, I thought
Yeah.
so. That's why I just wanted to make sure for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Diane Paquette, and I live at 7824 West Flight Path Court, Crystal River. I am extremely concerned about the traffic that will be generated by amending this section from LDR to MDR. The only access is at the east end of the development and on a blind curve. Seven Rivers is a very narrow street. Mowing companies park in the road on a daily basis, leaving one lane for vehicles. We have no sidewalks, so in addition, we have pedestrians, bicyclists, and golf carts.
I love me some golf carts.
That use the road. Now, if the development is approved, we would have another 20 families using Seven Rivers. Can you imagine the impact all that additional traffic would have on our community? Mr. Wilburn provided a traffic study by Way Engineering, which he read, stating the development does not negatively impact the evacuation. However, the study did not take into account the additional traffic that will be generated by the new Crystal Ridge community. In addition, what was not mentioned was, according to that engineering study, the development would generate 193 and as much as 230 new vehicle trips per day on Seven Rivers. The amount would be slightly less with the amended application. However, according to the 2020 U.S. Census, there is an average of 2.3 vehicles per Florida household. That would mean an additional 46 vehicles in the neighborhood. I also want to address stormwater and flooding. The proposed rezoning area is in a flood zone A, and my property, among others, including the airport, are also in the flood zone and directly downhill from this property. The Land Development Code states, Citrus County is committed to ensuring properties are not impacted by flooding as a direct result of development. The National Flood Insurance Program based their premiums on actions communities take to reduce flood risk. We are paying high premiums now, and I fear rezoning would only increase our rates. To me, traffic safety issues alone are enough to deny this application. I strongly hope the commissioners see the negative impact this development will have on our community and agree with the Planning Commission by denying this application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I beg your patience. I'm legally blind. I can't read any documents, so I'm going to try to remember it from memory. I brought my wife here
To help you,
Okay.
no problem, but could you state your name and
Yes.
where you live? Thank you.
My name is Ted Tiedekin. I reside at 7401 West Seven Rivers Drive. I'm going to present my talk today based on economics and business. Most of the homes in Crystal Paradise Estates developed 50 years ago are based on single-family homes, 1-acre lots, most of them. Excuse me, huh? Homeowners are good for the community. We spend a lot of money developing or improving and taking care of our houses. Renters don't spend the money to big box stores for making improvements as the way we have been doing. Therefore, my statement is that homeowners are good for business in the community, in the county. Now, concerning the development of the property, the developer has reduced his plan from 16 duplexes down to 10. Therefore, he's probably giving up 40% of his anticipated expected income, and that probably puts him very close to a break-even point of making the development viable. With the increase in construction costs and other development costs, he's probably very close to the break-even point. And with the proposed BOCC increase in property taxes, it may push him over the edge that he no longer feels it's necessary, or it no longer viable to run forward with the development. If the zoning change is approved and he goes through all these plans again and realizes that he really can't make it viable, he may just abandon it and go forward with his already published application for sale. If that happens, then another buyer has an MDR zoning application approved, and could he not then propose a complete new development of 16 duplexes? All right. Sorry.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Harold McCowan. My address is 7733 West Seven Rivers Drive. That's directly across the street from the property we're discussing today. I moved there, bought the property 52 years ago. So I've always thought there would be developments over there, but, as they said earlier, some of the other speakers have said most of the points that I have. I know it's getting late and you don't want to hear everything all over again. So.
No, we want to hear everything you have to say in 3 minutes.
2 now.
But where they show the driveway coming out on the Venable, it is just not feasible. If the speed limit out there is 30 miles an hour. But when you come around Blind Curve and if you got kids on the bicycles, and we have no sidewalks at all in the neighborhood, so there's no place for the kids ride their bikes but in the street. But there's not a crossroad there where they're coming out at. And so it's going to be accident waiting to happen when all of those people try to get in and out of there going to work. The middle of the day, traffic's not bad in the neighborhood, but early in the morning when everybody's trying to go to work and they eat them when they're trying to come in, the traffic is bad, and sometimes you have to sit and wait 5 or 6 minutes to get out of Seven Rivers on the Venable. And then whenever that other 900 units get in down at, by Rock Crusher, I can't imagine what it's gonna be then. But, and the other, thing I had to say about it was just, it's in a coastal zoning, and all the county people have done all this design work for the, you know, trying to develop the county correctly. I just think you don't need a MDR in our neighborhood.
Thank you, Harold.
Okay.
Would anyone else like to speak at this time? I was hoping you would bring the babies up to speak.
I didn't want to make
They
a
are
disturbance.
so well behaved.
Thank you.
Are they twins?
They are not.
Oh, well,
3 and 6.
They are so well
Oh
behaved.
my goodness, we have babies here? Like, I didn't even know.
No, I've been watching them the whole time, and they're very good mama.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Okay, go ahead, mommy. Tell us your name.
Tabitha Klein, and I reside at 138 North Golf Course Drive. One thing that I didn't hear a lot touched on is the added, I don't want to say burden, but like stress of like the transportation for a school bus. My son's bus is already like overcrowded. There's 3 to a seat. And how would that, how would this new development play into that, considering there would be 20 units, 2-bedroom, assuming at least half of them have kids, that would be, possibly 10 onto the bus, and then also Rock Crusher. I don't really know if that's overcrowded as well as the bus is overcrowded, but like how does that affect my son's education and the transportation to his education? And in the future, my daughter as well. Also, yes, the traffic would be really possibly detrimental, considering there is no sidewalks in our neighborhood. So that's added traffic that we have to look out for when we are on walks with our dogs, or when the kids are driving their little bikes and whatnot. So I did want to just mainly touch on the education portion, make sure we're not overcrowding our neighborhood and putting more stress than needed on these bus drivers that we already don't have.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public portion of this application. Does the applicant come back up to rebut any of this? So, Dr. Wilburn?
Thank you. The first thing I want to draw your attention to, and it's something that Mr. Hockadale said, in terms of that code in the land developments where it talks about the 4 criteria, he said that it didn't increase time. And I believe that's one of the things that should have been addressed at the PDC. The code actually says, I want to read it in its entirety. The project does not negatively impact area evacuation and clearance times. It doesn't speak to an increase. It uses the word negatively impact. So yes, the report does state that it's 30 seconds of increase over a 48-hour period, but the report also follows it up by stating that there's no negative impact. That's less than de minimis. I wanted to point out, because there was a couple questions, and I even heard people in the audience as I said this, the triplex, the 2 triplexes, if you follow the road to the east, you see a road there that comes down that has a cul-de-sac. Just above that intersection, there's you'll see 2 triplexes. So it is within 679 feet from this project. It may not show up in the zoning map, but there's definitely multifamily there.
And that's on Francis Street, Francis Terrace?
I believe it's No, I believe Francis Terrace runs north to south. I believe there's a private drive to the west of that bisects those two triplexes in the center.
Okay.
There was some concern about existing wells and existing septics. This project, because it's on water and sewer, will not have a negative impact on existing wells and existing septic. In fact, in a lot of ways, it might provide infrastructure for future hookups, which would take more septic tanks offline, which would be a net benefit to everybody. In that email from Citrus County Utilities, there was a concern over capacity. It states that the capacity is acceptable based on this proposed layout that you have. There was some discussion about the property being in a flood zone. And on your map, you can see, if you look, there's a dark green line that kind of runs jaggedly east to west. That is the flood zone line designation. And so as you can see, all of these proposed units are outside of that. In addition to that, being sensitive to that comment, because there is a flood zone, because the property to the east is primarily a wetland, SwiftMud would consider a higher, more stringent approach with this design, as I've already mentioned. So just wanted to discuss that briefly. There will actually be, in the proposed condition, a reduced impact in stormwater. There was a comment about this, maybe the development doesn't happen, and so I just wanted to remind the board, as I understand, this PUD is specific to exactly all of the things that you see here. And so if this project didn't happen and there was to be a change in design, change in structure, change in square footage, all of those things would have to come back before you. And then I wanted to lastly talk about the roadway. It is placed there because of traffic east and west in terms of clearance time. And the engineering division at our county had no objections with access management and the location of that driveway. Those are the highlights of things I wanted to address that were brought up, and I thank you.
Thank you. Board, do you have any comments? I'd like to just say a few things at this time. This is a coastal high hazard area, and Joe, our comp plan encourages development outside of the CHH, correct?
For multifamily projects, yes.
Okay. And I want confirmation that there isn't any MDR around any of this area, including where that triplex is. That's the only area that doesn't say LDR in that little section.
Right. The brown area in the center is the parcel under application, so everything around it you can see is low density residential. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but I believe those triplexes are right here in the LDR.
Yeah, I found it.
Which would not be allowed under current regulations.
Okay. Board, what is your pleasure?
Madam Chair, I am going to recommend denial. One of the things that's come to my attention when I was looking at the evacuation study that was within the packet, it talked about a study from 2020 by the Tampa Bay Regional Area Planning Council. And one of my great concerns to my commissioner to my left here, Kennard, and when we talk at the Tampa Bay, or not Tampa Bay, but with the Water Authority, with the MPO, some of the things that we talk about is the accumulation of materials that come based on studies. What concerns me is we have people doing studies all over the place, whether they're using Bieber reports, they're using the Central Florida College. And what stuck out to me was this particular report about evacuation is done on a 2020 study. My concern is most of the time what I'm seeing about these studies, it's not consistent with what's going on in our county today. The Suncoast Parkway was not open. Most of the developments had not been approved that are on the books right now. It lacks population census with what we're taking into account because we all know that they were underestimated during COVID. So just because this is in a coastal high hazard area and changing from the density, I just think it's inconsistent with the area, so I'm gonna recommend denial.
I would absolutely concur with you. I would like to say that, let's go back to the school bus issue, not having enough school bus drivers. That's because we don't have enough workforce housing. I love everything about this project except where it is. So we really need to pull together as a community and not shame renters. You know, I rented until, and I didn't say y'all were, I'm saying some people have in the county. You should see my email box. So, you know, if you have a good landlord that keeps up a property and, you know, selects good tenants, those are wonderful properties to have. And we need more school bus drivers, and we need, I tried to make this comment to some other folks, and I said, you know what, as you try to age in place, you want to have home health care workers so you don't have to get shipped off to, you know, something else. And so we need not just doctors, we need all the support system all the way down. I helped bury my mama going through 4 years of dementia, and I've seen what I'm going to go through in aging, what some of y'all are going through in aging, and it's a lot to do this job. So I don't think it's compatible. It's all LDR around there, and I would absolutely say we're not building in coastal high hazard, not something like this. So I agree with you, Commissioner Bays, and thank God you came back to save me.
So were you the second? I heard you talk.
I didn't hear there wasn't a
motion.
motion. She just said she's
She made a
recommending.
motion.
Oh, second.
She made a motion
I
to
thought we were,
deny.
okay.
Commissioner
I
Finnegan?
heard recommend, not motion.
I was just gonna ask if she was gonna go ahead and make that motion. Let's put it to bed.
Thank you.
I made the motion to deny.
All right, I'm seconding it.
Okay. Any further board comment? Seeing none, I have a motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis, to deny this application. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. This application is denied. Thank you. Go home, get your dinner. No, it's okay.
We still have one more case.
We have one more, but you go
Madam
home and get
Chair.
dinner. Yeah? Yes?
Your next application is CPAAA 2023- 00003. And you will be asked to consider two ordinances. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
First, let me go ahead and ask if you've had any ex parte communications that you need to disclose for the record. Commissioner Finnegan?
No, ma'am.
No.
No, we're on T4.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna say no because I don't even.
No.
No.
Thank you. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map and specifically the state road interchange management area boundary by adding
Okay.
approximately 25.4 acres, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And a second Atlas Amendment ordinance, which is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use atlas map and specifically the State Road 44 interchange management area boundary by adding approximately 25.4 acres, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration of public hearing, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And I believe is this his application? Oh, I'm sorry, and the county is here to make the presentation.
All right, correct. This is a county-initiated application. This came up during your discussions about the State Road 44 interchange management area. Mr. Stillwell did ask for this particular client to be considered as part of the interchange management area, so that's why it's before you. It is not changing the zoning in any way, so is some backup in your packet that says we don't want commercial here, I don't want commercial. It's not changing the zoning. This would add it to the interchange management area, which you can see on this map. It's abuts it. However, it is part of the Crystal Oaks master plan, so it doesn't change that. It's still part of the Crystal Oaks master plan. It's designated for single-family residential and utility. If they want to do something more, Mr. Stillwell's backup says maybe multifamily, they're going to have to come back before you, either removing themselves from the PUD and changing the zoning, or just changing the zoning flat out in the master plan. So it's not changing zoning, it's just adding it to the interchange management area, which abuts it. The Planning and Development Commission did hear this application and has recommended approval. That was on August 17th, 2023.
Thank you. Mr. Stillwell,
Good evening.
bring it home.
Clark Stillwell on behalf of Karen and Jim Morton. My professional address is 320 South Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building here in Inverness. Your existing IMA prior to what you approved, very linear, very narrow, no depth to it. I wrote multiple letters to the consultant saying with depth, you get flexibility, site plan flexibility, more open space, and all of those good things that go with it. And as you said, this is our gateway area to Citrus County. So the minimum lot size in the IMA is 5 acres. There are 80 parcels in that IMA. Only three are greater than 5 acres. There's 30 acres of commercial, what I call the Tibbetts Trust piece on the north side of the road. To the west of that is a 9-acre piece. Half of it's PSO, half of it's LDR. It's in the IMA. And then there is Mr. Wood's piece, the big white house on the hill. Half of that is LDR, the other half is PSO. So the thought process here is if this is your gateway, you would want to control this 25 acres in that area, which immediately butts it. So there's central utilities. Phase 4, frankly, the market left Phase 4 in 2000, and when the parkway was designed and the layout was made, the market killed Phase 4 for this particular project. Phase 4, single-family residential, there's no market for it. It's just, it would be a failure. So what do? What I explained to Mr. Borton is this. The IMA gives you opportunity, but what comes with it is, and you've yet to do it, but I've seen the standards, increased architectural review, okay, increased signage review, increased buffers and open space. All of that's going to be in your IMA standards. So Mr. Morton says, oh, yeah, now I'm into a PUD, which all development in this IMA is a PUD, but he has the opportunity, and that's all it is the opportunity to try a mixed-use project, to try multifamily. The RMU district allows for 6 units per acre. The IMA, under specific criteria, allows up to 20. So it's just bringing it into this area, putting some greater control via this board over it, but allowing the landowner more opportunity for the use of the property because the existing use won't happen. Just won't happen. Any questions?
None for me. Board? Okay.
Nice jacket.
You got all dressed up for us.
Well,
Absolutely. Your tie is a little hypnotic.
well, let me say this, okay? This is a product of Mrs. Stillwell in one of her better moments, given her current status.
Well, she did a good job.
Very nice.
Thank you.
You should take some pointers there, Commissioner Kennard.
Check this one out myself.
Somebody get that man a pink tie before next year comes around.
Okay.
Did you hear that, Renee?
Board, any comments?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
comment?
Oh, Commissioner Finnegan.
I know this is, hardly any backup information and it just seems so simple. but
I'm so sorry. I forgot to do open to the public. Would anyone like to speak?
Who's the public?
Okay. He's the applicant, I thought.
No, we're the applicant.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Am I the only
Yeah,
one paying
She
attention?
interrupted me.
And I understand, well, you know, we are the applicant, which maybe makes this even more difficult to say, but, you know, I think at this point right now, I know what's proposed, and they want to do multi-residential housing, and there's a whole community there that doesn't want it. It's not allowed. It's not compatible, and I feel like this is being done just to try to say that it will be compatible at a future date. So for that reason, for these people that are there that do not want their community changed, I'm sure I'm not going to vote for this.
Okay. We don't have a motion on the floor yet. So board, what is your pleasure?
How do we know that they want housing project?
Well, I wouldn't call it a housing project because it specifically says in there that that's what they foresee it in the future.
I will say by looking at this and reading the material that I felt that this was actually compatible, because if you look at the IMA, it has all of that area except for this application, and right next to it is the parkway.
That was my point. So that's why they want to change it into the IMA to make it more compatible with the IMA, but it sits in Crystal Oaks, a planned subdivision. That's what Ms. Katu was saying. So as it stands now, that this is, I think, step one. Step two would be to come back and ask to change that, or I guess what was the, what's the actual wording? It requires future amendment to the Crystal Oaks master plan or removal from the plan. So it's part of the Crystal Oaks master plan, which is, so
But
putting multi-units is not compatible with the Crystal Oaks master plan.
But they're not asking for that right now. You know, they would have to come back, they'd have to go back through the PDC process, I believe, come back to us or this board. I'll make a motion. Madam Chair, based on competent and substantial evidence, I recommend my motion is to approve CPA AA-2023-00003 and direct the chair and the clerk to execute the ordinances.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any further comment? I would want to say that we are just voting on this, not on what it could be in the future.
It's step one.
Step one. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That passes 4-1. Okay, that's it. I'm going to adjourn this meeting. 7:51, Amy.